All right, let's start the meeting for March 24, 2026 for the Board of Trustees regular agenda. We have some guests here, got a lot of guests here, but these ones specifically are part of Troop 199, and I think someone in that group is going to stand up and lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance. You want to come up front? Are you that brave?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, just go right here. No, you come this way. Right here in the middle.
In front of the microphone.
Yeah.
To the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Good job.
All right.
All right, Madam Clerk, can I get a roll call, please?
Supervisor File.
Here.
Clerk Newbeck here. Treasurer Brown.
Here.
Trustee Hayward.
Here.
Trustee Morocco.
Here.
Trustee Nalamathu.
Here.
And Trustee Tedder.
Here.
We have a quorum.
Excellent. All right, can I get approval of the agenda?
I'd like to make a motion to amend the agenda to move item number 7, the Deer Lake Beach lease with the city of the Village of Clarkston, item under regular business to item number, to the number 3 item under regular business.
Support.
All those in favor? Aye. Opposed? Agenda. Can I get a motion now to approve the agenda as amended?
Make a motion to approve the agenda as amended.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Approved, and excellent. Board announcement. Board members or individuals in the audience may make a statement containing information about a recent or upcoming event. If you're going to come up to the microphone in the middle here, please, and recognize the fact that you have up to 5 minutes. I'll let you know when you get 4 so you can wrap it up. Does anybody have any comments, or I'm sorry, not comments, announcements that they would like to make in the audience? Okay. I'll bring it online. Anybody online? I think Sam's trying to guide someone.
Well, there's seats up
Oh,
front.
up
I just
front,
let
okay.
them know they could sit down up here.
Okay. All right. Bring it up to the board. Anybody have any public comments they would like to make?
I have an announcement.
Okay, I'll give you, then I'll go to you. Madam Clerk?
April is Child Abuse Prevention Month, and Pinwheels for Prevention campaign raises awareness about preventing child abuse and supporting the well-being of children and adolescents. The blue pinwheels symbolize the happiness of hope in childhood, as well as the importance of safe, stable, and nurturing relationships that help youth thrive. The township is proud to support Clarkson Area Youth Assistance, or KAYA, in this initiative. The pinwheel gardens throughout the community serve as a visible reminder that we all play a role in protecting and strengthening our youth and families. And second, St. Daniel Knights of Columbus will be soliciting within our intersections starting this weekend for their annual Tootsie Roll Drive. The organization has received township approval to solicit donations at designated intersections on Friday, March 27th from 9 to 4:30 and Saturday, March 28th from 9 to 6. Members will be located at the intersections of White Lake and Andersonville Road and Sashabon Maybe. Motorists are encouraged to use caution when traveling through these areas. And that's all I have.
Thank you. Trustee Tedder?
Thank you. I'm going to be hosting my third Coffee and Conversation on April the 18th, Saturday, from 8:30 to 9:30 at Leo's, and look forward to resident participation. Thank you.
Okay. Anyone else? No? Okay, I got a couple here then. First, we'd like to extend a warm welcome to Scoutmaster Chris Schwaz. Did I say it right? Yep, okay. Chris Schwaz, who's the Scoutmaster of Scout Troop 199 from Clarkson. We're glad to have you here as you work towards your merit badge. So the Scouts are here are working towards their merit badge to have a better understanding of the local community government, how it works. And I'm happy to see that the young people show up and still do this. So appreciate it and welcome. The second thing I would like to do is recognize our clerk. Once again, she's been nominated for Clerk of the Year by the Michigan Associations of Municipal Clerks. Carrie is a highly respected and experienced professional who proudly represents Independence Township, as well as clerks across Oakland County. We wish her the very best of luck, and the winner will be announced in June, so congratulations.
Thank you.
Public comments. After being recognized by the chair, individuals in the audience may address the township board. Speakers must come to the center mic, identify himself or herself, name, address, limiting their comments to not more than 5 minutes. At the 4-minute mark again, I'll just let you know so you can wrap up. And regarding items that do not appear on the agenda. So if it's an item for later on, most of the things I think people are here for under regular business. If it's about that, that's not the time. You'll have another chance when we get to the regular business to address. Does anyone in the audience have any comments they would like to make? Please come up to the mic. Give your name and address.
Good evening. My name is Steve Stein. I live at 4848 Lakeview Boulevard, and I'm the owner of the parcel located directly adjacent to the subject of the grant proposal that was presented for purchase of
So
the property.
is this going to be related to that? Because if it is, then that would be addressed really under the grant, because that is a section under regular
All right, then I
business.
can wait a second. No, I'm sorry.
Okay, all
Apologies.
right, yep, all right, thank you. Anybody else have any comments that are not related to anything on the agenda? No? Okay. Online, is there anyone? No? Okay. I'll close. Anybody on the board? Nope. All right, I'll close public comments. It is 6:06, and at this point in time, I'll open up the public hearing on the 2026 grant application for land acquisitions from the Michigan National Resources, the Trust Fund. Just so we're clear, you are allowed to ask questions, but the questions have to be directed up to the board, not to Lisa, who's the head of our Parks and Senior Center as a director.
All right, good evening. So as Supervisor File just introduced, Independence Township Parks, Recreation, and Seniors are preparing a Michigan Natural Resource Trust Fund application for an April 1st deadline. And as a requirement of the grant application, the public must be provided with an opportunity to review and comment on the proposed project. Public notice was posted in the Clarkston News on Wednesday, March 4th, as well as here on site at Town Hall in both our indoor and outdoor display cases. This acquisition of Walters Lake parcel represents a rare opportunity to preserve one of the largest undeveloped lakefront properties in Independence Township. So that just kind of preludes into any public comment then that
Okay.
we will have.
Okay. So I know we got a lot of people here. I want to make sure everybody gets a chance to address it. This part here was just a part of the requirements to go through the DNR grant. The DNR grant is something that we are applying for to see if we qualify. There is a process that we have to go through, which is one of it is to do the public announcement like we did here. We also published it in the paper. Many of you probably that are here remember, I think it was 2019, we went through the same process to go through and talk about it. There will be another section when we actually address the DNR applications under regular business too, but if you would like to come up now, you can. But again, remember that you're directing anything to the board and not to Lisa. Anybody have any comments or anything they would like to do? Yes, please come up, state your name.
Comment on how I feel about this particular application.
Yeah, I mean, we get two opportunities at the bat here, so to speak.
All right, well, I'll take the first one. My name is
Okay.
Patty Droslinski, and I live at 9366 Sashabaw Road, Clarkston. And I'm here to support this grant application because as a longtime resident here, I feel that we're kind of at a tipping point in Independence Township. It doesn't take too long to visualize, sit at the stoplight at Sashabaw and Clarkson Road. We've already, in my opinion, overbuilt as far as available property for commercial. You've got rental signs up, you've got a vacant piece of property. I truly feel that in light of the overbuilding that I see, and oh, by the way, we don't even know what is, if we're fully sold, I'm not aware of what's going on Walden Road. So, that is all TBD, but as far as I'm concerned, the increase in density that we're getting doesn't only give you temporary revenue, but it gives you long-term potential loss of the value of your property. Because part of the appeal and what we stood for, and as long as I've been a part of Independence Township, which I was just saying to Lisa, ironically, that piece of property was owned by the realtor that sold my parents the property on Whipple Lake in 1954. So I have a little history here. I'm not quite that old, almost. But anyways, basically, I want to endorse pushing forward, acquiring as much green space in Independence Township as possible. Once it's gone, it's almost impossible to get back. And as a long-term resident here, I think it's very important to prioritize this open land that we have. So, I just want to give my 2 cents, and I hope you maintain the quality of life that we would all like to aspire to.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay. Again, this is kind of about the grant. I mean, if you want to come forward, and that's fine, or we can wait till regular business if you want to address it at that point. Are there any other comments about this? Yes, please come up, state your name.
Hi again, sorry. Good evening, my name is Steve Stein. I'm the owner of 4848 Lakeview Boulevard, directly adjacent to this parcel of land on the lakeside. I have submitted a full written statement to the clerk for official record. I asked that it be entered in full. I bought my home on Walters Lake because it was a private lake. Recorded as private in my deed and every riparian order's deed on this water. The proposal places a public beach, fishing pier, amphitheater, pickleball courts, sand volleyball, a treehouse village, a community center, a parking lot, a pedestrian tunnel under Clark's Road on the shore of our private lake. This is not a neighborhood park. This is a regional recreation destination. We have privately funded fish stocking in this lake for years. A public fishing pier hands that investment to the general public without consent. On the finances, the township's own assessor placed the SEV at $957,100, implying a market value of roughly $1.9 million. The proposed purchase price is $10 million, more than 5 times that figure. No independent appraisal has been presented publicly tonight. According to what is presented tonight, that $10 million buys only the land, not a single dollar of the amphitheater, community center, beach pier, tunnel, or the courts in the 2019 conceptual plan. Taxpayers will be on the hook for those costs forever with no budget and no plan presented. I'm asking this board vote no tonight, if not defer until independent appraisal is public, a legal opinion on our private lake deed restrictions is obtained, and a full environmental assessment is completed. The riparian owners of Walter Lake will pursue every legal remedy available to us. My full written statement is with the clerk. Thank you, Danny.
Thank you. Okay. Okay, also, I understand that this is a very emotionally charged type thing. Clapping, applauding, wooing, and all that is not allowed. So just please kind of keep that down if you can, please. Thank you. That's good and bad, by the way. Yays and boos, keep them down. Okay. Anybody else in the audience want to come up and address this particular topic at this moment? Yes, sir.
For those that came in late in the back door, there are chairs up here, just letting you know if you want to come sit.
Might be up near the TV. Good evening, everybody. I'm Michael Damone, 5044 Low Meadow Road. I am a waterfront property owner. And I'm here to speak in opposition to this grant. In our minds, to open up our private lake to a public access is not right. We bought the home knowing that it was a private lake, and to now turn it into, give it public access is not right, and I think violates the rights of all the property owners on the lake. My neighbor here submitted a very well thought out letter, and I submitted one myself earlier today. So you have my comments on, and I would say, I do agree, I think the one thing that nobody's addressed here is the $10 million purchase price, regardless of what you decide to do. It seems like an awfully big number for 30 acres. Under any scenario that I work in terms of what that property is worth, you're multiple millions of dollars over what it's worth. So I'd be curious in terms of how you got to the $10 million number and what supports that. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Okay. Anyone else? I think I saw some hand. Yes, sir. Please come on up.
My name is Paul Backer. I live at 8851 Lakeview Boulevard. I'm on the north side of the lake. I'm here to oppose what's going on. A little history of my family. My grandfather bought the property back in 1954 with the Teamsters when it was all the camping sites back in that time. There was no housing there. So I've been there on a private lake for 70 years with the family. So I'm completely opposed against this. The other thing is the traffic that is on Clarkston Road right now is a huge problem for our first responders. With the amount of traffic that's gonna be included going into the soccer fields and another amphitheater and everything else that's going on there, I don't know how you're gonna be able to control, North Eston, South Eston, to try to make a left and right-hand turn out of those roads today is a problem. With all that extra congestion going on there, it's gonna be a huge problem. Another thing is the electrical infrastructure. I don't know what's gonna happen there. You're gonna have all these lights on the soccer fields. Sewer and septic. I don't know that there's a sewer going down that road. You're gonna have restrooms, concession stands, etc. in that area. How are you going to address all of the waste that's there? I'm gonna stop with me right now. The other thing, I have a letter from another neighbor, Lenny Tuttle. He emailed it to the supervisor. Do somebody want to read this in there so that my neighbor who could not, may I approach?
Yeah, please.
So my neighbor Lenny could not make it tonight. He's out of town on an emergency. I would like that read in. If
He would like it read in?
yes, he would.
Okay.
I'm just being neighborly on
Yeah, I
that.
know, I don't want to cut you off because you still have some time.
Okay, no, I'm done. I rest.
Okay. All right, I'll be happy to read it. Attention Independence Township Board of Trustees, my name is Leonard Tuttle. I reside at 8867 Mohawk Avenue in Clarkston, Michigan. I also own another house on Mohawk and a vacant parcel in Sunny Beach. I want to make my opposition known to the idea of a park on Walters Lake. I would never have bought and built on Walters Lake if I knew that a park was going to be developed. This will disrupt the tranquility of our peaceful and safe lake area. I live directly across from the parcel and can only imagine the issues this will create. Noise, litter, health hazard, crime is just a few of the issues that I expect to encounter. I have a water trampoline and I already have unknown kids that swim across the lake from the small Sunny Beach Park to use it without permission. I imagine if that was the entire township that now had access to the lake, lakefront owners already deal with the limited amount of Sunny Beach owners who have lake privileges and don't understand the rules, laws, safety aspects of lake usage. I imagine if that was the entire township that now had access to the lake. I moved here in 2003 and have never had a crime issue in the neighborhood. I imagine if the entire township now had access to your backyard. Imagine if the entire township had access to your backyard. I've heard that there will be no boat launch. Does this mean no paddle boats, kayaks, or other floatable items will be allowed on the lake? Imagine if the entire township now used your subdivision for all their recreational activities. What is the plan to test for a regulated bacteria level that causes health issues? Imagine if someone in the township was allowed to use your pool. This project, if allowed, will create safety and health hazards for those of us that live on the lake. This project will decrease both my house and vacant property values. I have talked to many people and most of them would never purchase a house property with a public park access to the lake. I also would state again that I personally would never have moved or built to the Walters Lake with a public park that had access to the lake. I understand that the parcel will be developed in some manner, but I would prefer a few homes with a few new people that I would get to know and welcome as responsible neighbors. Regards, Leonard Tuttle. Can you have this? Okay. Anyone else wants to address it at this time? Yes, ma'am, please come up. Name and address.
Yes, Tracy Cooley. I live at and own 8635 North Eston, so right next door to what's going to happen. I'm also executive director of 2 nonprofits, so I understand grant writing, and what was submitted is not even enough information to even really make a decision. So with the April 1st deadline, it really concerns me that we're making such a huge decision without enough information. So I would like to submit a written, full statement. I don't know if, can I give it to you?
Yeah,
Or
sure.
So can I approach?
Yeah, sure.
This is the full written. I want to submit. I already know I only have 5 minutes. So just to do the highlights. I oppose the township applying for a grant for purchasing 4750 Clarkston Road parcel on Walters Lake along Clarkston Road and converting it into a public park. This is a private lake setting, and that private character matters. I bought my home with the understanding that there was no public park next to my property and no public shoreline access there. If the township buys this parcel, it will change the character of the area and impose the burdens of a public destination on the homeowners who already live there. Walters Lake is not a large or robust water body. The Waters Lake Improvement Board describes it as a shallow 78-acre lake in the headwaters of Paint Creek. That means extra shoreline pressure, parking runoff, and public use are not trivial concerns. The township already has 266 acres of parkland and already provides public waterfront recreation at Bay Court Park and Deer Lake Beach. It does not need to create another public lakefront site here. This proposal also raises obvious traffic, noise, environmental, financial, and public safety concerns. I have these concerns outlined in the full written submission to be included in the official record. Let me see. So my official ask, that the township should decline submitting for a grant and decline to use any other funds to purchase the Walters Lake parcel on Clarkson Road for public park purposes. If officials refuse to reject the idea outright, then they should postpone any action until they produce a full environmental review, traffic and parking analysis, public safety and enforcement plan, hours and lighting plan, and a transparent life cycle cost analysis. Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else? Yes, sir, come on.
Yeah, Don Tillman, 7755 Newport. A question I'm just going to ask, is it in concrete that you're going to put an amphitheater and all that there, or is it just speculation out of the people? I don't.
Thank you for asking that question. I was going to address it at the end.
Okay.
There is no plans for any development, none. What got submitted in the packet was just a concept from 2019 when it was originally submitted. Before anything would get done, this conversation in many ways is really premature. I would agree with the lady who came up and said something about the fact that there's a lot of things in there in that grant. We did meet with the grant person, just so you know, from the DNR. They told us what we needed to have in there. It is coming up much faster than what we had intended because we didn't realize the cutoff date for this was April 1st. So this is why this is getting accelerated. So if you feel like you weren't given adequate notice or enough time and all that, that's really the reason why, is because the date became so fast to us that we had to react to it. In there is, as it stands right now, the process would be to go through, do the application, because the application is going to give us indication on whether or not, this is even a feasible option, how we would be doing the financing. Anything that comes about, all has to come back up to the board for board approval, very transparent, just like we did with the park, or the acres we bought on the backside of Clintonwood. We would do the exact same type of approach, come up, have much of the public engagement, a couple of public engagement meetings, probably put together a little advisory committee saying, this is what we're looking for, so on and so forth. So no, there is nothing on the drawing board for any part of that parcel.
So basically, you'd work with the neighborhood people.
Yeah, it's a community type thing, so we would definitely bring them.
What would feel comfortable with them. Now, one more question, does that include the parcel across the street?
The parcel for across the street is on the table as well, yes.
Okay,
Yeah.
just, all right, thank you.
And again, I just want to make sure, you can sit down, Jim. I just want to reiterate, because again, I want to give you guys a little bit of time to think, because this may change how you come up on the next time around when it's on the agenda here. But I do want to emphasize the fact that there has not been any formal decision that can only come from the board. The board has not done that. All we're doing at this particular time, and I'm going to say more me, is to take a look and see what the options exist. It's kind of like, going through here, and then again, I apologize, this is getting a little rushed, but, one of the things we didn't want to miss out on was the opportunity for the grant money, if that should be an option that we would like to use as a tool to go through and purchase this property. Again, we're looking at all options. That's my job, to sit back and take a look at all the different funding options that are of potential. that also means that when I come back to the board and have a conversation saying, this is the plan I think we should pursue, here's the reasons why, so on and so forth. This is a long road. This is a long road in front of us. This is not something that is going to turn over in the next 3 months, 6 months. You know, it's just not going to happen. We won't even find out until December whether or not the state approved, the DNR approved the grant, and then for how much. All that has big impacts on every single person that's sitting on this board level and everybody out here in the residents, how and if this gets done. And so, you know, that's why we're just going through the discovery process on this. And that's all we're doing now. The good thing is that there's no decision that's going to be made in the short term, other than whether or not to apply for the grant to see if we even qualify, if so, how much. But we have plenty of time post this one little hurdle to decide what we're going to do, how we're going to do it, with a lot of community engagement. Okay? It would be our 100% intent, mine, and I think the board would agree too, to make sure that we engage the public fully and completely and give everybody ample time to think through it. Okay? Anybody else? You get one shot at the mic. Hit it on the second time around. That's why I said you get two swings. Yes, sir. Come on up, please.
There, how's it going? Tony Marcinkus, 8640 Lakeview Boulevard, right across the street from where this would essentially go in. I'm a little bit newer to the neighborhood. We bought our house about 6 months ago, and we just moved in here towards the end of the winter. I'm in complete opposition to this. I mean, I think brought up a lot of good points when it comes to, especially like we're on a well, we have septic. If there's stuff that happens either in a parking lot, something like that, the environmental cost of that has the potential to really affect our water. On top of that, everything that I've seen in terms of like the plans or pickleball courts or conservation area and all of this type of thing that's been proposed there, I think you can get within probably a 5-6 square miles of that spot in particular. I know Friendship Park has pickleball courts, Independence Oaks has hiking, Deer Lake has their own public beach, all of that. And this is, I mean, even the traffic right now is pretty substantial going through there. Imagine if there's, you know, potentially hundreds of people also trying to get to the same destination down your road, all of the implications of that, the infrastructure and everything. If I would have known this was on the docket, I probably would have thought twice about buying the house. So now we're here, and I know there's not a decision made yet or anything like that, but it doesn't make financial sense based off of the $10 million for sure. And then what you get for that $10 million is already kind of available in one short drive from where you already live. So the cost benefit analysis really isn't there for me. Thanks.
Okay, thank you. All right, anybody else? Yes, ma'am, please come on up. Yeah,
See how
sorry
this
about that.
works.
I think you probably turn it. There you go.
Okay.
Yeah.
Hi, I'm Lauren Baker, and I live at 5170 Greenview. There are a lot of great points here, a lot of technical points that people prepared. I'm coming as a mother and someone who's lived in this area for 10 years. So we're kind of in the middle. We have new neighbors coming in. We have people that are excited about having access to the lake and the history, and we have wonderful people like the bishops that have welcomed us in and made us feel part of this community. So a lot of science. I do also work for the government. I do understand that you're applying for 10 million. It doesn't mean you're going to get it. It doesn't mean that everything is assigned. So I do understand all of that. And I also agree with you. I think it scared people because of the time frame. And so we do need, I think people will be more comfortable if they're able to have those open quorums with you, impact studies. It's my understanding there's possible legislation that could also impact this area. So I think in time, or just being more vocal or transparent about that would probably ease some of the residents so they understand this could be the lesser of other evils, or, you know, they still might oppose it. Personally, for my family, we do oppose it. We wanted a nice, quiet, we left Grand Blanc because it was developing. I don't want to live in Grand Blanc. I don't want to live in Ferndale. I'm concerned that Clarkston's getting too developed. But, I mean, we wanted to stay here for the long haul. We wanted to leave our home to our daughter, who also loves the lake. And we're just, we're concerned that, we don't have the right to that anymore. So, again, we are overall opposed, but we do understand that this is high level, and we're looking forward to hearing more information. Thank you.
I guess I'll have somebody else's hand up. Yes, sir, in the back.
Thanks. My name is Charles Moritz. I live at 4871 Algonquin Boulevard, which includes several lots in the Sunny Beach area. And I guess right now you're just talking about acquiring the land. And so as a step one, and I'm just curious on the steps to, once you own the land, what can be done with the land from the township's perspective? Could you hold it? Does it have to be a park? What's the process?
So I'll address that. Part of the criteria, and the seller is asked for a lot of confidentiality, just because that they probably remember a couple years ago, that it would be deemed as a park and deeded as a park. As far as any structures go and all that, again, that would be one of the community engagement type things that we did for the other piece of land over there on Clinwood. It's a community, if, and I do want to say if it goes and gets purchased and everything else, it is a community type asset, and the community should decide how it's being utilized. I think the previous parks director had a concept, and that's what they put out there, but that by no means has any conversation. I have personally, and I'm probably the one that's spearheading moving this forward more than anybody else, I have absolutely no concept on that beach, like what to put there or anything else like that.
Okay.
And there are some also restrictions, just FYI, if you get a DNR grant, then there's a lot of restrictions what can be done there. For example, if we were to include the house in the value, which is, it's been mentioned a couple times, so let me get this out there too, is that appraisal has to be done, but it doesn't have to be done until after the grant is awarded, a little backwards. But they say you do have to have it, you have to have an engineering study. Eagle has to do their environmental impact study, those things. The difference there is that you can use, if we wait till after the award, then we can use those funds to pay for it. Okay, so it wouldn't come out of the fund. And we all realize, right, that at the end of the day, the DR money is, I'm not gonna say free, because we all paid taxes and it went into a fund somewhere and it's coming back. But we could use those funds. If we do it ahead of time, then the township has to pay for that on their own. So we're kind of looking and weighing that a little bit. We're probably going to look at maybe even doing the valuation ahead of time so we know what we're walking into. Because again, the last thing that anyone on this board wants is a big surprise on some sort of valuation or whatever, or get too far down the road and have all of a sudden there to be an issue with the seller and everything else, the property owner. Yes.
You might want to mention that the appraisal has to be done from a list of people from the DNR. The
Yes.
DNR gives us a list, and you can only use the appraisers that they've approved.
Yeah.
So that's part of the grant process.
And to tie that back in is that even if the house is included, the barn, right, they have a pretty good sized barn out there, the barn's included, DNR is very, very restrictive on what you can do. You can only use it as a nature center. You couldn't use it for anything else. So, I mean, and then, when you start building on the land, if you were gonna build anything on the land, they have a whole little kind of formula that you have to replace that square footage somewhere else. Okay, so, I mean, there's a lot of restrictions on that DNR grant, and that's something else that I think would be extremely important for everybody to understand before they make their final decision, and that's part of the engagement process and everything else. Right now, we're just looking to see if we can even get anything.
Okay, thanks for that clarification. As parkland, I would oppose the purchase and the grant writing for that. We did purchase our home with the stipulation and the understanding that we did have access to a private lake. That made it very attractive to us. and would be concerned about the infrastructure holding, I think in that section, there's also an enormous amount of traffic around the curves, people probably going over the center line, accidents, people running over deer, which is probably a whole nother thing we don't want to talk about right now. But I would be opposed to the purchase.
Okay, thank you. Okay, so we're gonna get everybody up on this run. Everybody wants two swings at the bout. You've already had your turn, sir, so if you would have to wait till the next time when we actually get to the regular business, because you're allowed to come up once. But you will get another chance. There's,
Did I have another minute left on my time?
there isn't carryover. There isn't carryover. But you will get another chance.
I thought Tyler wanted to get up.
Okay,
Oh, there's someone.
Hello, I'm Lisa Damone. I live at 5044 Low Meadow Road, and I'd like to go on record as saying I am opposed to this grant application. I have a list of reasons here, most of which have been covered. So while I won't read this, I would like this entered on the formal record.
thank you. Yeah.
I do have two questions. First, the $10 million purchase price, would that be for the parcel on the lake or for both parcels?
I can see what they could be. It would cover both the parcels.
Okay. Second, if you were awarded the grant, would the township consider using the land as a park without lake access?
I think that's a great question. I think that, when you sit there, I don't think I don't have a preconceived notion. I don't know about I don't want to speak for the rest of the members on the board. I don't have a preconceived notion of what we would do with it on that side of things. I think the responsible thing to do would be to go back through and do those public engagements, see how that turned out, and look to see what we're doing. I mean, because it's a twofold thing, right? One is that parks are always beautiful, preserves things and everything else, and it's kind of the open space aspect of things. From a community standpoint, I think the community should decide. Both, and by the way, both, going through and saying, okay, how do we want it, what are the rules and everything else, and then how do we protect those rules going forward? So it could be anything from a simple park rule to it could be something that gets put into the deed itself. And so it says it can only be doing this, which would protect whatever it is for generations to come. The landowner themselves, they have some ideas about the fact that they don't want suddenly to be in a situation where 5 years, 10 years, whatever, X amount of years down the road, a different group of people are sitting here, possibly even a different group out in the audience, and all of a sudden they say, let's sell it to a developer and develop it all out. That's not what they're doing. They're looking for kind of more of a generational type environment, area. Okay, so, I mean, they have a couple criterias, and, the DNR has some criterias, and we as a community should have some criterias. So that would all be things that would be discovered through those community engagement.
Okay. As a homeowner on a private lake, I would like to see the lake itself remain private. I think you start to dabble into erosion, you start to dabble with possible negative impacts on the land itself and on the water quality. I'm also not thrilled with the idea that as a homeowner, I'm paying for stocking the lake, I'm paying for weed removal, and then the whole community gets the benefit of using that lake without making the same payments. So thank you for your time.
Okay, thank you. Yes, sir, please come up.
Yes, my name is Mark McCroy. I live at 8825 Lakeview. I've only been here for about 5 years, but I enjoy the lake. I like the privateness of it. And my question is, if you put a park there, is this going to decrease the value of the homes on the lake? Second of all, to do all this work on this land and put all this stuff in, is this going to also increase our taxes on the lake? These are two things I am opposed to. I'm opposed to doing any of this. I want it private. And I think all these people here who come up here put a great points on, and that's about all I just have to say.
As far as the property taxes and all that, I don't know why that would correlate into higher property taxes to you. Okay, so from that standpoint, there's no plans of anything, because there aren't any development plans. And I just want to keep reiterating that. There aren't any development plans in place right now to go through and do anything with that park. So I don't know why there would be an increase in taxes on that side of it. What was your other question? I'm sorry.
There
No.
could be. Oh, when you have a park there, that could decrease the value of our homes.
Well, and yes, I mean, I guess theoretically, it could also increase the value of your homes. Okay, and so, I mean, if you look at Deer Lake, there's lots of $1 million houses there. So, I mean, it can go either way. It all depends on how it's handled, right? If it's handled great, then it could be a benefit. If it's handled poorly, it could be a detriment. Absolutely.
How do we know it's gonna be handled the
Well,
correct?
that's part of the public engagement and everything else. And,
Right.
that's further down the road. Okay, so we're just not there yet, and we're just trying to still explore and see what kind of tools we have available to go through and deal with this.
All right, thank you.
Okay, yeah.
Sir?
Yeah, just hang on. I'm hoping we can get to the actual motion before the, but, okay, come on up, sir.
Okay, overall, I'm opposed to turning our lake public. I don't want that at all. But I'm gonna surprise a lot of people in this room because a lot of people in this room know me, and I would not be opposed to that becoming a park, as long as they didn't have lake access. You wanna put stuff on there, you wanna put some pickleball, volleyball, soccer fields, I don't care. As long as they don't have access to the lake, I'm good. I mean, Jim and Paul, you guys live on the lake. Do you guys want this lake public? I mean, really?
Oh, excuse me, I'm sorry. I missed your name and address.
My name is Bob Ayat, and I own two houses. I own 8803 and 8795 Lakeview Boulevard.
Okay, sorry for interrupting.
No, that's fine. So, I mean, I'm kind of trying to find a happy medium here. You know what I'm saying? I don't mind it being a park. I am worried about the infrastructure. I am worried about the traffic. I am worried about the DNR. Our lake has a very fragile ecosystem. I mean, you all know that. You guys do the lake studies. You know we have to weed it. We have to chemically treat it. It's a very shallow lake. If we didn't do anything with it, it would turn into a swamp. And let's face it, the deepest part of that lake is 22 feet. So you're already dealing with a very fragile ecosystem here with this lake. And now you got 100 kids with sunscreen swimming in the water. You know, it's a very big concern of mine. I don't oppose the park. I do oppose turning our lake public. Because once it's public, it can't ever go back to private. It's never gonna go back to private once it's public. And once it's public, who's to stop people from putting docks and slips and renting them out, and then you got 50 boats on the lake. I personally would rather have a developer buy it and throw, I'm looking at the shoreline, 6 to 8, maybe 10 houses there. I wouldn't have a problem with that. And like I said, I wouldn't have a problem with it being a park. I just don't want anybody to have lake access. And a lot of people brought up some good points with the fishing, and I'm a big fisherman, you know that. I mean, I fish right in front of your house. So, you know, I'm just trying to find a happy medium where we can all be happy. You know, if there was no public access to the actual beach itself, I would vote yes. But if there is, I'm opposed. So, thank you for your time.
Thank you. Yes, ma'am.
My name is Sarah Satterley, and I live at 6131 Timberstone Way, right off Sashabaw. My question has nothing to do with the lake. What I'm questioning is the time frame here on this grant. Now, you're talking about you have to have this grant in by April 1st.
Correct. Application.
You know that's next week.
Yes, we do.
Okay.
We're very aware of it, yeah.
And how far along are you?
The grant is ready to go.
Is it?
Yeah.
Okay, once that grant gets in, you say you probably won't get your approval or disapproval until December.
Correct.
Okay, let's assume that you get approval.
Mm-hmm.
Does that mean that you are going to purchase this land?
So.
Is that been established?
No, that has not been established. So, I mean, the one thing I want to be very careful and make sure that from a due diligence and being fiscally responsible is that I don't want to commit to saying that we're going to be doing anything because we haven't made any commitment. That is something for the board to decide on how they want to move forward on. So, I mean, again, things could change. It's nothing is in cement, and I want to make sure that's clear because, and I don't want to go down that what-if road because we could come down to 50 different rabbit holes on this type of a thing. Just right now as it stands, just please understand, everybody, that there is nothing in writing on this piece of property. There is nothing that can be done without the board's approval to move us into a commitment standpoint. We're just looking to see what kind of a grant can we get.
Okay, so if you get the grant, does that mean you have to take it?
So I can share with you, in 2019, we were awarded the grant and we did not take it.
Okay.
And that, the rules, from my understanding, have not changed on that, right? No.
That is correct. It would have to come in front of the board again
Yep.
for acceptance of the grant
Yeah.
award.
Yeah. There's a lot more approval process
Yeah.
through the board and many more opportunities. And, the idea here, hopefully, would be that again, because next week, I wish we could have had this drawn out over to like the next 2 or 3 months, but we just got kind of jammed up with the timing on this. But there will be, the intent is to have many more conversations about this. And having every comment I've heard so far, they're all valid. From your perspective, they're very meaningful. I have a place on
And
the
they're all
water too.
negative.
Pardon me?
And they're all negative.
Well, I heard 1 or 2, but yes, the overwhelming majority that we've heard here tonight are against this. And so
Okay.
but that carries weight and it's meaningful.
Okay, one question I have. Does anybody on the board have any ownership of that property
On
that
this
you're
piece,
wanting to purchase?
I can't speak for everybody else, but I don't. I don't think anybody
Anybody?
does. I think it's all into the family trust, from
Okay.
my understanding, what they told us.
Okay, well, that's good to know.
Yeah.
It's been with the same family for 70 years.
Okay,
So the current property, although it was put into an LLC some time ago, that was done by the owner. So it's been in that family for 70-plus years.
okay, good to know.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome. Yes, sir.
Don Bishop, 8620 North Eston Road. Built my home out here 47 years ago. Been through an awful lot in the area, seen a lot of growth. I think it's pretty apparent that whether it's a grant, something at some point is going to be done with that property. It's my understanding that there's 4 bills in front of the house, 55, 29, 30, 31, and 32, that could affect the ability of the township to say what happens with that property if it's not done by a grant, turned into a park. It's split up, and our current zoning would take care of that, but will the future current zoning take care of that? Anybody on the board know the answers to that?
So, one of the things from on here in the business is that we are looking to have a resolution to go against that. There is a resolution, there's some bills up there, a total of 9 actually, that basically strip the zoning rights away from local municipalities and centralize it in Lansing. Lansing is using it, and we can probably, I'll go a little bit more into it, but just understand at this point in time, one of the major things in that is that they take it from where we have 2.5 acres is what's required for a house, for example, can now be taken down to 1,500 square feet. So, I mean, they can build on there. So the whole high density, in the worst case, especially for everybody that's sitting here, that conceivably could happen, is that present owners could sell it to a developer, and I think we've done the math, they could put in there somewhere about 150 units, townhouses. And literally if this passes, it's still in committee, just so you know, but if it passes, that could happen, and our local ordinance could not do anything to stop it. Okay, it's way overreach. I think that, it's got bipartisan support up in Lansing, and it's got bipartisan support at the local level to oppose it. But these are things that could potentially happen with that property. So yes, there is some things that could be very interesting. And I went down that rabbit hole just on a side thing. What I'd like to do is back out. if you're going to want to talk about that issue, please wait until we get to that actually on the regular business. Yep. He had his hand up first, please. Yep.
I live at 8915 Maplewood Avenue, okay. I think they bought this proposal about 2019, right? Well, you guys on the board when they did that, did we have an election after that or something? Did we have new people on that?
Yeah.
Could I get you guys to raise your hand that voted for this if you were in 2019?
I'm sorry, what's the question?
Could you raise your hand if you voted for this park in 2019? Okay, good. Another thing is, I'm kind of concerned about my property, the price going down. Another thing, I go 5 minutes down the road, there's a park, Lake Orion Park, okay? You go down there, you drive right in there, you use that park, okay? In that park, right down, there's a park right down the road on Clarkson, and that. Is there a need for this park? You got the park down the road down there in Lake Orion, or I go down there and I take my kids all the time down there. It's never packed. Then another thing, you're talking about putting soccer fields and stuff in this, right?
No, we have no
Okay.
plans.
You got soccer fields over on Maybe. You got property you own that. Why is there a need with this in there? And we got that down the street. Okay? Like the property owners right there. They're selling, setting up and putting the subdivision in there. Which one makes more money? Do we pay more money for the park? Okay? The taxpayers. Okay? Another thing, this building here, right? How much do we owe on this building? Could you tell me?
Nothing.
Okay. How much do we owe on the pathways? You know, safety packs. You know, we put in how much do we owe on the library? We just mowed the village in that.
The
We
library's
owe
not
money
part
on
of
those.
this, but-
Yeah. Assessment on my money, property, okay? But what I have a concern with it, is there a need for this? And there's, right down the street, there's a park and that. And another thing, you guys, I don't know if you voted for it or against it in that 2019. I think we need to vote on this ourselves in that. You made the decision already on it, but overall, it affects my wallet. I'm retired. I'm assessment and taxes, okay? We have to pay for that. Is that $7.5 million just for the property? Can you answer that?
Yeah, that's what the
It's
grant.
for the property, right?
For the grant, yes.
Okay. Is that to build everything on the property? Okay, there we go. How much is it going to be assessment on my property, my taxes? You know what, I'm retired, and there's people in their retirement. Every time our taxes go up, we have to pay for it. And then another thing, the economy and everything, don't you guys ever consider that? Where you bring up and add on more taxes? Yeah. Like right now, in our economy, do you ever consider that, the board?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's why we
Or
didn't
you don't
raise the
consider too
operational
much,
taxes.
Or you be waiting till the economy and good things pick up. So, my money, it's our money, you know, and the taxes, we're gonna pay for this, you know, down, after I'm gone and my kids and stuff. You have to pay your taxes, or once it's levied on you, you never take it off, right? Have you ever took a tax off, anybody in the neighborhood?
Yeah, we reduced the general fund millage. We did less millage for
Yeah.
2026 than we could have. It's the first time
Yeah.
we've ever done that.
Yeah.
So
Well, it's
we
first
did,
time,
we did do
every
that.
time the taxes go up, they never go down. I know not everybody on this board is for it. There's some people are against the tax rate, but there's people on the board. Some people are happy when they're spending my money and other taxes, you know, and that, yeah. That's all I got to say. Right down the road, there's a park. 5 minutes, go use the park, down the road there, you drive in and out, they don't charge you anything. Yeah.
Okay, thank you. Joy?
Hi, I'm Joette Kuntz on 9740 Reese Road. I'd like to ask a question about, we've talked only about the park side, but number one is the presentation on capital improvement projects. Is the other side of the road going to be discussed then?
Yeah, yes.
Okay,
Can be.
I would suggest that you all wait for that. And you said, I was unhappy a little bit about your comments about from the House. We're not going to be intimidated by them necessarily. When do you want some information on that? You're not the only person who's talked to legislatures.
Yeah, I'm missing what you're asking.
Okay. You talked about the state bills that are the Michigan House bills and the Senate bills that are coming up about zoning. And you said we'll talk about that later. When?
Tonight, when I get to that part in the regular business.
When is that?
That is going to be, where's that? 6, request to adopt resolution number 2026 on regular business.
Okay, which item is it?
6.
Okay. 6? Oh,
L6.
L6. Thank
Sorry,
you very
L6,
much.
regular business, yep, okay. Anybody else? Yes, sir, please come on up.
Chuck Halpin, 8521 Lakeview. So the property is assessed at 10. If we get a 5 million grant, do we have the other 5 to pay for that?
Yeah, there's other financial.
Where does that come from?
Well, there's multiple different options that can be done.
Okay, good enough.
Okay. All right. Where? Oh, okay, come on up. Please give me your name and address.
My name is Keller Stein. I live at 4848 Lakeview Boulevard. And I'm just wanting to know, like, are we going to have, like, more houses in here, or are we going to destroy a house for more houses?
So from a development standpoint, there has not been a decision on what we're going to do with that piece of property.
Okay.
As it stands right now, there's one house on it. It has not even been decided what we're going to do with that particular house. If we take the way you go through and do the application, you have to kind of go through, and if we include the house in the value, then we can only make it a nature center. It can't be a house anymore. It's just somewhere you'd come and visit, and I'm sure the director will have some great ideas what to do from a nature center standpoint. If we leave it out of the valuation, then we could have the option of taking it down or doing something different, but that hasn't been decided yet.
Okay.
I just want to point out to the young man that we should recognize him for the giant bass he caught off my dock a couple of years ago on a paddle boat with his brother. And I believe I helped you hold it up to weigh it. It was so big they couldn't get it on the little scale. And he had a walkie-talkie with his dad because the parents were keeping an eye on him. And I just thought I'd give him credit for that. Good job.
Well, I think when you stock the lake, you put them all in front of your house. It's the biggest bass I've ever caught on the lake is right in front of your house.
Any other questions, or are we ready to move on?
I do have a question. I know you already said I can't, it's just a question. Again, my name's Paul Backer. Is there a contact name and number for the DNR that we can put a letter forward to in opposed to the DNR grant?
Yeah, for sure.
If you send us a letter, we will include it with the grant. We have that responsibility.
Yeah.
When we send the application in, we'll include your letter.
So we can mail a letter to the supervisor?
Yep.
And you will forward that letter to the DNR?
It will go in
Do
with
you have an
the-
address for the DNR that we can get from you, that we can pose our opposition to the DNR?
Yes.
Thank you. Thank you.
Yep, that's right.
Do the written statements we send right here be included?
If you would like them to be included, then you just need to tell us that you would like them to be included, and then for sure.
Yes.
Yep. Okay. Just send me something like an email, right?
This is just a quick question.
Okay, but you gotta come up, ma'am, because he'd already been up once, so.
My name's Lisa LaCroix, 8825 Lakeview Boulevard. My question is, can you tonight, before we leave, a lot of us have notepads, give us that address?
Yes, I don't know it off the top of my head. I can grab your contact information.
But I mean, can you look
Sure.
it up and maybe,
Yes.
so everybody here, before we leave tonight, would have an address?
Sure.
Thank
We
you.
can do that.
That's all.
Okay. Yes, sir, in the back.
What do they have to do with this project?
Pardon me?
What does the DNR have to do with the project that you guys got going here, the lake and stuff? Can you explain it to me?
So DNR is always looking to preserve open space and nature. And so that's what their drive is on this
Okay,
particular
if this
part.
comes a public open, okay, it's gonna be publicly open when you open the park, right? The lake and stuff?
Yes, but they would
Okay.
consider a park much better than having it being
Okay.
commercially developed.
Is this gonna have a boat dock for the public to come in the lake?
It has not yet been
How are you gonna
decided.
stop people from going in the lake and stuff in that, okay?
So again, we're getting too far ahead of ourselves.
Okay.
We're gonna go through, and as I've said a couple times now, that we would have public engagements and go through and figure out what this is gonna be and how
In
it's
other
gonna
words,
function.
this is a private lake right now, it's going up, taken over for a public, right?
Technically speaking,
Okay.
and just for full transparency, yes, if the municipality buys it, it does have storefront on there,
Yeah.
which means that we have riparian on there, which
So-
then makes it a public lake, yes.
So we can petition against this, right, or something?
Pardon me?
We can petition against the board here, we have the right to do that?
Yes, you do. You have always,
Petition to
absolutely.
remove you guys before it?
Okay. To what?
Huh?
I missed the last part.
We can petition to recall you guys before it?
Oh, sure, absolutely. Yep,
It's possible, you know, in that?
yep.
Okay. Or we can go to civil court over, you know, in that private, things like that?
You are free to do whatever you want to do for, I mean, you know, where it goes,
Yeah.
that's not in my hands, that's in the courts, it sounds like the way you're
I
going.
just don't agree with it, you know, you ain't justified, you know, and that's why we need it,
Okay.
you know, and that's
I
so.
hear you.
You know, so that's my point on it, but I'm gonna do everything in the world to stop it, you know, through a civil means, you know, and that, so, yeah.
Okay.
So, there's people on the board against it, you know, and there's people for it, so, okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you. All right, is there anybody else? No, okay.
Can I
You
speak
know what, I'm
online?
sorry, is there anybody online?
Yes. Can you hear me?
Yeah, barely, but yes, can you just give me your name and your address, please?
Yes, my name's Eric Everhart, 4853 Sylvan View. My concern, I'm being directly across from the property there on Clarkston Road, is are you going into this with the intention of preserving the land or developing the land?
I don't
'Cause
think that's
obviously-
decided yet, sir.
Because I mean, there's obviously the big concern for all of us is the flip side of this is you guys don't buy it, somebody else buys it, and it becomes developed. We all want to protect it, but at the end of the day, it's a private owner. And that's what I'm kind of wondering what the thought is from you guys at this point in time. Is this more of a protect the property type of move, so we don't end up with another large Pulte development?
I would say that directionally, that is the intent, yes.
Okay. Thank you.
Yep. But that can change, just don't leave yet, because that can change depending on the public engagement and everything else, so, you know, it's not like, again, it's not, they're pickleball courts and all that stuff is. All that is, that whole 2019 plan was a conceptual plan back then. It has not been discussed amongst the board or anything else on that side of things, what we would be doing with that and looking at it. I think we would all rather take the prudent approach and have the public engagement and see what the public would like to have. Okay? So that's why it's also kind of hard to say. I don't want to be. You know, everything's being recorded, obviously. So, you know, at the point in the future, I don't want it to come back and say, well, Chuck, you said there would never be this. I'm not saying that. I'm saying that it's going to go to the public engagement and there'll be conversations, and that's probably going to be the driver of what would be done if we move forward on the property. Okay? It's a community asset. That's the way I look at it. And again, I'm not speaking for everybody else on the board. So they're smarter than me. They're keeping their mouths quiet. So they're not going to get stuck on some comment later on. All right. Anybody else online?
Yes, can I speak up? I don't know if you can hear me.
Yep, we can hear you.
Hi, I am at 4892 Lakeview Boulevard. Listening to everything, and yes, I agree, 100+ condos being there would be probably worse than a public park, but I'm opposed to it because this lake is a private lake. And I'm just wondering how the city or the township can turn a private lake into a public one. Is it true you guys would need 2/3 votes for that to go through?
Okay, okay, I was looking for our township attorney. He's not here. So on the surface, and again, I'm not an attorney, so let me go on there, put that asterisk out there on that. It does not need a 2/3 vote. If the township buys the piece of property, as long as we have the lakefront and we have the riparian rights, it then becomes a public. And that does not require a 2/3 vote. And I'm not even sure when you mean 2/3 of who, the lake or the township or what, but it is my understanding that it would not require a vote of the residents. Maybe that's just the easiest way to cover everything. But the township attorney's not here. I would defer that to him for the specific legal answer, the official legal answer. And Tammy, I just want to make sure, it's Tammy Dunlop? Dunlop, okay. So you didn't say your name in the beginning with, so I just want to make sure. Okay. Anybody else online? All right. The board. Anybody on the board have comments?
I'm sorry, I wasn't finished.
Knowing that there'll be two
Hello?
swings at, two visits to the plate.
She wasn't finished, she cut out, sorry.
I don't know, I cut out. I just wanted to say, along with all the other residents that have spoke up, again, opposed to this just because we are on a private lake. It is a smaller lake. It already has become congested with new homes on it. And as far as the weeding and the control and all that, it has decreased over the years, and I couldn't imagine with public access, people out there swimming, not following the rules. It could be very dangerous and ruin the homes here of the people that bought it or have lived here forever, it being a private lake. So I think that's where the biggest issue is coming in with it become a public place where people can be out in the water swimming and accidents can happen.
Okay.
So I'm just in opposition, so thank you.
Okay, thank you. Can you wait till the next round?
Okay.
Thank you. Write it down so you don't forget. All right. Bring it up to the board. Who wants to go first?
Sure.
All right. Trustee Tedder.
All right, well, I'm gonna begin with what's been a regular frustration, what I perceive as a lack of transparency. And this will not provide the residents any solace, but the packet I received, a little after 5 p.m. on Thursday was the first that I've seen of a semblance of any plan altogether. I've been asking for that for months, and now I'm being told we've got less than a week to support something that's conceptual at best, although I've heard whispers all over town about what the real vision of this is, and I think the park will be the least of your worries. So I'm going to start with the fact that I'm being asked to support something that I got on Thursday evening. So that gives me, providing that I can enjoy my weekends, which I generally use my weekends to prepare for these meetings, I have Friday and Monday after hours, work hours, to dive into this and to make an intelligent decision. So that out of the gate is extremely frustrating at best. I also shared Mr. Stein's concerns is that the state equalized value of this property is $960,000, double that, so we're just under $2 million in value of this property. And there's a $10 million number here, so one of two things is correct. Either that $10 million is correct, or we are severely under assessing in this property at a loss to the residents. I was on the township board for a period in 2019, and I was part of the unanimous vote to support a park at that time. The Parks and Rec Director, Derek Smith, laid out a very articulate, very organized plan. I was able to read the grant application. I was able to digest this. I was actually even able to talk to my neighbors, some of which were supportive, some of whom were not. But at the time, I thought that it was a good plan, and the gentleman that just spoke, Mr. Everhart, had said, you know, at some point this is private property unless a bunch of lake owners like myself can rally enough money to buy the property, something will happen to it eventually, right? What I've heard loud and clear in 2019, and certainly what I heard loud and clear tonight, is that the township is once again proposing something they've solicited absolutely no input from the external public about. We have no shortage of existing parks that are in disrepair. The Brady Lodge at Bay Court, the turret is leaking profusely after all the money we've put in there, as I understand it. There's disrepair at Sashabaw Plains. There's disrepair all over the place. The budgets have been cut. Our Parks and Rec Director's budget has been handicapped to some degree. And yet, we're being asked to consider a conceptual approval of a natural resources trust fund grant for which we don't really know where it's going. And we've heard tonight, it could be developed, it could remain rustic, it could be beach. I, in good conscience, can't get behind this. Certainly with the limited information I've been able to digest in just 2 days, I see the master plan, the Parks, Recs, and Seniors master plan here in the packet. But again, I'd like to see what, have a little more time to at least look at the grant application. I'm certainly not willing to do it in 6 days. And so if we have, number one, I think we need to do better by our residents and solicit more input about what they value in parks and recreation. I've long been an advocate. I serve on the Parks Rec Seniors Advisory Committee. I'm a staunch advocate and supporter of our parks. I think we have no shortage of our parks. I think that we deserve to invest more in our parks, but that doesn't mean we also need to spend potentially millions of dollars on a project that's very controversial. And the fatal flaw of 2019, and short-sighted as the board may have been at the time, I've certainly learned lessons in that we need to solicit input from residents before going too far down any type of rabbit hole. And this is wide and deep already, and I just got wind of it Thursday. Very frustrating as a board member who could have provided some real valuable input and valuable feedback as to what were the lessons learned 6 years ago, 7 years ago. And at the time, those of you that may recall, the property, both sides of the property, not just one, was agreed upon for a purchase price of $6 million. The township would put forth $1.5 million, the remaining $4.5 million would come from the Natural Resources Trust Fund grant, and for the benefit of the audience, that money, that revenue is derived from oil and land leases that the state provides to companies who extract natural resources from our public lands. And so as such, we get to derive that benefit. That being said, we need to be thoughtful and careful and clear to the residents as to what we're going to be applying for, why, and have a better roadmap. This property right now is zoned estate residential. What does that mean? That means that the smallest lot is 1.8 acres. And I know everyone wants it to remain pristine. I get that. But someone's going to buy it, someone's going to develop it. We also have a very tight and strict master plan that has been very careful and thoughtful about preserving this township, in particular the northern portion, to maintain its rural character. And that being said, that also has a very tight and restrictive means of modifying the water and sewer plan. The northern portion of the township, and exclusively everything north of Clarkston Road, is never to have water and sewer in it, absent an emergency chemical situation where a resident can't reasonably put in their own well. That's not the situation we're talking about. And so, and also the legislation we'll talk about later is it's a moot issue. If there's not water and sewer there, you're insulated from this radical package of bills that I think universally every township board member in the state is in opposition to. And again, I'll circle, I'll close out with, what the gentleman in the back asked is there a need for this? And right now, I'm not compelled to say that there is.
Okay. I'm just gonna bounce this up for someone. Anybody on?
I'm waiting till the second round.
Okay.
I'll go.
Trustee Morocco.
I said do both rounds.
Two swings.
I got a lot of points, but I did want to talk about it during the public comment because there's several presentations and things from now till when we get back to this on the agenda. So if people are going to leave or can't stay, I wanted to make that point that Jim made about the legislation in Lansing going through, that unless we were to put sewer and water in that area, that does not pertain to this. So I don't like when people use those threats. I'm not gonna say it's a threat, but to motivate, to say like, we need to do this or else it could be this. There's nothing to say that it could ever be anything other than what we say, that what it currently is zoned right now.
That's not true, but that's okay.
Well, if we don't extend the sewer and water,
No,
they're
you
not
put it in a
gonna.
community well, and that would automatically take it.
Okay.
Which is, by the way, my sub has a community well.
Okay, but.
So there is a way. So don't mislead people, please.
Well, that's not gonna get it, the sewer is never going to allow
Doesn't matter about the sewer,
1,500 square
it's
foot
just the
lots.
water.
Okay, well, you guys, whatever, however you wanna take it, but that is not, in my opinion, is not a real threat. So what, I'm one of the biggest advocates in this township for open space, if anybody, follows anything. So, I'm for open space. If we can get it for a reasonable price, I'm for buying it. Okay, what we do with it's a different discussion. The question is, do we want to try to secure the open space? My biggest concerns are, the $10 million number is just absurd to me. I can't imagine that a township with this much park space and this much open space that we currently have, because we're very fortunate because the county park is here, so that escalates our numbers highly, would qualify for a grant that big. If we did, that's great, I'd happy to have it. But there's definitely, I have a cap in mind of what we would offset that with. So if we don't get at least $7.5 million, I'm not willing to invest much, any more than 25% of it to preserve that open space forever. But I'm on this board because of all the times I've stood at that mic and they've said it's got to be approved by the board, there's 100 steps to go through and we'll get all the input, and they never do what the residents wanted in past boards that I was in front of. I'm not talking this board, I'm talking, that's how I got up here, because I was getting tired of them not doing what the residents want and hearing that same story. So take it with a grain of salt. Anything can happen, and we all could be in favor of preservation, and the next board could go in there and want to build high-rises and extend the sewer and water, and do things. And that's why some of those protections are in place to stop that type of chaos from happening, But just, I don't believe that there's a threat of, to use that threat of high density. I don't believe that the planning commission, which I sit on, the township board, the master plan, all the protections we have in place, that we would ever allow that kind of density. That's just so far out of the realm of what would align with our goals and objectives that I don't see that. I don't care if there's 5 $2 million houses built on there personally. That to me is a secondary to preservation. That's the minimum impact to the lake, minimum impact to the township. It meets the standard goals and objectives of the master plan. It controls the density. So, always be careful what you wish for when you don't want something, but that to me, if it just developed. But I'm gonna say, right, if we could get the property cheap enough, I would be in favor of doing it, but under the understanding that we talked about conservation easements, or we had it figured out what we would do. But the risk you do run, honestly, is if we purchase it, any 4 of 7 board members of any future board could potentially, just like they could potentially put sewer and water in and make density, they could potentially put a boat dock in, they could potentially make, there's always that risk unless you put those protections in place and you've agreed to those protections at the inception, which there could be deed restrictions and things like that. So that's really where that nuts and bolts is gonna have to go on whether or not, and I'm gonna say something for the people who aren't riparians. On 20 years on the planning commission, one thing I know about riparians is they don't want anyone else to be on their lake. You can take that personal or not, but it's a pretty common, it's a pretty standard thing, and we do have to look at it from a bigger perspective, but with consideration, you know what I mean? But that seems to be, and understandably, that's a common theme. But those are just the points I wanted to make right now. Thank you.
Anybody else? No? No? Commissioner Brown?
So, as with Jim, I live on the lake. I think folks on the lake who know me know I'm somebody that probably takes boat rides extremely often. And it's my habit, and I'm single, so it's my habit when I see people anywhere on the lake who are standing around looking to pick them up in my boat and take them for a boat ride. Happens pretty regularly, and part of that is just my love for the lake, right? Because I've been here 23 years. It is so amazing to be able to come home to something like that. And my instincts, when I look at this, I can't consider it as a lake owner, as a property owner there. My responsibility is to consider it as a board member representing all the residents of the township. And so my personal feeling on what it might be I can't allow that to influence that I believe I have a responsibility to try and do the best I can for all the township residents. But for me, that would include, if we're able to get grant money for this, that we don't just, and again, I've spoken with probably a dozen, my voice shows it, a dozen people on the lake in the last 2 days, some long conversations, but good ones. And in every single case, and everyone who came up here, you have valid points about concern. Your properties are very expensive, and I think those concerns are absolutely legitimate. For me as a board member, I want to be able to provide a park setting with some limited lake ability to use it. I certainly believe the concerns about having boats going in there, and there's lots of other concerns too. I think the board would have to properly address those, not just for now, but as Trustee Morocco has said, a future board could change things. So to me, I would want those concerns to be softened up enough to make most comfortable, that they're not at risk for that changing in the future, which would mean, to me, deed restrictions, which I think is part of what trustee Morocco indicated. Lock it in with deed restrictions where it can't be changed in the future by any board or anyone. Because again, the concerns I hear, and again, ignoring me being a riparian, the concerns are legitimate, 100%. And the board, before they should, now, right now, we want to try to see if we can get money to do it. The next step would be, can we properly address significant and legitimate concerns for the lake owners and still provide something there that helps the rest of the residents? And I do think you need to address traffic concerns, 100%. And so there's a lot more to this, but again, at this point, all we're trying to do is see, could we get funds to then take the next step and start looking at that? And approving this tonight doesn't mean anything except we're gonna find out what they'll do. Again, same as the last time they approved. I do wanna I know trustee Tedder had indicated we had an agreement to purchase the property for $6 million. That wasn't accurate. There was never an agreement back then to buy the property. The grant application has to show an appraised value, has to show a value that when the appraisals come in will dictate how much they'll give us. So a community can't go to the DNR and say, this is a $10 million piece of property, so we're gonna put in 2.5 and you're gonna put in 7.5. But their appraiser comes back and says, under specific circumstances, the property's worth $4 million. They're only gonna give us 3, because that's how that works. So the fact that we had an application saying 6 doesn't mean that, that's what the appraisal was, and there was never an agreement reached, because the board never had one come before it back then. So for me, I'm supportive of the concerns, number one. Those would have to be dealt with in an effective way by the board at some of the future actions we take, if we have the opportunity to buy it. But this is just the first step in that, so I support doing that. And again, nothing else would happen until the board could review all that going forward.
I'll go ahead and talk.
Hey,
I'll take my 2 turns. And like what Paul was saying, and I agree with him to the fact that, the problem is there's no guarantees with any of this. We're just asking the DNR, this is what we would like to do. They're gonna come back, again, ask for, to find out how much the property is actually worth. We could come back and say, well, it's only worth $4, $5, $6 million, and the owner could just, or people who own it, could change it, say, not interested. So we don't know. We don't know anything, but unless we take the first step, and personally, I would like to at least know what the value is of that property before we do anything, which we have to do anyway. But that doesn't mean that just because we find out the value of the property doesn't mean that we as a board decide that, we're still, basically a decision today doesn't mean it's going to be the same decision when we get more information. We can't make a long-term decision without any information. I can't anyway. It's easy for residents, especially most of you live on the lake. Now, if we took this to the entire township, do you outnumber the people in the township? That's a concern as well. So, there's all kinds of different variables, and we don't have enough information to do anything without at least doing this first. And personally, I would like to save that piece of property, right? I don't want it overdeveloped. I don't think, I'd speak for myself, I don't want it to see it overdeveloped like that. But I also have concerns about what the township or what, the potential development by the township of that, right? I like there's a lot of ideas that I like and a lot that I don't like. But again, it's all speculation. So it's hard to make a decision based on speculation. So that's all I have to say.
Okay. Trustee Nalnett.
In terms of the packet and getting it on a Thursday night, I get it, but I'm gonna be honest, for all these years, this property has always been kind of a question at the township. If it ever comes up, are we gonna buy it? Is it something we're gonna look at? So the part of it being sprung on us, I don't agree with, and I think sometimes a phone call to your supervisor can go a long way to get more information if you're struggling. I am looking at this as, because of the deadline, it's only an opportunity for us to be either accept it or not to get this grant, which I think we're putting the cart before the horse, we would totally open this up to everybody and have more of these meetings for everyone to voice their opinion. I know I'm not looking to have it hugely developed either, and I'd love to save what you guys have there, that's the point. But it is someone's property to sell, and somebody else could buy it and do something else. So I think as far as this board goes, we're all looking for some preservation there. But I'm not gonna go meet with an architect on a home if the bank's never gonna give me the money. So because of the deadline, I'm looking to see that this grant goes through. And if nobody's accepting of it down the road after we have these meetings with the people in the township, we could refuse it. And I think that's what I like, is alls they're doing is saying, yes, you can get it if you want it. And I'd rather have that opportunity than lose it because April 1st is approaching.
You're the only one that hasn't spoken, so.
I don't have to speak yet, but I
Okay.
can speak. I am interested in the fact-finding, and that's where I think that we're at. It's a fact-finding mission to find out what the property is worth and what, if anything, the DNR will give us. I was not on the board when this came for a vote back in 19. I came shortly after that fact. But we had 7 members who unanimously voted to investigate what our possibilities are. I'm very interested in if this is something we do down the road, and again, it's a big if. How can we financially afford to do it? Is it a grant? Is it, and I think we'll get into a little bit into that as we go into the meeting with the supervisor's presentation. The money is a big factor. Your voice, your concerns are a big factor. That's why we're here, and this is the venue for you to speak. I can respect your concerns on the short notice and not having a lot of time to speak your mind per se on this. And I look forward to finding out if, should the board vote that we do move in this direction to find out the grant. I look forward to many more town hall meetings to hear what and if there's a way that we can come together on this. And I think can possibly be a great opportunity to preserve some beautiful property. I have no plans, I have no ideas yet. Nobody has actually even asked me what are my ideas of what to do with the property. So I will tell you right now that I have no plans and no set desires, except to possibly preserve the property. Being on the board since 19, I have heard a lot from our residents after the build that we've done next door. Preservation, open space. This is something that wasn't pushed and it wasn't coined, I don't think, as much in prior years as it is now. I wasn't on the board prior, but that is something that is very important to me. And this is a time that may be our only chance to make a meaningful decision on this property. So again, I look at it as it's fact-finding, it's not binding. We're in no way binding, writing a check, just as they didn't back in 2019. I'm hoping that we can get some positive results and we can come back to the board and to the public and say, these are the options that we have. What's the best thing that we could possibly do with this property, not only for your residents that are living on that lake, as well as the other 35,000 residents that live here and could enjoy possibly that property. So that's where I'm at. And I think, I'm sorry, one more thing. We did get an email from a Joseph and an Amy Rogers, and I want to make a comment that they were also in objection in part of the public hearing part, so that they're in the minutes for that. That's all I have.
Treasurer Brown?
Just one quick thing that I wanted to mention earlier but didn't. Relative to the special assessments on the lake, that property currently pays one assessment, same as every other riparian. if the township buys it, the assessor's going to determine the assessment units of measure that they should pay. And I'm confident the township would be paying significantly more than one unit if the township owned that parcel as as the township's contribution to the lake harvesting and fish stocking and all the things that we pay for. So certainly the township would have a significant responsibility to contribute quite a bit towards that. And again, the number of units would be for the assessor to determine, but obviously a bigger piece like that with usage from a number of people would be a much bigger number. I just want to make sure that people understood that that would happen.
It's uncapped. All right, everybody's allowed two swings here too, or you want to wait, or you want to?
I just had one question for Dan, really, and maybe it's for Carrie, and it's really just on a different note, was the advertising for it didn't specify anything about what parcel we were talking about, or where the land was, or anything, and I just wondered how residents would know. There's a lot of state law to post, that we're having a public hearing about land acquisition, but the public notice didn't mention anything about the land that we were trying to acquire. And I'm just wondering why they wouldn't, like if we do a rezoning, we post the parcel number and the thing, but in this thing, it just said township's planning on acquiring land, and that's all it said. It never said where in the township, what parcel. So I don't know if we have an accurate turnout if people didn't know what we were talking about. And I just wondered if there's a way in the future, maybe we could be, if that's the state law, that we don't have to say what parcel we're talking about, but we have to post we're gonna buy a mystery parcel, maybe we could be more transparent to help get more public input by actually saying what parcel we're talking about.
Yeah, so the requirement comes from the grant requirements. So it's not as specific with regard to what you have to do or what you don't have to do. I thought the packet included sufficient information to identify the parcels. I didn't see an address. I'm actually Dan Kelly, I'm the township attorney.
But Dan, in the public posting in the Clarkston News, it doesn't mention any parcel numbers, any property, any identification of what we're noticing to the public hearing on. It just says, trust, grant to acquire property. That's all it says. And
Yeah.
I think that's vague.
Clerk Newbeck?
No, oh, never mind.
You're pulling it back.
I am pulling it back. But I'll defer to Lisa. Is this identical to what was published in 19?
I believe so, and the posting did include my email, my phone number for questions and communication for clarity.
I thought at first that the title of the publication said something about Walters.
I don't have it in front of me, so I don't know exactly
do,
what it said, but I
but it
do
doesn't.
believe Trustee Morocco is correct. It said for the purpose of land acquisition. It did not specifically call out the parcel number.
Correct.
I just think it's,
Is it required?
we should, if you're reading this from the other side of the township, and you don't know all this because you live on the lake and the buzz is going around, it would be good that they know. Other people know what we're planning on buying, that's all. It just seemed vague, that's all. I just wanted to bring that up, because if not, if that's a state standard, and if we do it in the future, I think we should try to
I agree.
be more specific, just to see if there's more interest, since it is a public hearing.
Regardless of procedure, it's probably the right thing to do.
Yeah.
So that was all,
Okay.
technical note.
Anybody else, or can I close public comments?
No, just give me a time.
It is, what is it, 7:40, 7:38. I close public comments.
Is that closing the public hearing?
Public
Yeah.
hearing, sorry, public hearing, not public comments. All right, moving on. H1, presentation capital improvement projects, that is mine. I was asked by the board to bring up to speed a little bit, and I think it's because of the way this kind of played out. There's been some concerns, as Trustee Tedder mentioned, that you know, saying this is the first time he's heard about it on Thursday and all that. And so they asked for an update on some of this. And I'm not sure
They have it, they can load it.
they can what?
It can get loaded.
All right, so I think I need it to be loaded. Do I go up there?
Elke has it, so he should be able to bring it up.
So I have a short PowerPoint presentation. That's what we're trying to get loaded.
I think he's doing it right now.
There you go.
All right, so, you know, I'm going to go through this PowerPoint presentation. I just want to make sure again that we understand tonight is a discussion only kind of update. No decisions are being requested from the board. My goal is to provide transparency and outline where we are in the process and to explain what a responsible path forward looks like. The presentation will focus on three things: the project status, Jennifer, are you going to move the slides? Nope, don't go back. Well, okay. Responsible funding framework, and this is about information. It's not asking for any authorization. Okay, now go to the slide. Well, that's the end. Go back up to the top. There we go.
Okay, let's try again. That's fine.
Okay. So I want to start by being very clear. There is no, and I think this was all derived from the bond conversation that we were having. The municipal bond, there's no proposals. I have not received any proposals. I have not requested any bond proposals or anything else like that. You know, and tonight, there's no resolution being requesting about bond proposals. I did have a meeting with a municipal bond financial advisor to kind of explain how that works. I keep on talking about, you know, we're very early on in all these stages. You know, to me, it's kind of like I just walked into this tool shed. I see a whole bunch of different tools there, some of which I don't know how to use. So part of the job I'm doing right now in this whole discovery thing with the grant as an example, bonds would be another example, is to get an understanding of what do we have as a township as a tool, and how do we use those tools and how do they work. So the only conversation I've had to date on the bond side of things, again, that was kind of more the driver because there was a lot of talk about the bonds out there, was for me just to get an understanding of how bonds work. It was about an hour and a half time meeting and asking a bunch of questions around the bonding. Like the DNR grant, there are restrictions on what you can and cannot do with the bond. And so it was important for me to understand how those different things work. So when we come through ultimately to move forward, I know how to use that tool and present it as an option and how to properly frame it. There have been no engineering or cost estimates on the finalization for the park acquisition, all of which is, by the way, required for the DNR grant. So in there, we do have to get an independent appraisal by a DNR-approved appraiser. So that's going to come back, and that's going to tell us an awful lot right there. As far as engineering, like I mentioned earlier, we do have to go through, and Eagle would have to do some assessments on that kind of stuff. And so there are other engineering type studies that need to be done. There has been no engagement on that level. I have not gone out and started asking about it. To me, I was just looking at saying, hey, here's an opportunity for something that has been on the radar, whether dead center or out on the fringes for a long time. You know, here's an opportunity, maybe we should take a look at it. And unfortunately, there's been some tragic events in the family, and that's kind of spurred it on a little bit. That said, okay, let's take a look. Let's see what our options are. And that's really what we're looking at right now, at least I am looking at right now. The price on it has been kind of the ballpark price. Okay, what do you want? What are you thinking? Okay, fine, it seems reasonable for what we're trying to do. Ultimately, they know it's going to have to come back to an appraiser from the DNR and everything else. So they came back with an appraisal. Their appraisal was 18 million, and I will share with you, it was a best case scenario type thing. They openly admit that's what it was too. So there's a way of valuing things by best usage, meaning that if everything in the world just kind of fell in and came perfect, that's kind of what the appraiser came back with. We understood, both parties understood, that that was just a interesting type thing. It wasn't binding, it wasn't going to be used or anything else like that. Again, we completed only an introductory consultation from the financial side to see what the options are. Bonding is a very common tool to be used by municipalities on larger acquisitions. I consider this to be a large acquisition, so therefore I feel it was my due diligence to make sure I understand how this works from a fiduciary standpoint. Again, there's no discussion, there's no decisions that are being made or asked to be made at this point in time, other than the grant. Let's explore that. Is that even an option? Is that a tool that we have in the tool shed, or is it not? And I think the board up here has talked about that. All right, next. So the project can be funded, and then this will go through, I'm going to talk about a couple different CIP projects that I believe, as the supervisor, are important for us to consider, okay? Again, with those, I want to make sure that we're 100% clear that what I'm looking at and everything else, I'm not looking, I've heard a lot about this property taxes. I'm the first supervisor that has come back and asked this board, and this is the first board that approved not to increase the operations tax. That doesn't mean the police and the fire didn't take their normal increase, but what we use to run the township. I came back and said, we don't need to do that. I am a very, very hard advocate on the fact that I don't like the government sitting on my money. Okay? I'm not a career politician. Okay? I own companies. I don't like the idea of giving the federal government any of my money. Matter of fact, we work very hard in the private sector to make sure they don't get it. I have not been inundated, haven't drank the punch long enough, or whatever you want to say, to suddenly say that I have a different view. I do not. What I do know and have learned, it is almost impossible to return tax dollars. At best, what we can do is we can utilize them for the betterment of the community, since we already collected them, and do a much better job of levying taxes going forward. Okay? And I will sit here, and Lord knows, I might be George Bush Sr., okay? And for those of you who are old enough, you know where I'm going with this, is that, you know, it is my goal to not raise operational taxes my whole term, okay? I am always looking at ways to figure out how to keep the taxes down and use the money we have instead of just having it sit there and earn interest. That doesn't do anybody any good. So when we sit there and look at it, the 25, the first step in that is that I came back, presented to this board a budget cut of roughly about $820,000. The board went through and they approved it. So from operating standpoint going forward, we did not increase the taxes. So that amount should still be there going forward. So to me now, that is one of the options that we have as far as, okay, how can we utilize some of the cash flow that we have to be able to finance things? Debt in of itself is not a horrible thing. Mismanaging debt is a terrible thing, okay? When I was younger, and I will openly say this, I got a very hard lesson in that. When I was about 21, just straight out of college, I went and got my first apartment. I went down to Art Van, got my furniture, and bought it all on credit, okay? Now, great, had a beautiful apartment. Paid for that thing for like 3 or 4 times over, because Art Van was very clever and slick in their marketing, and I got sucked in. What I realized at that point in time is that debt can be a very, very vicious tool. But it also, if it's used responsibly and correctly, it can be a very powerful tool. So there's the balance there that has to come into play. Ultimately, at the end of the day, this is not a decision that I make alone. It is a decision of the board. I just bring forward the options of looking at how can we do this in a reasonable financial manner, and it's up to this board to determine whether or not it is or is not, obviously with residents' input. So that's what I'm saying is it does create a long-term financial capacity. You know, if we sit there and look at it, if we can go through, and we'll talk about the projects, fire station is one of them. You know, this park can be another one. There's some remods here, so I'll just throw them out, the remods here. And then we're also looking at potentially a police substation. I'll get into that in a little bit. All these things should not change your taxes. That's my goal, to try to figure out how can we get all that without increasing your taxes. Now, on the surface, that doesn't seem possible. Like, if it was possible, how come we haven't done it in the past? Well, that's a great question. That's a great question. At the same token, we haven't seen these types of budget cuts in the past either. Okay, so there's different tools and different methods to use it. At the end of the day, what I think may be a great approach, this board may come back and say, no, No, man, you're back being that kid buying that furniture from Art Van. Okay, that's fine, but that's why we have the board, and the board is in this position. So, from that standpoint, I'm looking at it, and I will share with you this $20 million number, right? That's been floated around quite a bit. The $20 million was simply put with the amount of the budget reduction, how much could we borrow that the budget reduction, that cash flow, freed up cash flow, will service the debt. And it works out to be about 20 million. That's all that the math that's been done. That's it. There's not a commitment to go get 20 million. To me, I just want to say, how much could we afford? It's like going out and buying your first house, right? I got this much cash and I got this down payment. Doing a mortgage calculator, how much can I afford to buy? Okay, now you know where to start going looking. That's kind of all I was doing, trying to figure out how much could we go and look at based on that one lever alone. Okay? Again, no property tax increase, and we're not looking at doing any of that, anything like that from a budgetary standpoint, absolutely has to come to the board. And so there would be all that transparency and everything else before we even move forward on that part of things. Again, there's multiple different tools and different ways. So from a tools in the tool shed, so to speak, you have bond financing. We talked about that just now. We can go out and get a bond. How are we going to pay for it? Well, we kind of talked about a little bit directionally about that. So to me, I would say that when I was looking at these projects, I said, okay, I don't ever want to go more than 20 million, because 20 million would mean that we're now dipping into other sources. Okay, so anything we're going to try to do is going to be kept low enough that the budget savings cuts alone could service that debt. Another way to do it is pay as you go, right? We have some cash flow. Our general fund is growing, okay, twofold. One, because of interest. We had a very high interest rate period. That's, as we all know, Trump's very adamant about the new Fed chairman and lowering those interest rates. So, the 5% interest days are probably behind us for a little ways. But we still have some growth there. We still have growth because properties are going up in value, so on and so forth. But again, it's our goal to kind of, it's my goal. I know the board was very receptive. I think it was unanimous to not raise the taxes. So I believe they're of the same mindset of not increasing taxes as we go forward, but we can pay it out of the cash flow. Grants and funding. This is what we're looking at and what we're talking about here tonight. Going through there. So if we're going through and saying, okay, we can afford up to 20. So if we can go through and get a grant for the park, and I think Trustee Morocco said, hey, if we can afford it and it's affordable and so forth, and he had some other criterias, then he would be behind it. It would never be my intent, or I should say I'm working very, very diligently to find alternative methods so that when we go through and do this, I think the amount will come significantly, half of that, because we're going to work the grants and funding extremely hard. But we don't know what we don't know yet. We don't know if the grant is a viable option or not. That's why we're looking to apply. If it's not, then we need to figure out another option. Or what are the other options, and do those other options warrant or justify going down that path? And that's part of what my job is to do, is to go through and make sure that I get all these different options together and come with a strategy to the board and let them decide. Public and private partnerships. That's another thing. One of the things that we're going to be talking about, and I think this is what Trustee Tedder was alluding to, I do have an idea for the other side of the park. And he's probably right. There's going to be some of you here that are going to be like, oh, no, that's even worse. Okay, so I understand that. Some of you will be like, oh, that'll be good. Some of you will be like, whatever. Okay, so I'm going to go into that a little bit. But doing a private-public thing has an impact. Because if you go through like that DNR bond, if we go, or the DNR grant, I'm sorry, if we go through and get that, there is no private aspect to it. They're very restrictive. And that's, again, why it's very important to do the homework and get the work up front to understand the different vehicles that are available. I mean, as far as I know, I could be wrong, but I don't think the township's ever gone out and looked at a bond anywhere close to the size. We have gotten other grants in the neighborhood of 3-4 million, but nothing from a bond standpoint. So in some ways, it's new water, new territory that we're covering. I'm just exploring the option to see what it looks like. The last part of it is a special assessment. I mean, we all know what SADs are. We can go through, and that's another way to raise funds for specific type items. So those are the primary 5 major ones that you can look at. Ultimately, I think there's, we could support it through the cash flow. I don't know if it says general fund up there. But that's probably, coming through the pay-as-you-go. So we do have about 11, almost 12 million sitting in our general fund. It's growing. We didn't raise the taxes because we can meet our cash flow requirements based on that. So, that's where we're looking at, say, let's put that money to use. That's that money where I sit back and go, why are we sitting on it? We all worked hard for it. We didn't work hard to have to go sit in a bank account and let the township just have it keep growing. That's not what we did. We have to be smart and prudent to make sure we have the rainy day funds, absolutely, but we have a bunch of different funds out there that cover a lot of different things. So this is just one of those things where we're looking at and saying, okay, we do have excess capital there that we could possibly use. When it comes down to it, it's probably going to be a combination of multiple of these. Depending on specific projects, it will depend on how that financing gets done. And so in there, we're going to look at the cheapest and most economical, fiduciary responsible way of getting this done. At least that's what I'm going to bring forward as a plan. Okay? Next slide, please. So here's the 4, right? You've heard me already say it, and I've talked about it many times. The fire department, we've already started going down that one. That is probably the model that you guys, for those that paid it, that were engaged on the whole presentation side of it. There was an engineering study, architectural study done. We're going down that road to do a much more detailed one. We asked the board to say, hey, we think it's going to be based on conversations we had with the architectural firm, saying that we believe it's going to be, not to exceed $9 million. We think we can get it all done under $9 million. And so we went to the board and said, look, here's the process we're going to go through. There's multiple different stages as we go through this process. One of them, which is going through and doing engineering studies and making sure that, there used to be, I think it was a brown site at one point, we believe everything's fine, but you never know until you get into the dirt what you're going to find. There's some other things in there that we want to make sure that structurally we can get it all done. And so we went through and said we needed $470,000 or something like that, roughly $401,000 to be able to know definitively if we can get it done under the $9 million. The board said, go ahead, let's go through and find this out, with the understanding that there was going to be reporting back as we went through the different steps through the process. It actually worked out that we were able to, Chief Pichet was able to pull forward one of the analysis that was going to happen after the 400. So now we're going to end up spending probably around 60 to make sure that we can keep it under the 9. So again, those are the types of things. Things are a little fluid, they're a little dynamic. That's not a bad thing, okay? Being reckless and not having conversations about it, that is a bad thing, but having set criteria, which the board was very definitive on with the fire station, these are the stages and these are the milestones that when you hit them, you need to come back and report. That's the model going forward. So if we were to do it for the park acquisition, the police substation, or the town hall renovations, they would all follow that process. As it stands right now on the park acquisition, you probably all now know as much as I know. I have not even talked to the property owner since the last board meeting. Okay, it's not moving fast. The only thing that's moving is because of the deadline for the DNR. If we look at the police substation, there's a lot of things going on that it comes to that. There's a lot of talk. We all know that the county last year gave us a very large, unexpected, last-minute increase that ultimately is going to result to about a 30% increase over the life of the contract. We have no choice. You cannot suddenly say on the day when they gave us the contract, which was well after the budgets and everything else, it was a very bad situation, that suddenly, no, we're not going to do it. You can't start up a police force overnight. Okay, this is something you have to plan years ahead in order to do it and do it properly. Part of what I'm looking there on that police substation is saying, fool me once, shame on you. Fool me twice, shame on me. Okay, I'm looking at things and I'm always looking at it from a fiscal responsible standpoint of the worst case scenario. Let's plan for the worst and hope for the best. So when I sit there and talk about some of these things, and Trustee Morocco is 100% correct. I think there'll be an audience member that comes up and talks about the things that are going on in Lansing. Yeah, they may not ever get out of committee. And I said they wouldn't get out of committee. I look at it, what happens if they do? Okay? did we miss an opportunity to negate or minimize the impact? Or at least do we even know what they are so we can make reasonable, intelligent decisions on them before we have to be reactive? I'd rather be proactive than reactive. So a lot of these things are that we're sitting going through, it's looking at it that way, saying, okay, here, this particular thing, we could end up in this terrible situation. I think I even said the absolute worst case scenario is that it passes and now you've got 120 units, multiple townhouses and everything else in that section. Is it gonna happen? I don't know. Trustee Morocco was right. If there is not a sewer or water, then we are exempt from that. However, community wells does suddenly open it back up again, as it sits today. Tomorrow, that could all change, because, we all see what happens with government and the horse trading and all that. But again, at the same token, let's be prepared for the worst and hope for the best. Okay? We're not asking for decisions tonight. We're just, again, except for the grant, to go through and figure out what our options there are. And that's kind of what that kind of goes through and says. The fire department, we're in the early planning and evaluation. Term negotiations are still going on with the park. We do not have set terms yet or anything along those lines. We've got a long ways to go down that road. Probably the one thing that is absolutely clear is that the seller did want to put in there that it can only in the deed be used as a park. So going back to Trustee Morocco's point is that we do want to plan and make sure that 4 years, 6 years, 10 years, 20 years, that a board of 4-3 doesn't dramatically change the original intent. There are ways of doing that. And so this particular seller, our property owner, also wants to make sure that it stays a park and doesn't suddenly turn into something more. So those types of things are still being worked out and everything else. Police substation, there was a particular piece of property that we looked at, and I will share with you that I went through and said, okay, we're looking at this. And that person came back, doubled, and I said, pfft, and walked away and haven't had another conversation in the last 2 months. Okay, so again, my job as a supervisor is to go find out the operations and the the options that are available, and then bring it back to the board to get the board's permission to go ahead and do it. So I'm out there doing the discovery work and all that kind of stuff, and then come back and have the board ultimately make the final decision. Town hall, sorry, go back for 1 second. Town hall renovations, that's here. I mean, we've had I know there's been conversations from everything from leave it as it is to have, somebody else go build us one. I know that was on the table a little while ago, or go build our own type thing. For me, I'm looking at this and I'm saying, this is fine. We may need to add on a little bit, make a few changes from a security standpoint. Unfortunately, we live in I don't want to say dangerous times, but there's just some bad actors out there, right? We saw that in West Bloomfield and everything else. So, sitting here right now, if we were to look at a situation where a very disgruntled person would come in, there's the only egress is right there and there. Us, we're pretty much we're sitting ducks. We have nowhere to go. Half the room can get out, the other half might be a little bit more challenging. Upstairs, we've got some of the same things where there are challenges there because it's so wide open. We have had to call, FYI, we have had to call the sheriff on occasions because of challenging residents. Okay, so it's not that we're exempt from that. It's a reality. And so, taking care of that and relaying out the structures to make sure that it's all safe for the employees is a huge part of what we're looking at. And that's kind of what, when we talk about the renovations, that's what I'm talking about from here on the town hall. I don't think we need to go out and build a new building. Now, if y'all ever seen Orient Township's building, they built a new town hall, and it's beautiful. It'd be awesome to have that. But I don't think we need it here. So why go spend the money on it? That's kind of my position on it. Ultimately, at the end of the day, the board may have the same or a different opinion. Okay, but again, my thing is to go through, take a look, and bring options to the table so the board can take a look at it and figure out what needs to be done, what they believe is to be done. Those are the projects, okay? Nothing else. As you can see, that 2 of the 4 are not started. We've had the conversation about the park and the fire halls moving down. That's it. That's all the further we are. And those are the things that have been a high price ticket item things. that I thought that the township needs to examine and explore and figure out, do we need to move forward on any of these? If so, how, and what's the best way to do it? Okay. This was really more in here because there was more conversation about the bonds, and I know a bunch of you probably weren't here for that. But it is, even on a bonding like the grant, it is an extended process to go through that. And so it takes about 8 months to go through and do a bond. There's many different steps in there. There's different requirements in there. All those things would have to be met and everything else before we ever got to the point where at the end of the day, we would say, yep, we want the board. The board comes back and has the option to say, yes, we want to do the bond. There's plenty of points to bail out there. But what we don't know is what are the options? What can we do? Is it a viable tool? If it is, what are the constraints, right? Is it just a ballpoint hammer or is it a sledgehammer? I don't know. We don't know what we're looking at yet. Okay, so that's where we're trying to do this exploratory, and that's what I'm in this more of this discovery mode, and that's all we're at. Many more steps, as you can see, going through there. Okay. So, I mean, at the end is that if and when the board chooses to move forward, you know, the next steps would include, these are the kind of the next steps: preliminary cost estimates, financial modeling. You know, somebody brought up, I don't know if it was here, if it was a board member, you know, with the park, what would be the maintenance on it? You know, they've alluded absolutely correctly that we do have some other parks that need funding. They need to be able to get fixed up, absolutely. But part of that money that we're looking at, I could see using to go through and fix up those other parks. Because again, we're looking at, you know, if we get the $7.5 million, don't know if we will or won't, but if we did, well, that's $7.5 million on that 20 we could afford to do. But maybe we'd say, okay, instead of the $7.5 million taking us down to $12.5 million, maybe we take $13.5 million and take that million and go fix up all the other parks. Okay, the difference is, you know, for a lot of you that can remember the days, I heard there's a few retirees in here, that when you went and got your mortgage, you know, another $50,000 on a $500,000 mortgage doesn't change your monthly payment very much. Okay. Also, let's make sure that we're understanding that any of those bonds, I'm also looking at, okay, can we prepay them? Can we get them paid off faster? So on and so forth. So all that is going to be part of that financial modeling that would need to be done before we would go through, and I would believe firmly, before the board would ever approve moving down that road. Public transparency. Again, I said it a bunch of times earlier on, that, you know, we would do a lot of public engagement type activities, especially on things like that park, right? Personally, I don't think pickleballs would be all that great in that area, especially on the beach side. I think that would be not a great idea. I mean, I have heard from some of the things that the schools are going through. They were talking about having pickleball courts, and I think some of the neighbors, pickleballs have when you hit it with a paddle, have a very odd decibel that they hit that is kind of like teeth grinding. And so, you know, having that in a residential area, I mean, to me, I would say no. That doesn't seem to make sense. But if all of you want it, then okay, fine. You know, so there would be those types of engagements. We went through it on the other thing. I completely appreciate, and I think Trustee Morocco was absolutely correct, even having a place on the water myself, nobody wants ever people on there, okay? And it would be great to have everything just the way it is, but unfortunately, the only constant is change, right? So, you know, we need to figure out, and again, I'm just looking at the worst case scenarios and figuring out how do we take care of it? What can we do? And then ultimately, again, at the end of the day, it comes back to the board for the approval, and then we move forward with it. So that's kind of that whole process there. Again, this is the slide that we've already had up here. I'm not asking for any decisions of the board or for the public. I'm just asking that let me go do my job and find out what the options are. What tools are available? What can we do? What can't we do? What's the constraints if we go down this road versus that road versus this road? So that's all I'm looking at doing and going through. So I think part of the problem, or concern, I wouldn't say problem, concern has been that when you go and negotiate 2 of the 4 required having conversations with property owners, you have the Open Meetings Act where all this stuff should be talked about in a public setting. And The one exception to that is real estate deals. We are allowed to go into closed session. The reason why we're allowed to go into closed session on those is because you don't want to suddenly have it come out that we're looking at buying this piece of property for X, and all of a sudden somebody coming in, a developer or somebody else, another buyer, coming in and saying, okay, we'll give you X plus Y. Okay, so it's a way of being able to protect that whole negotiation deal. And so that's one of those things. And so that's why it's been kind of held a little bit close to the vest. The timing of the DNR has forced it to come out more in the public a little bit faster than what I would have liked to have done. I would have liked to have had it more nailed down to what we're looking at. And so therefore we could have a much more constructive, not what if scenarios, but this is what we're looking at. What do we think? What do we want to do? How do we want to do it? You know, here's the financial analysis. Here's all these other things that we can go through, and we can have those types of engagements. So on this one here, again with the park, again, I'm not, without a doubt, it got shoved up in the head. But again, we're just looking to see, is it an option? That's all we're doing. Okay? So again, no decisions, whatever. So in here, we have talked about our parks, and we do have a very park-like community. We're very fortunate. Somebody made this comment, and I thought it was poignant and true. And so, you know, that person was Trustee Tedder. He actually made that comment at one of the meetings. I thought, you know, that's exactly right. I'm looking at things from the standpoint of, as even Trustee Morocco said, let's preserve open space. Let's preserve it. Let's do it cost effectively, okay? But let's preserve it. It's, when we lose it, it's gone. Okay? And so, you know, one of the things that I also said is that I like the kind of the Norman Rockwell thing, right? And we can have many conversations around that. But part of that comes into play is making sure we don't turn into a Grand Blanc, or we don't turn into even our neighbors, Waterford or Lake Orion. I mean, you know, they're too commercially developed. They're too high density. We're very different. Okay, and so that's all I'm looking at is if we want to preserve that aspect of things, here's basically what it's going to take to do that. If it comes down to it and people decide they don't want to do that, then great. But I think that that was part of the things that we would wanted to look at. I said I wanted to look at and keep going and put it out in front. But ultimately, at the end of the day, it'll be your decision. And I think that's it, right? Okay. It's getting late, but I will take some questions if you have some questions. Yes. Yeah, please come up.
Tracy Cooley at 8635 North Essex. Okay, so I pulled up the grant, all right, and I pulled up all the questions, and I pulled up the form, and it specifically asks to give the scope of the project. So you don't have to provide the actual project agreement until December 2026. But I think that you're being disingenuous by saying no decision has been made, because it specifically asks for the project's purpose, scope, and alignment with the DNR evaluation criteria such as public recreation benefits, natural resource protection, and community needs. And that is on the application PR 560. So can we get a copy of what you submitted?
It's in the packet. I mean, it was not, wasn't it?
I didn't see, I
No?
saw the 20.
Okay, I'm sorry.
No, the grant application itself is not in the packet because it's not complete yet.
Okay.
So the items that were submitted with this agenda item were a lot of the supplemental forms.
Okay.
But, I mean, I'm not sure if that can be made for public
Yeah, I mean,
option when it's finalized.
I hope it is, because I do a lot of government grants. So I know it wasn't just a request for money. You have to submit a lot of documentation. It's a really intense process, and it takes like 2 days just to input everything into the system. You gotta go through a webinar. It's a big deal, so 4 days. You've had to have a lot more notice than this. So I would like to have a copy of the entire grant.
Sure, I will, just for clarity, I've been working on this for most of the month of March. So what Mr. Tedder was referring to was his receival of the packet and reviewing the options, or excuse me, reviewing the documents that were provided. So yes, and, sorry, sorry, very similar application to what we went through in 2019. So working with my grant coordinator through the Michigan DNR, we're able to replicate a lot of the same information.
Right, so, because I mean, we've heard a lot here tonight, it's not gonna be the same as 2019. What was provided in the packet was what's in 2019.
The conceptual plan.
Right,
Correct, for
so
reference.
that's why we're all, I mean, you've said many, many times tonight, some of you, oh, we're not making decisions, it's not like 2019. I mean, this is pretty disingenuous, sir, because I know about writing grants. You have to have something in there. You have to have an idea. I mean, you need to even put in there if you want to do a deed restriction. This is going to become a public lake no matter what, as soon as you purchase it. So we'd lose. So if you get this grant and you say, oh, we just want to get the grant and look into it, we are going to lose the lake. So I want everyone to know that.
You would lose the lake regardless if we got the grant or not.
That's not true,
So that's-
because we
if
don't
we-
even know with the owners. They've already told you, you admitted tonight that they want restrictions, they don't want to sell it to
We could make it a
development.
park and we could go through and buy it outright. We have the cash to do that.
Right,
We could go
but-
through and get a bond and do it.
Sure, you could do that
So the grant
against-
does not, in by itself, excuse me, let me just finish, please, then I'll let you. The grant by itself is not a determinant. It is the township purchasing it. That's why I said, if the township purchases it and has riparian rights, it does automatically become a public lake. The method of financing or purchasing has no impact on that.
Right,
So-
no, I
yeah.
understand that.
Okay.
So really, it's not really about the grant, as you want to purchase this property, and you're trying to figure out the means to do it.
Yeah, I absolutely, I would say that, I will formally absolutely say, I would love to purchase this property and protect it. Absolutely. I would love to make sure that it gets preserved in the open space in the park. I think this is all great things, okay? And so I am 100% for that. I am one voice of 7. But yeah, for sure, I'm absolutely on board with the idea of purchasing it.
Okay,
Yes.
so we all understand that. But for the purpose of the grant, and like you admitted tonight, this wouldn't even come out publicly if you weren't doing it with the grant yet, because you could do it behind closed doors if you want to purchase property. So you already got an idea of what you want to use the property for. It's got to be put into the grant. So my request is to release that information so we know what your preliminary thoughts are and what you're telling the government you want to do with it. Thank you.
Okay, so let me ask you, direction, in the grant app, because I will share with you, I've not looked at the grant app, to that extent, how specific, because I don't remember when we sat in that webinar, or I'm sorry, not the webinar, but the.
Yeah, a meeting with our grant coordinator.
Yeah, the grant coordinator, where she elaborated that we had to get in real big detail on it. Did I miss something there?
No, she was very clear that because we were working on a tight window with a conversation with the landowner compared to the grant application, that at minimum, we could submit a public hearing, which we're doing tonight, and by the time we had gotten that far, March 24th was the only option, right, to meet the April 1st deadline, and it met the 15-day window of public notice. We have to submit that with a resolution from the board approving the application, and that is all that has to actually be submitted now. There will be a time, I was told around September, and this is a new process to me, so I'm learning as I go. There will be a time in September that we can submit more backup documentation.
Okay, that's not listed on the website.
And then the final decision is in December, and there's many steps that happen. So yes, I was shocked as well, because it does, within the grant application, you do have the budget, a maintenance plan, the scope and things like that. The information that was provided in the MAIF, where we bullet list the conceptual ideas, is just elaborated on a little bit more in the application. So the information here matches the basis and the intent of the application.
Wouldn't it be a good idea to maybe get with
Can you
the
give name and address again, please?
Too low? Too high?
Yeah.
Anyway, can you hear me now?
Yep.
Yeah.
Would it be a good, I was gonna ask Jim, you got somebody on your board?
Excuse me, sir.
Yeah.
Name and address again, sorry.
Don Tillman, 7755 Newport. You got somebody on a group over there, HOAs or somebody that's around the sub or something like that, in charge?
There is no HOA.
And nothing like that over there whatsoever? That you guys don't see anybody as a group or something?
No.
I just suggest maybe you guys could formulate a group and sit down and talk to them. I think that's neat. I don't feel like these people feel comfortable, that maybe you could sit down with them and work out something before you start going through all this. I really do. I mean, but, you know, maybe 5 or 6 of them from the lake or something with Jim and Paul or somebody, you know, leading the parade with them, get their concerns. And then put it together with Chuck and see what you can do to make them happy.
Well, yeah, and that's, obviously, we would definitely do that, the public engagement side. We're just under a window. Again,
You
we're
know,
not
it's-
committing
it's-
ourselves
I
to
think once they
anything.
feel comfortable on what they get, you can work something out with them is what I'm looking at, you know? Maybe restrictions on some things, you know, maybe put a couple pavilions up and stuff like that. And I understand it's gotta start generating a little something. I mean, it's where it comes back a little bit, but I mean, I think that if you could pick a group out and work with them, I think you guys can come, you know, resolve it.
Good. Thank you. Good. Nope, sorry. Yes, you're gonna be third.
Joette Kuntz, 9740. I asked you specifically a little earlier if you were going to talk about the other side of the park property. And that was not at all mentioned.
Yep.
Now, it is out in the community. It has been from you to many volunteers to residents, that part of the property is going to be housing, affordable housing, which means less density. It also was talking about a senior center. That's as far away from the center of the township as anything. And you didn't mention that at all. You keep
Apologize.
talking about the park property, but there's the same amount of property across the street. And I'd like to hear about that part of the property.
Sure. And actually, that was my mistake. Thank you for calling that out. And when I said that there was going to be some things that you guys are probably not going to even like even less, that's exactly what I was alluding to. So one of the things that I look at is the fact that we have an aging population here. And, you know, from that standpoint, the services get more expensive. You know, most of the people are on some sort of fixed retirement income. And so what I'm looking at is that, can we go through, and I think the state's kind of right in the sense of the fact that we do have a housing issue. This kind of came about because, again, about a year ago, my daughter lives in Houston, had her baby, wanted to move back here. And I'm like, hey, you know, move to Clarkson. Well, they looked and looked and looked, and they couldn't find anything. I mean, the houses here are very expensive, even the ones that you would think would be in an affordable price range for somebody in their late 20s, professionals, 250 to maybe 350,000 in that range. Most of them are still in a it would cost an awful lot to fix them up. And so I went around, looked at it and said, okay, well, we've got that issue where we need to get young people in here. The public schools are under capacity by almost 1,000 students. And that's because we have an aging population. You know, if we want to worry about our property taxes and all that kind of stuff, the services that it takes to build a community around an aging population are way, way, way more expensive than for EMS and those types of calls than to go and cut a baseball field or a soccer field. So the idea here of trying to get younger people was kind of an initiative on my part. The state has also come out and said, you know, I think last year, Whitmer said, look, we needed to get more affordable housing, those types of things. You know, and then even this year, that was another thing that she went through. Oakland County has gone through there and done that. So one of the things I've done over the last 6 months, 7 months, was sitting there looking and say, okay, can we do two things at once? One is that we have a park that we would like to have on one side. What are we going to do with the other side? I'm thinking like, well, how about if we have affordable senior housing? I didn't say low income, affordable senior housing. Okay, so something between 8 to 1,200 square feet that has not been nailed down by any stretch of the imagination, where somebody can come and say, okay, I'm going to leave my 3,000 square foot house and move into this one here. Make it very ADA, they can age in place, all this stuff. At the same token, then when I started talking to some of the developers, and not here locally, but just conceptually, I said, you know, it'd be nice if we had a senior center. So to me, I was looking at how can we build a community that would be advantageous. So somebody brought up the tunnel underneath the road, under Clarkson Road. I don't know if that was, I think that was part of the old plan. So, I didn't have an original idea there. But I was thinking, wow, wouldn't that be nice to have a place where the seniors could walk down, and walk to the park and see that park. So I was looking more for an age-in-place, ADA-compliant, senior affordable housing. Not assisted living, affordable housing, okay? So in there, that's where part of that private and public park came into play. I said I was gonna talk about it, and I forgot, thank you, Joy. Is that, in there, that senior center could be financed by the developer of the property. And so, from that standpoint, I'm like, hey, great, we might be able to have a way, might is the key word here, to be able to go through and have this development opportunity with a developer to go through and have them provide us a new senior center. We all know that originally, the senior center as it exists now was not meant to be the long-term senior center. Okay? And yes, I've heard a lot on this particular topic too, and because it is out there. I've actually talked to some of the committees and everything else to start understanding. I think I've only really talked to the seniors through the Parks and Rec groups there to get an idea of what their thoughts are. One of the comments that come back probably the most is it's 3 miles away. It's on the outskirts of the township. This one's a little bit more central, so on and so forth. And so, yeah, those are all feedback. But as far as coming up with and saying, okay, I have a developer lined up, or this, or what exactly it would look like, no, it hasn't gone down that far. Because even for me, I would say that's too far down the road. Let's figure out whether or not the park's gonna work or not work. What would that look like? What's the feedback we're getting there? What are the challenges there? And say, okay, maybe we don't do anything. Maybe we just preserve the space. But I also like to make sure that anything we do, and one of the reasons why I think our parks are in a little bit of disarray, is that we're not taking into consideration, as Trustee Morocco brought up, I think in the last meeting, of a maintenance plan to keep these things updated going forward. As it stands right now, I put together a committee that one of which Trustee Morocco's on, the Deputy Building Director's on, the Parks and Recs person's on, to go through, and our facility person is to go around to all the assets that the township has and put together a game plan to get these things back up and get them back to where they should be, because they have been neglected. But they've been neglected because people don't want to spend the money on the stuff, okay? But you can't keep doing that. Because ultimately, it's going to cost you more to do the big repairs than it would have been to do those small maintenance. With the idea of the park, with the other side, to me, I was looking at how can we do this where it's expense neutral? It doesn't cost us anything. So again, one of the things I keep saying, I don't want to raise taxes. That's not what I'm going to do if we can't figure it out. So this is one of my ways of saying, hey, we could generate a revenue on this side over here to help fund and maintain this side over here. That's great. Lock it in, keep it in, and go forward. Just like kind of Brady Lodge was supposed to be. Brady Lodge was going to be, hey, let's go out and rent out Brady Lodge, just keep all the money there, keep doing the updates and fixing it up there, so on and so forth. I mean, that's fiscally responsible. At the end of the day, if the residents or the board doesn't want to do that, that's fine. Maybe somebody will come up with a different idea that might could be better. Okay, so I mean, again, these are all in the very early stages of things. And obviously, and I want to make sure that we emphasize this to the end, that there will be public engagement conversations. Ideas gotten, nothing is off the table. As far as I'm concerned, nothing's off the table. Come talk, meet, let's go through it. Let's figure out, is there a better alternative? Somebody here has to have a better idea than me. Okay, that's what I believe. Okay, come forward, bring it forward. Come with an idea of a solution, not just a naysay. Okay, not saying that no is not sometimes the right answer, but at the same token, let's try to figure out how we do this. We need to come up with kind of that balance.
I mentioned the road potential for straightening that out.
Oh, and so then I also was talking to the road commission, because somebody brought up all the traffic on Clarkson Road about, instead of doing the big S, that turn like that, is coming around the outside of the property instead of coming straight down, okay? Because that piece of property really goes on it's not up there. If you talk about the top part of it, the property goes all the way down, then bends down, goes across, all the way almost to the very bottom of that bottom turn there where the convenience store is and, Doc lives, that part right there. If we took that and just extended it out and went around the outside, and I think most of you probably know that are in the area, what you see on the non-lake side is only, to the tree line, is only half the property. The other half is behind that tree line. So taking that road and continuing out, making a much more gentler curve. And so part of the things I'm looking at and talking to them about is that, look, from a safety standpoint, because again, as a kid, I used to like driving pretty fast through there when I was younger because it was a fun little road, but it's also a very dangerous road. There are funds out there at the state level and the federal level for improving road security, safety, and everything else. So there are potential for grants and all that kind of out there. So again, just exploring, is it a possibility? I don't know. Maybe it will be, maybe it won't be. What will it cost? I don't know. Because we're still, I don't know because we haven't done enough of the investigation to figure out what these things could cost and so forth. If it turns out that it would be impossible, too expensive, whatever, then I'm like, okay, well, you know, what's the point of having an affordable senior community over here if they can't get across that road? Which is, you know, so I would agree with the original plan design, if it's possible, right, to be able to have a tunnel underneath Clarkson Road to give them the access to do that. I mean, that would be a thing that I would think would make sense to do. At the end of the day, will RCOC or the, you know, will they allow us to do it? I don't know. These are all, again, questions that we're looking at. But there's also ones that I want to get to, but before we get too far ahead of ourselves, we need to figure out, can we even buy the property? Okay? But from a conceptual idea, those are my conceptual ideas. Okay? But it doesn't mean that that's it. Everybody's going to have a chance to weigh in. Okay? Yeah. Yep. You were patient.
Bill Coons, Reese Road. I'm the president of the Senior Advisory Committee, and speaking for that committee, we are opposed to a senior center in that location. We reject it out of hand. We've also had conversations with friends of the senior center, and also we have a resolution coming forward that has been approved by the Parks and Rec Committee that we would like to present to the board at our earliest convenience. On March 7th, you addressed an ad hoc committee, and you talked about the property across the road. And you thought that maybe you would get into some kind of an agreement with the county to help purchase that property. And you also indicated there would probably be strings to that commitment or assistance. I've done quite a bit of research since March 7th looking at affordable housing. And to my knowledge, there's really not a development in the state of Michigan that has utilized the affordable housing. You have several different kinds, mostly in Massachusetts, Minnesota, and Wisconsin. You indicated that it would be a mixed income development. From what I can determine, that equals that there would be 3 levels of, actually 4 levels. You would have 100% rent or whatever. You would have 80%, 50%, and 30% based on the surrounding rental rates or for the area. I'm not sure that we really want that kind of development in that area where you have 2.5, 3 acre parcels. You have the lakefront, Heather Lake Estates right there. And I don't think it's compatible with the surrounding area. And I think that we just spend an awful lot of money to update our master plan. And now we want to violate that by, your vision was the Big Lake and Dixie development, which is pretty high density for that area. I believe there's 26 acres there that was developed with over 100 units. And affordable housing, in my research, it's not a feasible project if it's less than 100 units. So a developer's going to want to get as much density as possible. Anyway, I'll leave it at that.
And again, I appreciate those comments, and I think you made them not quite as in-depth at the other meeting. Again, it's an idea, okay? It's not the only one. It's not going to be necessarily even the one that comes to fruition. It's just an idea. It's to get the ball rolling, to get people to start thinking and start talking. Somebody back there had their hand up. Yep, please.
Again, Mike Damone, 5044 Low Meadow. Clarkston. First, Mr. File, senior housing is what I've done for 40 years. If you need some assistance, I've done both high-end market rate as well as affordable. And I think some of your assumptions as to what a developer can and can't do probably need some additional discussion. So happy to help you with that.
Appreciate that, thank you.
Now, as it relates to the lake, you've got roughly, you want to create a park. The only asset that that piece of land has that nothing else has is that lakefront. So what you're going to do is you're going to take roughly, and this is from a Google measurement, 800 feet of frontage, and you are going to put the ability to put 35,000 people from this township onto that park. Not at one time, I understand that, but you're going to give 35,000 people access through 800 feet of frontage and basically ignore all of us. You're going to spend $2.5 million. You say you want input from the rest of the community. Well, once you spend the community's $2.5 million, 35,000 people get to impact the 100 and so homeowners on that lake. To me, that's not right. And to Mr. Morocco's comment about standing in front of planning commissions, I've stood in front of hundreds of planning commissions and boards. And you're right, there's nothing more frustrating than to see them totally ignore the will of the people. And I know you're trying to justify this as, we're gonna find out, but once that train gets moving and once that grant gets approved, there's not gonna be any stopping that train. All of a sudden, 35,000 people are gonna have an input into our lives on a lake that we've been on for 20-some years. That's my 2 cents.
Okay, thank you. Yep, please. Yeah, you, sorry.
Thank you. I'm Bob Ayat, 8795 and 8803 Lakeview Boulevard. So is this the only opportunity, this April 1st date, to submit a grant? Isn't there a date a little farther out where we would have more time
No,
to
not for the
prepare?
DNR.
So this is the only time this year?
Wait a minute, I don't want to say that because let the
There
director.
is a process where we could apply for a late application. I don't want to know if it's referred to as an extension, but that's what we actually did in 2019. We weren't doing this same process that we're going through now until May of that year. So we would have to apply to the
So
DNR.
other than the late application time, this is the only time this year that we can apply?
Correct.
And if we didn't do it now, we'd have to wait till next
So,
year
yep.
at the same time?
April 1st.
Okay, so we'd have more time to put a plan together and get community compliance or input, however you want to put it. I have an idea that I think might appease everybody, and you could have your park. You know how we already have the beach there? We already have a beach there, a little ways away. If we could make the first 25 feet, whatever, I don't care if it's 10 feet, and just make that like the beach is, like our community, like our lakefront community. That way, our lake still stays private. You still get your park. You do whatever you want. I don't really care. You know what I'm saying? And this way, we would keep our property would still be private lake property, but you could still do your park. As long as you keep the first, I don't care, 5, 10, 15, 20, 50 feet, I don't care what it is, as private property, like the beach is now. If you could do that, I'm sure I could convince a lot of people to buy into that plan. Because like the guy said, you got 35,000 people that can use a lake that's already ecologically compromised. So this way, we keep our private property, we keep our private lake, and the community still gets the park. Now, if we could do something like that and compromise, I'm sure you could get almost all these people to buy into that. It's just a thought, just food for thought.
Okay, thank you. Yep, in the back.
Norm Freshke, 7199 Deer Lake Court. I have a few roles here, but I'm here not for those roles. I am on the Parks and Rec Advisory Committee. I support green space, more of it. I think the master plan calls out for it. Our residents have spoken that that is a very important thing when they live in this county, in this village, in this area, that's what they're looking for. And so In general, I think it's 36 acres. It's a large piece of land. Things could be worse. I remember Encore. I live in Deer Lake Farms on Dixie and Deer Hill Drive. I wish the church would have got it and they would have put up their school and that would have been it. But no, a developer bought it. He started at 68 homes, single-family homes, went to 120. Not sure how that worked in the process with the planning commission, because he has to make money. Now, this is not this board, this is a previous board, obviously, that was involved with that, but I'm just using that as an example of what happens, because Chuck, you're right, you don't know who sits on the board the next time or how the board is going to vote. And all those homes went on a substation for sewer pumping that 20 homes were on. 120 homes on a substation that went on 20 homes on Deer Lake Farms, BF4. Oh, but they checked it out. They did, camera inspections. It wasn't made for that. But anyway, that's just an example. Now, I changed to, I can see where the Walters Lakes lakefront owners are very scared, and I do live on Deer Lake, and so I know exactly what they're feeling. And I think the major problem we have is it's a 78-acre lake. If you look at a density capacity, that's 4 boats with water skiers on plane, is the capacity of that lake. Now, Sam, we talk and we have an agreement on many things, but that's where lakefront owners are scared, because they're paying for living on the lake. They want to be able to enjoy it. Yes, the public, and we'll get to that part on the Deer Lake Farms beach, but if you look at it, who's protecting the lakefront owners? It's not the DNR or the Eagle. Specifically, Andrew Hartz, I remember an article that was in the paper that basically stated, yes, they need a marina permit, but that Deer Lake is not a large enough issue for us to get involved with. That was the answer that he put in the paper. I was amazed. I sent a letter to everybody up the chain, all the way to the governor. Not one person responded to me after I questioned why he wouldn't just put a period after they need a marina permit. So that's the problem that the lakefront owners have when they are trying to balance these things. And I'll save some of the comments that I have when we have the agenda item on the Deer Lake. But it's about access. It's about managing that access, being fair to the residents. Deer Lake wants to have residents on our lake. We believe that that's good. There are neighbors, but it has to be managed. It has to be done properly. It has to be based on facts. All these things are out there. The guidelines are there. No one's following them. No one's enforcing them. And that's the issue where I hear where the people are scared on Walters Lake. And I think we would go a very long way to say, we're not going to put a boat ramp on Walters Lake. It's 78 acres. It's to the capacity already. And that would go a long way, I think, to alleviate some of the fears that are here. Thank you.
Yes. Did I just make sure? Was there somebody back there that I said I would? Okay. No. Okay. Please come up.
Probably my wife.
Name and address, please.
Hi, Tony Marcinkus, 8640 Lakeview Boulevard. So I don't have a lot of the background of how this went in 2019 or how,
the proposal went, all the plans and stuff like that. I'm just curious, so, like, why exactly did this come back up now? Is it just the grant money that you have an opportunity to get, essentially, and this is what the board would like to spend it on, or?
Well, I think the park is the piece of property has always been of interest. And there's just some events that made it pop back up on the radar.
Okay, and then,
So that's just kind of,
okay. So it sounds like, I mean, from what I've heard here, most of the time it kind of feels like people are vocally opposed to it, and for different reasons, all kinds of reasons, and they're kind of qualmed down by saying, everyone's gonna have their input, everyone's going to have their say, but we wanna buy it, we're gonna buy it, whether it's with a grant or whether it's with our own money. I don't think, realistically, that seems right to me. I think there are a lot of people who feel very similarly. And even so, you know, there was a lot of discussion of preservation, conservation, things like that, and green space. And then it was followed up by there's going to be some sort of controlled income housing, whether it's a senior center or something else. There's already a similar situation right down the street by Friendship Park. There's a senior center right back there. Is that place at capacity? Do we have the capacity to bring more people into where we're already at? If there's rooms open there, we have the units we need. Very similarly, if we're preserving it, but we're developing it as some sort of senior center, that those two things are kind of opposed. And at the same time, giving, to his very eloquent and good point, if you have 35,000 people here that are essentially given access to there, you run into a slew of problems, and all of it seems to be waved away by saying it's for the greater good. It's the greater good fallacy of everybody else. But there are people here that are voicing their objection to it. How many other of the 35,000 people showed up tonight in favor of it? It seems very one-sided, and it doesn't seem like really the voice is being heard, or if it's even being considered. And there already seems to be a plan for this. So I have to ask, let's say that we were to redo 2019 all over again. Same plan, same, I guess, composition of what the park would be. How many of you would be in favor of that plan today?
Can I speak?
sure, please.
I will have no idea because I don't know what the details were of that plan. I couldn't say.
But it was just resubmitted.
That is not the details of the plan. Those were suggestions of what they thought. I understand what you're talking about. Those were proposed ideas, but they weren't the details. I have no idea how much they wanted to pay for it. I had no idea how the funding was going to go. I don't know. I can't make that decision based on what I don't know. That's
Okay.
so fair. I mean, fair enough. I couldn't tell you either way because.
Yeah, so it seems more and more that this ends up being one version of another, you know, a boondoggle in one way. We want it, we want the money's available, let's get it. You know, if I can take out a loan for $2.5 million and I'm on $100,000, you know, a year salary or something, just because I can get it doesn't mean I should. And I think this is one of those situations.
So I do want to address one of the points there is no plan that we are buying it. There is not that plan. Okay, I have not come to the board and said, let's do it, and the board said yes. I cannot do that without the board's approval. The only thing I can do is bring forth the idea and the mechanics of how that would work, and then the board gets to decide. Now, the board is representative of the residents, so I'm sure that was all taken into consideration. I think if we were to sit here and ask the board right this minute, and I'm not going to put them on the spot, and I don't want to call that out and do that, but I don't think that they're all in favor of it. Okay? I think there's a lot of things that have to happen in order for them to be able to make that determination. Do we understand clearly that the residents on the lake are very, very concerned about what this could do to them from a property enjoyment standpoint, from a, the valuation of their property, How would this impact them on other financial matters? Just soft things too, like traffic and those types of things. Yes, I think we've all heard that, and it's all valid points. Okay, and so, that's part of the things of why we do these types of public announcement type stuff, is to be able to have that start coming in. All I'm asking is this a tool we want to explore? Doesn't mean that because we say yes, and I heard the gentleman say once that train gets rolling, it's not going to stop. Well, there's always a chance for it to stop. Okay, I'm just saying that I'm in favor of preserving that piece of property, and I'm looking at different mechanisms to do it. Each one of these individuals on the board get to make that determination for themselves as well. I'm only one of 7 votes. Okay?
Can I
Mr.
ask
Morocco?
some technical questions back on point? On the MAFE, it says that the $10 million for the parcel we talked about tonight, and this is just for clarification, it said it was for both parcels.
I don't think it says that.
No, I don't think it said that.
It's only the
No, I
lake
said
parcels
people
listed.
said it, I didn't say it says it here.
Oh, okay, yeah.
Okay, I'm sorry. So, originally I was under the understanding that they were asking for 10 million for both parcels. Now, if you're saying they're asking for 10 million only for the lakeside parcel, that's a big difference. So how would we, and if we can't use grant money for potential housing or any other project like that, that would explain why it wouldn't be part of the across the street thing. So for clarity, is this saying that 10 million they're asking is only for the lakeside part of it, and we're not looking into, how, if this is only for the lakeside, how are we what's the cost of it? How are we looking into the across the street parcel? It's like a kind of gray area.
I understand what you're asking. Ultimately, what we're looking for is how do we get the most money possible from the DNR? And how do we structure that deal in order to be able to get the most, right? So if it's 10 million, we get 7.5, then it's 2.5, right? If it's, let's say the appraisal comes back and says it's, somebody said $2 million. So let's say the appraisal comes back, it's $2 million. Well, then the DNR is only going to give us X. I mean, at the end of the day, it's going to be the appraisal that's going to drive everything.
Right, is there gonna be like I have a cap in my mind of what I would be willing to spend general fund money on to subsidize protecting that much open space. How we protect it, is a different, let's just focus on the protection. I'm not sure that we would want to buy it if we weren't going to do the things that are listed here on the MAFE that are potentially things. That's where it gets kind of cloudy. Like, would I buy it to just, how much would I spend to keep it vacant land? Would that be a good purchase with taxpayers' money? There's a value to that, then it just sits there. And if we do buy it, there has to be access to it. We can't buy parkland and not allow our residents access to it. So the fact that we would ever buy that property and never use it, that's not an option. That's not gonna happen. So what would be the impact of us using it would be the other discussion, whether lake's part of it were not the lake's part of it, all of that would have to come into it. But my concern is that in this grant, if we're saying that public swimming, fishing pier, trails, picnic areas, playgrounds, outdoor gathering spaces, and athletic spaces is what we're using as proposed amenities, are we bound to any of that? And would they give us the grant if because this is what we're saying we want it for, and then all of a sudden we go, well, we don't want to do any of that stuff with it. We just want it, we're never going to develop it, and it's just going to be open space. Are we misleading? I mean, is that, I'm not sure how that works.
No, that is a great question, Sam, and I don't have a clear answer for you. But I have written that down, and I will seek an answer immediately. We did clarify that, just as Supervisor File mentioned, if we acquired the land, we do have to open it to the public, but there's no timeline on development that the DNR puts on you, that you have to develop it in 8 years or make it all of these amenities that you listed. These are possibilities. So I would like to say that no, you're not held to this, as if it comes to you're just identifying the possibilities that exist.
But wouldn't we be graded differently by the state if it was active use opposed to, whatever word?
Passive.
Thank you, passive use, like for their generosity of this money that, that would be my, I'm just concerned that if we do this, are we bound to it? And then if we decide it's passive, is there any obligation or is there any problem, for us? And then, I guess if they come back and say, we're only gonna give you 4 million, then do we decide, that we just don't have, we're not gonna put, we're just gonna kill it because we don't wanna put in the other 6 or whatever. But if we did put it in, I'm always torn with what's our obligation for that investment to the rest of the residents. I don't wanna say we're gonna spend $2.5 million to buy a piece of property that nobody can go access, because that wouldn't be right. Or would that $2.5 million be more suitable for the parks, beefing up the parks? Those are all the bounce around conversations that it's gonna, it's gonna be hours and hours of it. But as far as the grant goes, I'm not opposed to applying for a grant, see if we can get a bunch of money from the state for it, but there is that risk that once the ball starts rolling, I don't know realistically how we would protect us from, that expanding, or if the board wanted to.
So, first of all, no side conversation, excuse me, sorry. You gotta keep it one conversation, please.
That's all.
Thank you.
Yeah, that would be my question, is what strings are attached to that once you make a commitment? So do they come back and say you have to do these things? But that's where we have the option of just then denying the bond and not taking the money.
The grant, denying the grant.
Or the grant, rather, I'm sorry, yeah, and then just not taking the money. So we still have that option as well. Just because we apply for a grant and we're given a grant, that has to come back before us to say, are we going to accept it? And then we know all the stipulations, and if we don't like those stipulations, we can say no, bless you, say no and move forward with whatever you may submit as a different plan, or whoever else submits something as a different plan, if we want to move forward even from there. But it takes a lot of discussion between us. This is the first time we're discussing this as a board, by the way, right? So I wasn't here in 2019, 2 of them were, but, as a group, we haven't discussed this outside of this room. This is it.
Right.
So a lot of this is learning for us as well about how we want to move forward, what we want to do, what's the path, just like you're learning as well. If we go ahead and say, yes, let's explore the grant, and then what happens when it comes back? There's another step. It's got to come before us. You see it happen. There's nothing that doesn't happen that you don't see. So, and like all of us up here, I think we have a lot of concerns, and we have other things in the past, as well as, what am I actually voting on? Am I voting on something that now, this is it, like you said, the ball's rolling, you can't stop it, but we can stop it. We have the opportunity to stop it every step that comes before us, because we have to vote on every single step.
And it was stopped. So the proof is not just what we said. 2019, that ball stopped. So, there's absolutely that option. And again, all we're trying to do is find out if the tool's available. I'm sorry, Dr. Brown.
That's okay. I answered either. I just wanted to point out 2 things, and one of them I wanted to do earlier, but, for me, living in that area and the folks on that lake, the kind of blessing we've had to have had caretakers of that property for all these years, longer than I've been alive, and they really care about that property. If you go in the summertime, when they cut those fields, they're striped. It's really amazing the commitment that family has had to that property for 70 years. And so I just want to recognize that, because that kind of commitment doesn't exist that often. And I do look at us as caretakers when it comes to something like we have on the lake, and those people see it the same way. So I just wanted to point that out. I think we're very fortunate to have had that all these years. The other thing I want to point out is the township would have the authority, the board would have the authority to put deed restrictions on the property to never let a boat launch be put on it. So we've had some conversations with folks about that, and the board would have that ability. That is an option for the board to make that decision, that this is a park, and we deed restrict it to never have a boat launch, and then it couldn't be changed by another board. So, I want to throw that in there. That's all I have.
Well, I kind of went through it, but is it going to be quick?
Yeah.
Okay.
We're still on your presentation.
I know. I feel bad for everybody.
You got 3 rounds.
Kind of short, sorry.
Killing it.
I'm Susan Stites. I live at 4790 Mohawk. I've lived in the neighborhood for about 25 years. Nobody's really talked about the environmental impact of putting a new beach there. I mean, I don't live actually on the lake, but I have lake access, and so I've kayaked, swam the lake. My kids have played in the water, but the whole side that they're thinking of putting the beach, there's a ton of wildlife. We see bald eagles, red-tailed hawks, there's heron, just all kinds of wildlife. There's like lily pads. So I worry about displacement of wildlife. Like, is there regulation on that? Like, for them to displace all that? That seems wrong.
Yeah, there are environmental studies that have to be done and submitted before the money, yes.
I mean, it's very pristine. Like, boats don't even go, they stay kind of central and go around, but the edges are just very pristine. And, you know, there's a lot of wildlife that should be considered and
It is the
protected.
DNR, so, yeah, there are some.
Well, and also, we talked about the fragility of the lake's ecosystem. I worry about that, too.
Okay.
Since we're on this topic, and maybe save me from talking later, I want to revisit the actual grant application piece, because I was told earlier by you, Supervisor File, that this was teed up and ready to go, like hit the runway and on its way to the DNR. But I also heard from our director that it's not complete yet. And so I do agree, and I may have articulated this earlier, but I'm going to double down on it, that I think it's irresponsible, if I'm going to speak for myself, irresponsible of me to even consider voting in support of this without seeing a grant application. And again, that is one of the differentiating things between tonight and 2019, is we actually had a plan that was articulated and explained to the board long before this process. The grant application was complete. It was very detailed, very thoughtful, and gave me, at least with the initial conversations I had, the level of confidence to support moving through that step. And so tonight, I'm hearing that it's not complete, is we're 4, 5, 6 days out. I'm hearing that it's still a very involved process. And, you know, it's a infamous politician for the different level of government that once said we have to pass it so we know what's in it. And I feel like that's a revisit to some degree of what we're being asked to do tonight. And so I'm very troubled by the fact that I don't have the details, because again, not a grant writer, but I'm hearing tonight that perhaps there has to be some level of detail in the actual plan. You can't just submit a request to the DNR to tap into the Natural Resources Trust Fund by just simply saying, hey, would you guys consider giving us $7.5 million conceptually? There's going to be devil in the details, and I think we would be remiss not to know at least what we're sending to Lansing before. And, you know, I think there's some sage advice that, yeah, we may have to wait till next year, but that does truly give us time to talk this out, solicit input from the residents, not only residents here tonight, but throughout the township. To what extent is there interest, is there support, or does the resident see value in investing in our current park system? So wanted to point that out, because there was some contradictory statements tonight.
Thank you. Justine, now Matthew?
I wouldn't be opposed to maybe asking for the extension, but I would not want to wait a year, because there's nothing to say this property will still be here. So that's way too long in my eyes. But if you think we can get an extension for another month to maybe, like, apply for that extension for the grant, I'd be happy to talk this out another meeting or something, but I think a year is way too long and we might miss an opportunity.
Lisa, can I ask you, what percentage of the application is done?
About 95%.
Okay,
And I've
so-
been working with our grant coordinator from the state. She initially thought we could pull our previous application forward, which would repopulate everything and of course go through it for updates and in the areas that needed attention. That was not possible because too much time had passed. So yes, it is a tedious task of going through. It's a step-by-step process. But I once that is complete and I have all fields completed, I can send that out to the board, absolutely. Using the 2019 application as a starting point of reference has made the process easier to go through that. Not much has changed. We're editing the parts where we're referring to both parcels, right, because we're only applying for the grant for the one side, the one parcel.
And that's the reason why I thought it was ready to go.
Can I ask
So we're
Lisa a
about 5%.
question?
Yep, please go ahead.
Lisa, are we editing the scope of impact too? Like, because I know when Derek had it, there was a soccer complex. Is that still in the
Yeah, there's
grant?
no, I mean, that was a
Right.
2019 conceptual plan. My team and I, we've not even discussed a possible updated conceptual plan. It was included in the MAIF, or in the supporting documents, just as a point of reference for the board to recall where we were at in 2019.
Right. Yep. Treasurer.
If we approve sending this grant forward today, and then come back in April in May and start talking about the conceptual ideas, could the board take a vote to withdraw the application?
I wouldn't be able to confidently give you an answer. I could look into that, of what that process.
Yeah, I mean, I'm
process is.
guessing we could, because we just say we will pull our application, and then we'd be out. So the boards could certainly, we wouldn't even, if they really said we're just not doing it, we wouldn't have to wait for December to turn it down. In fact, I think it would not be appropriate if the board supported not doing the grant. To wait, I think, would be a disservice to the other people who are trying to get grant money. We should, if that became a board decision, that vote could be held, and we could pull it back and move forward and try to do something else, so.
Absolutely.
Kurt, go back.
Lisa, I don't know if you can answer this either, but if we were to file now with that late filing, could we use that as an amendment to the current filing?
Again, I'd have to check in. When I first reached out to Mary, because we were on a tight, deadline, this was at the very end of February, beginning of March, when we discussed moving forward, she says she advised against it, if we could do everything we could to meet the April 1st deadline. So that was the feedback given from the grant coordinator.
Any other questions from the board?
Did you have something?
My question was her question. I was gonna ask the same thing, could you amend it after you applied? So-
Okay.
Good presentation.
Yeah. It's long. I mean, hopefully it's been informative, if nothing else. Okay, so the next on the agenda is another presentation. This presentation is from the plan unit, reviewing the plan unit development. It is done by the chair of the, I believe, right, the chair of the Planning Commission. It is a review of the past PUDs and how they can be, what we can use and learn going forward.
Before we get started, can I suggest we recess for 5 minutes?
Yeah, I would like to take can I get a motion to take a 5-minute,
I'll make a motion.
7-minute break?
To recess for 5 minutes at 9:08.
Support.
All those in favor? Aye. Opposed? Carried. All right.
Stand up.
explanation and perhaps some key points. Next slide. The purpose of the PUD the PUD review was to determine if the ordinance standards are being consistently applied, identify areas for clarification and possibly improvement, and if needed, improve long-term defensibility and consistency of PUD approvals. This next slide represents the various projects we reviewed and the committee members of the subcommittee. I'd like to thank all these people who volunteered to be on the subcommittee. We reviewed every agenda packet at every PC meeting at which these projects were presented, and in many cases, also at every board meeting. You can imagine the hours that went into this. As far as an executive's overview, we felt that the PUD ordinance worked well with regards to commercial properties. We were not so convinced with regard to residential properties. The committee felt that the ordinance provides too much arbitrary discretion, which resulted in variations in site design, building design, landscaping, density, and more without any discussion or rationale for those variations. Next slide. The committee broke down their findings into several categories: density, open space, setbacks and buffering, design, and pedestrian connectivity. These are their findings. Regarding density and land use, our current PUD ordinance allows a specified increase in density when you go through the PUD process. In addition, a developer can get an additional density bonus if certain criteria are met, but there are no quantifiable specifications for those design criteria. The bonus seems totally subjective. The chart in the middle there reflects what density is allowed by right in our various residential zoning districts, what step up the PUD ordinance also allows, and then the final column represents what the maximum density could be with the automatic increase and the step up, or density bonus, I'm sorry. Next chart. This graph shows the 4 residential projects we reviewed and their respective densities as developed. It compares these densities to the densities of the surrounding land uses and what the density could possibly be under the underlying zoning classification. Next slide. Findings regarding open space. We have a cluster lot ordinance within our zoning ordinance, which provides better open space protection. It does not get used. Why would a developer use our cluster lot ordinance when they can get more density under a PUD? We should incorporate some of these principles into the PUD ordinance and eliminate the cluster lot ordinance. The committee saw significant unexplained variances in the amount of open space. Findings regarding setbacks and bufferings. Perimeter setbacks varied throughout the projects. Main road setbacks varied. There are no standards for these variations. The ordinance provides no quantifiable criteria. The reliance on discretionary evaluation may reduce predictability for applicants and reviewing bodies. Findings regarding design and materials. The committee saw variations in quality of building design and materials. What do the terms innovative design and design excellent mean? The ordinance provides vague specification like these with no quantifiable measures as to what innovative or excellent is. Next page. Pedestrian findings. The committee felt a much better job could have been done in pedestrian pathways, including sidewalks and trails. By way of example, one development had the sidewalks built right up next to the road. This does not meet our standard. Next slide, overall assessment. The residential PUD development demonstrates significant ordinance flexibility. This process represents an opportunity to improve predictability, documentation standards, and align the master plan. The committee's recommendations are consolidate, I'm talking about the subcommittee, just to remind you. Consolidate the PUD, the PRD, the PRO, and the cluster lot ordinances into one streamlined option for residential developments. Cap the density increases and eliminate bonus stacking that offsets open space gains. Require parallel plans for comparison to show the true benefit. Next page, define open space minimum percentage and what is included and excluded in those calculations. Do a better job on sidewalk and trail design. Next slide. Encourage better design like side entry garages, a diversity of building designs, promote the concept of isolation of the project, and seek better quality building materials. We should look at woodlands that are part of existing greenways, have minimum buffers for buffer dimensions, and no touch zones. The next couple pages are just appendixes that show the master plan and zoning of the surrounding areas of the 4 projects we reviewed. You can review those at your leisure. No need to discuss them here. That was the subcommittee's report to the Planning Commission. The Planning Commission reviewed the report and the detail behind it. We have come up with a description of what conceptual changes we feel need to be made to the PUD ordinance. This is not the actual ordinance amendment, just a broader conceptual changes. We need Carlisle Wortman to prepare the actual amendment. We have broken down our current PUD ordinance into sections like intent, applicability, that's a hard word to say, design, etc., and listed the proposed changes we feel need to be made within those sections or categories. I'll walk through those sections and categories, again providing a summary of each section and some key points. We are raising the bar. Any developer seeking benefits of a PUD must deliver high-quality design, meaningful environmental protection, and clear advantages to the community. We seek to make the rules clearer and more predictable for both applicants and decision makers. These changes will raise development quality, enhance protection of the community character, and ensure that flexibility only comes with meaningful public benefit. Section 1, applicability. One of the biggest improvements is organization and clarity. We're proposing to create distinct PUD categories: residential, commercial and industrial, and mixed use, so expectations are tailored to the type of development. We're also proposing to consolidate multiple overlapping tools for residential plan developments into one unified system. This reduces confusion, improves consistency, and makes it easier to enforce standards. Intent, number 2, intent. We'd like to strengthen the intent section to clearly emphasize better outcomes. This includes higher quality building and site design, safer and more connected pedestrian systems, and improved buffering between uses. Number 3, eligibility requirements. We'd also like to refine eligibility requirements. This includes setting clearer minimum standards for open space, setbacks, and building design. A major focus is clarifying what qualifies as a material benefit. These benefits must serve the broader community and must be something that can't be achieved under standard zoning. Number 4, open space design standards. We want to clearly define what counts as open space and place limits on counting features that are otherwise undevelopable toward meeting those totals. There should be a strong emphasis on preserving connected woodlands and creating open space that are centrally located and usable. We'd like to introduce more flexibility in setbacks based on design quality and context while encouraging integrated pathway systems that are durable and low maintenance. Number 5, building and site design. This section focuses on improving the overall look and feel of the developments. We prefer new projects to be compatible with surrounding neighborhoods. We seek enhanced entrances and improved residential design elements. And we're also hoping to upgrade pedestrian infrastructure. Number 6, density bonus provisions. This is one of the most important aspects of our changes. We propose to clarify the density bonus system and make it more objective. Density will be a base established using a conventional development plan. From there, incremental increases in density can be earned through additional open space or enhanced design features. But yet we would have a defined density cap to ensure that development remains consistent with community expectations. Number 7, maintenance. Long-term maintenance is another critical component. We want to make it clear responsibility for maintaining roads, stormwater systems, natural features like wetlands stays with the homeowners association and confirm that the legal ordinance will formalize these responsibilities. We also need to be sure the township will have the authority to step in if failure to meet these obligations poses a danger to the health, safety, and welfare of our community. The cost of such action by the township would be recovered from the respective HOA. In summary, these proposed updates create a clear and more predictable process. They raise the standard for design and environmental stewardship while ensuring flexibility results in real community benefits. And they establish stronger mechanisms for long-term accountability. Overall, this positions the township for higher quality, more sustainable development moving forward. Finally, next steps. The subcommittee and the Planning Commission has already put a lot of time and effort into this process. Before we dive deeper into the intricacies of actually amending the ordinance and incurring the expense, we are presenting this to you in an attempt to explain why there is a need for these amendments and to gain your support to continue this process. You are the ultimate authority. You must approve any ordinance amendments. We are not asking for your approval of an ordinance amendment at this time. We are just outlining the concepts of our goals and amendments. We have had minimal input from our consultants so far. Some of these goals and concepts may need to be tweaked. You will have an opportunity to approve, deny, or request changes to the final draft. Tonight, I seek your understanding of the needs for these amendments, and the Planning Commission seeks your approval to engage Carlisle Wortman. In that regard, Megan has a quote for that work, which she'll pass out in a few minutes, right? There they have it. No, you don't?
It was forwarded to the supervisor.
Okay.
I think that it's under consideration to come back.
Okay. So you have a quote in hand, perhaps not right in front of every one of you tonight, but I had asked that the 2026 budget include funds for ordinance amendments. Not sure if that got included. So I'm not sure if this calls for a budget amendment or if we can just go ahead and engage them. Your guidance is appreciated. Thank you.
Thank you. Public comments? Okay, good. Online public comments? No, okay. Good. Board comments? Trustee Morocco?
I'm on the planning commission with Bill. I gotta say, I've been there almost 20 years. Bill's put more effort into trying to fix the ordinances. than anybody has, so I appreciate that.
Thank you.
So we've identified how we could do better. Planning Commission's been working hard on that. Bill's identified that the planned unit development basically has no boundaries, and with boundaries, we could have a lot better starting point, and I think that's one of the best things that he's projecting here. I do want to, he's here really to tell you all the hard work that the Planning Commission's done to try to put protections in place so that dense developments that we've seen recently don't happen again, and don't have such a negative impact on the surrounding areas by tree clearing and buffering and all of that, to help keep from deteriorating the character of the community. I guess, Dan, my question for you is, I guess your question, is there a budget for the Planning Commission to do this? And what is, there's a gray area amongst us talking in the township about, can the Planning Commission, because we're a recommending body, can we identify what we believe to be the needs and move forward with researching, doing that work, and getting the recommendations prepared for the board's review without board approval, or do we need board approval, or whose approval, in order to have the Planning Commission do their business? And we don't have a clear answer on that, on how that process works, and that's one of the reasons why Bill's here, is asking for the money to move forward. And I would like clarity on how does that process work, on who holds the purse strings of what gets worked on and what doesn't get worked on. I'd love you to, if you wouldn't mind.
Here, let me give a proper context so you can get that in there. I did not realize when she emailed me, she did email the quote, so I did get it. I think I responded back and I said that it was not in the budget. And I think that's all I said, right? It wasn't in the budget. So that wasn't a yes or no. It would then take an amendment from the board to be able to put those funds in for us. This was not something that was foreseen when we approved the budget. So it just takes a board action from that side, but it's not in there currently.
Yeah, so just again, Dan Kelly, Township Attorney, to follow up on that. Obviously, any expenditures on the consultants need to be approved by the township, unless it falls within an already designated budget. Planning Commission has a wide discretion to take a look in or to look at data, as long as you're not spending any money, and making recommendations. Now, from my perspective, best practice would be to come to the township board, maybe like a similar presentation that you saw here tonight, and say, this is what we want to do. Are you guys on board with considering all the hard work that we're going to put into it? So you do that up front, and if the board is willing or agreeable to that, then you can take a look at the funding of it and so forth. What do you need from consultants? So that's best practice. The short answer is Planning Commission can spend a lot of time doing whatever they want. I shouldn't say that general, but they can spend a lot of time, but if the township board's not interested in taking up those issues, it can go for naught.
So the best process, because we need a process now, because if we want to do something and there's nothing in the budget, it seems to stop at that point. We don't, we need to get it to this level where we're getting a consensus that we want to invest. So what's the streamline? So at the Planning Commission now, he's identified that we've got all these issues with the plan unit developments that we think we could do, but we could tweak to protect the residents in the future, a little better. We've identified some vagueness and things that worked against us in the past.
Yes.
So he's now come with this. Should Bill be presenting an actual estimate from the consultant, like in a board package under review? Should it be like in this presentation? What would be the cleanest way, so the plan, for the Planning Commission to do their work and do what you're saying? Is this the cleanest way to do it?
Bring a MAF.
Yeah, I think that's right.
But should I bring a MAF as the Planning Commission, saying I'm looking for approval on this proposal or something?
Yep.
Right, you get a quote from the consultant, Planning Commission, maybe take a vote of the Planning Commission in support of that consultant quote, and then you present it to the township board for approval. As long as it's not already in the budget somewhere, doesn't sound like it is, this would be a new activity. That would be the simplest.
So there's no
I'm looking to see what the quote is, that's all I was looking.
Is there any, does the planning commission have a budget? I thought we did.
They do have some, yeah. But it was more on the legal side.
So that's what we don't understand, like, what's the allocation of the budget,
It's
you
in the
know?
budget. Look at the budget.
I know, is it gonna say, I can only use it for Dan, I can use it for, you know,
I would
like the township initiated rezoning, we did, because we felt that that needed to be done to align with the master plan, but we didn't bring that budget to the board to
It was
do
not that specific. It was much more broader, so you have a lot more flexibility in there. So there was in there for a consultant, and then there was a budget in there for legal. It didn't say what they could spend it on. They didn't even say what attorney
And have
or
we used that
consultant.
up already?
I don't know the number off the top of my head. I do know, and I'm sorry, that's what I was doing, I was not being disrespectful. I was trying to find the quote. Carl Waterman was asking for $6,260. So that was the quote. But, yeah, at this point, I did, on the 6,260, I think I did look, and there was not enough in there. So that would be an amendment that we, you know, if you were to bring in the MAVE and to make an amendment, we could work with Renee to say what the GL budget adjustment would. I think you can bring it all in one packet and just deal with it all at once.
And should it be each thing specific, or should we just, like reboot us another 10 grand for, you know, to work with, and, you know, do it in like a little small block like that?
You can
Or
do that.
every item?
I mean,
Well, I want to do whatever the board feels more comfortable, so it
Right.
passed, you know,
Yeah,
so
yeah.
we
So,
have
I
a better
mean,
chance of it passing.
those are all things that, you know, they would come to the board, and the board would have to go through and do it. So, I mean, that's the process. I can't say whether it's gonna pass or not, but I'm gonna say that's the process. If you wanted to go through and bring a MAVE saying that I would like to increase the consulting budget by 10 grand, then, okay, and then we would look through it and put the MAVE there and show the budget, how that would be adjusted, and then we'd bring it forward.
Okay.
And then that 10 grand could be used for any consultant, for that
Okay,
matter. Yeah.
okay.
Yeah.
Well,
But
we'll
if you're,
try to go that route with it then, and,
yeah, and I think if you call Renee tomorrow, she will, is she here?
no, she left.
She'll be back? Okay, if you get ahold of Renee, then she'll tell you exactly where they're at.
In the budget?
Yeah, yeah,
Okay.
so you can make a determination
All
there.
right, I'll work with Megan on doing that then.
Okay.
I was just gonna say I was surprised if there isn't any ordinance amendment money already budgeted.
Yeah, off the top of my head, I
Because
don't.
it's almost something we do every year in some fashion, so it might be there under consulting services already, over and above probably what we're paying for the consultants on a
Okay.
yearly basis.
Could be, I don't know, I don't
Okay.
remember off the top of my
I
head.
will,
There's
look into
900
that with
some odd
Renee,
pages,
and
as we all know.
if not, I will ask for a budget amendment with, an example of why and what we would be
Yeah.
doing with the money that we got asked for
Yep.
in the future.
In the meantime, any questions on the proposal?
I don't have
Trustee
a
Hayward?
question. Sorry, thank you. I don't have any questions. I just would like to thank you for all the work that you did and everybody on this, this committee. Because I know it's real easy to just come in and show up at a meeting and vote. But to do this extra work that nobody's asking you to do, but to take care and concern about our township and what the residents are really saying and telling us, and that we actually go in and do something about it and really pull us into where we need to be as far as the future, I guess, or at least today, to at least bring us into 2026 where we need to be based on all the things in the township that you guys actually took all the time that you did for nothing. I mean, it was all volunteer time. And I just want to say that I appreciate what you've done and all the members on the committee as well, because I know it takes a lot of work just to show up somewhere for free,
Yeah.
let alone do work when you get there. So thank you.
Thank you.
Treasurer Brown?
I just mirror what trustee Hayward said, and the supervisor mentioned earlier that, you know, we always look for the tools we can have. And I think the planning commission, and I know with significant input from you as well, really spent time working on this, and I just see it as a number of tools in here that can help us kind of improve how things get developed going forward. So I think it's well done.
Thank you. Okay.
Thank
Anybody
you,
else?
Bill. Thank you.
Thanks for your time.
One last party comment. Everything they've said, and I do appreciate it too, because I know you and I went back and forth a little bit on the presentation, and I think it's an excellent presentation, not because of my part, but because of your willingness to listen and engage. So I
Thank you.
greatly appreciate that. Thank you. All right, consent agenda. All right, so I'm going to read these pretty fast. Consent agenda. 1, request to approve the Board of Trustees regular closed session meetings minutes of March 10, 2026. Number 2, request to approve the March 17, 2026 check run, including an ACH for $728,254.09. Ratify the March 13, 2026 payroll for $332,013, and the January 2026 EFT ACH wire activity for $1,855,780.04. And number 3, request to approve the agreement of the Election Service of Oakland County for early voting. Can I get a motion to approve the consent agenda?
Make a motion to approve the consent agenda as presented.
I get a second?
Support.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Great, motion carried. All right, items removed from the consent agenda, there were not any, so now we're on to the regular business. The first regular business will be,
We're gonna go fast.
first regular business, let me just get my papers in order, is for the request to approve the second reading of the zoning ordinance for text amendment, section 14.02, specify the procedure for the appointment of alternates to the ZBA. And for that, we're going to have Megan from Carl Warman come up. Pardon me?
Renee's back.
Okay.
Good evening to the Board of Trustees. This is the second reading of some zoning ordinance amendments in order to have the procedure to appoint alternates to the Zoning Board of Appeals. It's essentially the same language as is in the Michigan Zoning Enabling Act. It was unanimously recommended by the Planning Commission, and then you unanimously approved the first reading on March 10th. Per inquiry from the board, draft ZBA rules and procedures were included in the supporting documents. Those will be presented to the ZBA at their April 1st meeting for their review, discussion, and approval, but ultimately they would also come to you for approval. I'd be happy to answer any questions about the amendments themselves, the rules of procedure, or why the alternates are necessary for the ZBA's function.
Let's start first with the audience, just to
Oh,
keep things
sorry,
going
yeah.
first. Any comments or questions from the audience? Statements? Not so much questions. Okay, anybody online? Comments? No? Okay, close public comments. Board, trustee now, Matthew?
On the rules, or however you're picking the alternates, I know that it says here that you're gonna alternate kind of back and forth. I guess I still want clarity on how you're picking the first person. So
Okay.
these two people show up to the first meeting, and you're gonna vote on something. I wanna know how you decide at the initial first one, which of those two gets to start? Is it gonna be a name out of a hat, or just random, or, because, you know, if you know ahead of time how someone's gonna vote, you're gonna say, I want Joe instead of Susie at the first one. So I just want more clarification on that at the end, so.
Thank you. We'll bring that up with the ZBA when they are looking at it.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Any other questions or comments from the board? No? Okay, then can I get a roll call, Madam Clerk?
I'll make a motion
Oh,
first.
yes, motion, sorry, motion.
Aye.
I will move to approve the second reading of the ordinance and adopt an amendment to Charter Township of Independence Ordinance Code, Chapter 50 zoning ordinance revision to Article 14 and Section 14.02 to specify procedures and appointments of alternates to the Zoning Board of Appeals and direct the clerk to publish notice in a manner prescribed by law.
Second.
Can I get a roll call, Madam Clerk?
Clerk Newbeck, yes. Treasurer Brown?
Yes.
Trustee Hayward?
Yes.
Trustee Morocco?
Yes.
Trustee Nalamathu?
Yes.
Trustee Tedder?
Yes.
And Supervisor File.
Yes.
Motion carried.
Motion carried. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks, Megan.
Next item on the agenda is the request to adopt a resolution number 2026005, the grant application for the land acquisition for the DNR.
Boundary.
As a follow-up to our public hearing, our next formal step in the application process for the Michigan Department of Natural Resources is to get a formal resolution of support from the Board of Trustees. The Parks, Recreation, and Senior Advisory Committee provided their recommendation of support at their March 18th meeting.
Public comments, any public comments?
Pretty much said everything already.
Good, okay, I appreciate it, we got it all out early. Anybody online, public comments? Nope, okay, I'll close public comments, bring it back to the board. Anybody on the board have comments, questions?
I have.
Trustee Haber?
And maybe you can or can't answer. What is the cost of us to apply for this loan? Or for, I'm sorry, grant?
There is no cost to apply for the grant.
No cost. So if we, what is the process of asking for an extension?
It will start with an email
Mm-hmm.
to our grant coordinator.
Will it get accepted, the extension? I mean, will they accept the extension?
I can't answer that without,
don't know?
I don't know
Okay.
what the process is formally.
Yeah.
I would reach out immediately to figure that out with our grant coordinator.
Well, that doesn't help me today, but.
No, it does not.
Okay.
Other questions?
Yeah, I just want to emphasize that I think the proper course of action is pursuing an extension, us having the opportunity to view the grant application, which again will have additional teeth in it. My understanding is it's reflective of both properties on both sides of Clarkston, and the application, or just the one?
The application is for just the
Just the
western
one,
portion of
okay.
the lakeside.
So again, all that would be spelled out in the grant application, which would give us all more clarity. And, again, waiting to the last minute has consequences potentially, but I think it's the right thing to do, in my opinion. And so I would ask consideration for that.
Okay.
For an extension.
Trustee now, Matthew?
I have a question for the attorney. Is there any way we can kind of do a vote dependent on how they come back with the extension? Like, can the vote be, okay, if they say no to the extension, we could be okay with applying by April 1st? Or not?
To be honest with you, I don't know the answer, but I wouldn't recommend doing that.
Okay.
You either approve the resolution or you don't. Okay.
I'll make a motion.
Go ahead.
I'm gonna throw it out there. I'm gonna make a motion that we postpone the approval of the adoption of the resolution until, to give Lisa time to file for an extension with the DNR and provide the completed application to the Township Board for review to be put on the next available meeting, if all documents are available at that time for submittal.
Second.
Support.
I have a question.
Yes.
Is this something, I know we try and avoid, but is this something, because time is of the essence, if she gets a response, that we can call a special meeting for the vote?
Yeah, we can always call a special meeting. Trustee Newbeck?
Well,
or,
does that cost money?
Sorry, Claire, Newbeck, sorry.
So, I'm sorry. Are you calling the vote?
No.
Oh, all right.
I believe the director is going out of town, and I don't know when she'll be back. So that could be, in terms of a special meeting to meet the April 1st deadline,
No.
may be an issue. Is that correct? Yeah. So we're either at now or postpone, period.
Yeah, with regard to the motion, I just want to make one clarification. I mean, I haven't been involved in this, but what I heard the director say was that there was a late application back in 2019. I don't know that there's an extension. So I don't know that there's even an application. I don't
Correct, I
think
think
Lisa
we're
does.
referring to them kind of interchangeably, but we would have to
You
look
would-
at the process for submitting an application late.
Yes.
They don't provide extensions, but I think we are knowing what we mean when we say that we would be submitting a late application.
Right. I just want to clarify that. That's what I heard.
That's what my intent of the motion was.
Okay.
Treasurer Brown?
In our calls with her, her recommendation was to not was to not file late,
Correct,
especially given that we'd already done that once before. And
correct.
so I don't think that is in the best interest of the township residents if we end up moving forward, but end up being penalized because we delayed. Knowing, and if we had no way of turning down the grant, I probably would not be okay with voting to move forward and do this. But we can, and in fact, my guess is we could just tell them in 3 weeks, we've changed our mind, pull it, and they just pull it. And the board could take an action to do that. So I don't see the risk of doing this to ensure that we have the opportunity, knowing we can either pull it back or turn it down if it comes, if the board chooses to do that. So that's my position.
Trustee, no, Matthew?
I think your clarification was a huge comment, so thank you, because that is a total difference, is applying for an extension as opposed to submitting late and could be just denied because you're late.
Clerk Newbeck?
Trustee Tedder, what are you concerned with wanting to know or not, to have included or not have included in the application?
Yeah,
Is there something that we can come to terms with tonight on that?
I just think for me, you know, if there's a majority of the board that wants to support it, but for me, I wanna see the application. I think that's appropriate. I think that's something we should expect of ourselves and knowing what's in the details. I don't think that's unreasonable. That's my position. I'll also just add that I don't think there's a profound risk in losing said property if it's the will of the majority of this board to buy it. It's been, you know, vacant for, 10+ years in a traditional sense. And so if it were ripe for development or other purposes, I think there would have been people fighting tooth and nail over each other to do that. That's just my opinion, but with respect to this, I'd like to see the application, that I'm being asked to support an approval of an application that I don't even have the partial to review, that's all. So I don't know that can be reconciled, respectfully.
Trustee Morocco?
My concern, as mentioned, is that we're saying all these things in the MAF that we're gonna tell them we're gonna do with the property, but they're not on the document, and I think that it would be better if the residents could see what we're actually proposing to do there. And if we're not, this has a big list of amenities that we're proposing, and I just think that there's that not knowing exactly what the grant is going to be saying that we're going to be proposing that they're going to base a grant on, and that we should be held accountable for what we're promising to do if we're asking the state to give us taxpayers' money, and we're saying we're going to do A, B, and C, and then we're not going to do A, B, and C, but we got the grant for doing A, B, and C. I don't like that. I don't think that the residents have a clear understanding of what we're committing to qualify, is kind of where I'm just a little hesitant on.
And to clarify, these are things that could be included in the development of the property. The grant application itself is land acquisition. So yes, we're mentioning our vision or possibilities down the line, but ultimately, when it comes to the development, they're not necessarily judging on that. It is for the acquisition of the land itself.
Well, what are they basing it on, opposed to us and every other community in the state wanting money? What would, if we're not telling them how that land's
Well, I
gonna
think
be
that's-
beneficial to us,
Sure.
then why would, how is
Absolutely,
that?
and I understand what you're saying. I think that's why we say that this land could be used for these purposes. The land itself is conducive to these purposes.
The key thing here is they call it conceptual, and so we're not making a promise. We're giving them a conceptual idea because they understand that as you move forward, there has to be tremendous input from the community. And so the grant process takes a long time to get through. So first you want to see if you can get the money before we spend hours and days with the public coming up with a plan that we don't have the money to buy. So, right? I mean, again, conceptual, not promised.
Trustee Hayward?
So when you provide these conceptual ideas, did you provide what you have in your basically agenda item description? Or did you?
Yes, those are wrapped up into the grant narrative.
Right. What about the things, the other things we saw, like with the tunnel and all that other stuff? Was that put in there as well?
No, because that
Okay.
was a completely different application.
Okay, that's what I
That
wanted
was
to know.
provided
So
for
the things
point
that
of
you said,
reference.
public swimming, fishing, pier and shoreline recreation, walking and nature trails, picnic areas and pavilions, nature-based play areas, playgrounds, outdoor gathering space, and athletic spaces.
Correct.
Is what you put into the application.
Correct, because that is the things that are conducive to the
Sure.
property itself.
Having a park, right. Got it. Yep, okay. Thank you.
Clerk Newbeck?
I'd like to make a motion to proceed after 10 PM.
Support.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carried. All right, if nobody else has it,
I did, sorry.
Oh, I'm
I
sorry.
didn't know she was gonna make a motion.
oh,
So I assume the grant has the benefits as well, like where you put that it
Yes.
represents,
The
you know, the
project
last
plan.
large piece of property, enhanced pedestrian and bicycle connectivity, all that.
Yes, absolutely.
and correct me if I'm wrong, they were very familiar with this. I don't even think we exactly told them exactly which one. They jumped right on it.
Our grant coordinator, yes.
Yeah, and was excited about the opportunity.
Correct.
Yep, okay. All right, there's a motion. Sam, do you want to repeat it? It's getting late.
No, I'm not, I
It
mean,
was off the top of his head.
I was off the top of your head.
well, my
You wanna just go
original
through-
motion was to postpone until we had the grant application and to instruct Lisa to apply for the late filing. That was basically the motion.
Do you want to go with that motion, or do you want to go with this motion that's here?
Well, you can kill my motion first, real quick, if you want.
I think you have to rescind it yourself.
All right,
Do you want us to vote on it, or do you want to rescind it? That's what I'm asking.
I'll rescind it. How about that?
Okay.
I'll support.
Okay, so second, that motion has been removed, rescinded. So somebody want to make a motion on this?
I'll move to adopt resolution number 2026-005 for the 2026 Michigan Natural Resources Trust Fund Acquisition Grant Application regarding the Walters Lake property parcel 08-13-126-002 as presented.
I'll
Okay.
second.
All right. Can I get a roll call, Madam Clerk, please?
Treasurer Brown.
Yes.
Trustee Hayward.
Yes.
Trustee Morocco.
No.
Trustee Nalamathu.
Yes.
Trustee Tedder.
No.
Supervisor File.
Yes.
Clerk Newbeck, yes.
Okay,
Motion carried.
motion carried. All right, moving along. The next one on here is request to appoint, sorry, we moved that one back. The next one on there is to request to approve contract for the Deer Lake Beach lease with the city of the village of Clarkston. This was brought forth by trustee Tedder and Morocco. You want to?
Sure. So everybody knows we've been running the beach, we've been using the village's property, leasing it for $1 a year. I believe Joette knows the whole story, but supposedly the beach was given to the village in 1928 from the cemetery. What? 21, I'm sorry, in 1921. Since then, I didn't grow up here, but it sounds like everybody and their brother all went there and grew up there and loved it their whole life. So there, I just wanted to bring this forward because there's been some discussion about whether or not we're gonna reopen it, not reopen it, times of the essence, it's coming. I believe that it's an asset that the community deserves. I think that the location is ideal. The fact that it's all sun, the beach itself, the sand, although it is slowly deteriorating, it's a sandy beach on a beautiful lake in the middle of town. So I just wanted, Jim and I talked about it, we wanted to bring it forward and either, and put this issue to rest. We're either going to extend it, I would recommend that we extend it for 1 year, to give us more time to decide whether or not we want to move our assets or resources somewhere else, and also give the village time to open and be able to run the beach if they decide to, or potentially split the beach from the boat launch would be another option. But there's a lot of residents in the township that have called me. I've gotten lots of emails about what's the future of the beach. the ice is gone, votes are gonna go in, so it seemed like, we needed to, get this discussion, going and figure it out. I know you went to the meeting last night with the village and had discussions with them about your feelings about it. So I just think it would, we both figured, let's get it out in the open and talk about it.
Okay, yeah, let's open it up to public comments. Go up the mic, name, please, and address.
Hello, good evening. My name is Erica Jones, 76 North Main Street. I am a resident of Clarkston and a member of Clarkston City Council. And I'm here tonight to spotlight the long-running and mutually beneficial partnership our communities share in Deer Lake Beach. Since the incorporation of the city of the village of Clarkston in 1992, the city has leased the beach property to Deer Lake to the township for continued use as a recreational park area for $1 a year, available for residents of both communities to enjoy. Under the terms of the lease agreement, Independence Township remained and remains in charge of Deer Lake Beach's day-to-day operations and maintenance. This long-standing agreement has allowed Deer Lake Beach to remain a vibrant, centrally located, family-friendly attraction for both communities, providing activities like Soggy Doggy Days, beach yoga, and dive-in movies. It also provides a location for the high school's robotics team's annual regatta, as well as swimming lessons. Last year, more than 100 classes were offered over 3 sessions at the beach. If you want to go fast, go alone. If you want to go far, go together. Deer Lake Beach has been and continues to be a shared asset for both of our communities, and we wanted to take that opportunity to share these highlights with you as you consider tonight's vote, and to close by quoting Supervisor File, quoting Trustee Tedder, parks are the most tangible benefits to our residents.
Thank you. Okay. Let's go with Joanne, then you'll be next.
I'm just delivering, yeah, I'm just delivering.
Okay.
Joette Coons, 9740 Reese Road. I do want to read you just a little short thing from the Clarkston News, May 7th, 1921. An event of the greatest importance took place Saturday, the 23rd, when the trustees of Lakeview Cemetery Association formally deeded the lake front at the lower end of Deer Lake to the village of Clarkston to be used as a public park. The village council plans to gradually work this beautiful strip of ground into one of the showplaces of the county. And you all have a copy of that. I'm speaking tonight for the Parks, Recreation, and Seniors Advisory Council. And I want to give you our resolution. Whereas Deer Lake is a natural resource that has been used for recreation by the citizens of Clarkston and Independence Township for 105 years. It was given to the village of Clarkston on Saturday, April 23rd, 1921, as a park. Now, I'm sure there were swimmers there before 1921. Whereas the opening of Deer Lake Beach and the boat launch would provide residents with a safe and equitable, because not everybody has a swimming pool, access to swimming, boating, fishing, and other water-based activities. And whereas proper management, including time to plan, maintain, and oversee, can ensure that the beach and the boat launch are operated in a safe, environmentally responsible, and sustainable manner. And therefore be resolved that the Independence Township Parks, Recs, and Seniors Advisory Committee expresses its full support for the opening of Deer Lake Beach and boat launch. And we would like it to be that the township should take all the necessary steps to facilitate the timely and safe opening of these public access. Thank you.
Dylan, you only allow one chick, but,
I just wanted to add a fact that I left out. That,
okay.
There you go.
Yeah, there you go, there you go. Teamwork.
Yeah, it's on.
Yep.
It's on, Don.
It's on.
Oh, I just wanted 7755 Newport Drive. I'm just a businessman. I believe in owning my own property, and I just don't understand this Deer Lake deal. When we got a lake, Green Lake, we don't put nothing into the Green Lake, but we make sure we take care of their lake. We don't get recognition of it. I mean, you know, it's all about Clarkson. They look at it as their lake. Well, I don't see where Independence gains anything And I don't know what our cost factor is to run that. Does anybody, is it $100, $1,000, $10,000? I hear we gotta spend $145,000 on the ramp. Why? I'm sorry, but that's what I believe. It's ours, turn it over to us. I get it, but it's not.
Yep.
Thank you.
Thank you. Yep, please.
Laura Rogers, I'm a resident of Clarkston, live on Main Street at 58.
I'm sorry, can you just speak up, because it does not appear to be working?
Lean into it. Okay. Laura Rogers, I live on Main Street in downtown Clarkston at 58 North Main. Erica pointed out that some of the activities that the township offers to its residents are Soggy Doggy Days, beach yoga, and dive-in movies. Those are already scheduled for this summer in the Parks and Rec manual, and so I am guessing that people have already signed up for them, that this has already been an offer by the township in the Parks and Rec catalog. Also, the fun fact that was missed was that Deer Lake Beach was the runner-up for the best beach in Michigan in USA Today's 2024 Readers' Choice Awards. So just a couple reasons why we need to keep that beach open. It's a great service to not only the residents in Clarkston proper, but also Independence Township. I think Mr. File said that he gave a quote of how many people from the residents, from the Independence Township uses the beach versus the city of the village, and it was exponentially higher. Independence too. Thank you.
Any other questions or comments? Yep, please in the back.
I have them moved to this.
That mic.
Yeah.
Because the batteries have died.
Oh, okay, yeah, can we just go over here then, please? No, there's a note. Can't have meetings more than 5 hours long.
Buy extra batteries.
Norm Freshke, 7199 Deer Lake Court. I think you got, all the board members received an email from Shauna, our president from the Deer Lake Properties Owners Association. We're in strong support of opening the beach. Sam, we're in strong support of opening the beach. This has been something that the township has backed and supported, yes, with a budget that is negative, but over, I don't know how many years, if it's 50 or I'm not sure. But ever since I know, it increases the safety of the lake. It brings in structure of the management of it to make sure it's done right. Parks and Rec has been doing a great job, and I want to thank the township for supporting that effort. I think we had a lot of folks here from Walters Lake that left, but I think that when I look at the folks that use Deer Lake on a daily basis in the summer months, it starts early in the morning when the fog is still on the lake, and they come and they swim the lake back and forth, you know, the long way, which I could never do, but you know, there's a group of folks that do it on a daily basis. There's kayakers, canoers, folks out there before the wake starts. Then the fishermen's and the boat come out. You know, the usage is there. My daughter learned to swim there. A lot of kids you know, in the area learn to swim there. It's something that is a benefit for all the residents, and I think they use it. And then in the evening, the sunset cruisers that come out. If I think that this was known to the residents that use the lake, this place would be packed. It was nothing tonight. It would be times 3, times 4, if they would know that this township is trying to shut down the beach or the management of this beach. This is a resource. And not only that, by the way, I'm speaking as an individual here, not as the Deer Lake property owners. If they would know that we're trying to buy a piece of land, which we have to manage and pay for, which is a beach, and we're abandoning the beach that we have already? That would be absurd. I would like to understand what the reasoning is. I haven't heard anything, and this is the issue with public comment that comes before the board speaks and the minds, and knowing what the minds of the boards are. But why is this an issue? Is it the deficit that's run, which is done on a lot of budgets? It's not a profit center. It's a benefit for the residents. It's something that has been done for a long time. It's accepted. If this gets out to the general public that this is the plan, you're going to have a re-vote. I mean, it's like that. And I think that the management of the access is very important on some items. You know, I think it's something that should seriously be looked at. Anybody who is an elected official should really think about what they're voting on tonight. All right, thank you.
Anyone else? Yep, okay.
My name is Rob Danowitz. I live at 7300 Sagamore Drive. And I promised Chuck I wouldn't talk. But having said that, I am here to encourage the continued cooperation between the township, the Parks and Rec people, the village of the city, and all the people that work there. Lisa's worked very hard to make the beach a priority and do a good job of managing it. She's cooperated with the Deer Lake Property Owners Association for many years, and it's all been a positive experience, including nobody's drowned there. Since I was the president of the Deer Lake Property Owners Association, we did have drowning on the lake. But that hasn't happened in a long time, and it certainly hasn't happened at the beach while the lifeguards have been responsible for it. Safety is very important in a waterfront situation. I reviewed the employee manual that's prepared for the people that work there. It's really thorough, and when those people adhere to the manual, the beach is very well run. So I would encourage the continued cooperation between the township and the city of the village to operate the beach. I would encourage you to vote yes to open the beach. It's real necessary. Thank you.
Yes, please.
Hi, my name is Ted Quisenberry. I also am a member of the charming City Council for Clarkston. And I just want to first start off and say, that was beautifully said, what he just said, talking about the cooperation. And that's one thing that all of us will benefit and all of our residents will benefit from. What the other person commented on was the fact that Independence Township doesn't own the beach. No, you don't. We own it. We own the beach. But we choose to offer it to 36,000 people in your township to be able to come and use it the same way that our residents do. And it won't be costing them any more money than you've spent the last several days, or last several years. Because the agreements that have been in place for many years, the township has agreed to be responsible for the operation costs of it. You'll still be doing that, but that's already baked into this budget and your previous ones and your previous. So the bottom line is, it isn't going to cost your residents any more money than they've been spending over the last several years. So what we're doing is we're in the spirit of cooperating with our neighbors, having a good relationship with Independence Township, offering a gem that we have available to your residents for no really extra cost than they're paying right now. That's it.
Thank you. Anyone else? Okay, no one else in the audience? Anybody online?
Yes, sir.
Okay, go ahead, please.
John Doolin, 7421 South Village Drive.
First, I want to say, Joette, great job with the history there. Norm, really appreciated your perspective as well. And then, Rob, I want to echo what the gentleman before me said. Well said. And I would just leave it at this. It pains me severely to be on the record agreeing with Sam Morocco, but I don't know that anybody on that board wants to be the generation that took away the memories that are made at that beach. So I'll leave it at that. Thank you for allowing me to speak.
Yep, thank you. Anybody else online? No? Okay, let's bring it up to the board.
Thank
Trustee
you.
Tedder?
Since I didn't have as co-sponsor, have a chance to kind of give my comments before public comment, because I know there's a value to folks. But I'm, again, as I mentioned earlier, part of the Parks Rec Seniors Advisory Committee, and I had quietly been wondering what's going on, but, you know, back of mind. But at that meeting, residents had expressed concern or reluctance that there hadn't been any movement on the renewal. And so Sam and I think both had shared of the same thought that, you know, we're getting into spring boating season here. And time is a wasting. There's been an incredible partnership. It's been articulated for 105 or 106 years, whatever the math is. It's a pretty incredible relationship and bond, if you will, between the village and the township. I grew up in Springfield Township, but I told kids I was from Clarkston. I say I'm from Clarkston to this day, right? It's the heartbeat to our bodies is the city of the village of Clarkston. And that being said, I think any of us, I think there's at least 4 Clarkston kids here on this board that can think back to fond memories at the lake. Some we can share, some perhaps we probably rather not. But that being said, it's been a jewel and a gem, and you know, it's not perfect, but that's not our thought right now. This is not our burden. It's really let's open up this before we get too late into the season. Let's open this back up and, you know, provide some simple numbers. The city of the village of Clarkston is comprised of about 950 residents. Independence Township is comprised of 38,000 residents. That is 98 or 97.5% in favor of the township. Even if the village residents were 2 to 1, twice as likely to frequent the beach, it's still 5% of the total beach usage. So if we don't do this tonight, frankly, we're depriving our own residents of the only public access to launch a boat, a crown jewel that, you know, perfect, imperfect, we're down to 1 volleyball net, whatever. It's something that we all look back to, take our kids, grandkids, day trips, et cetera, et cetera. And I know I've said before, the Parks and Rec Department is one of those areas that we tend to deficit spend because these are amenities. These are things that we value as township residents. And so be it the baseball program, be it summer camp, and all those have associated fees, and so does entrance to the beach. And so too, we deficit spend at the tune of about $2 a resident to ensure that residents who don't have the good fortune of living on a lake, like I think most of us on the board do, that they also get to have some enjoyment that riparians take for granted. And so I think it was really important before we got too long into the season, and if it's the will of the board to vote no, that's fine, but very passionate about this, and I'm going to ask the board's consideration to extend this for the year so that our Parks and Rec Department can kind of get the ball rolling, and residents who, you know, I think it was stated, most of whom don't even know that this was just kind of dormantly going away, dying on the vine, if you will. And so again, that kind of concludes my thoughts, and, you know, hope to have the board's support tonight.
Okay. Trustee Hayward?
Thank you. A couple of things that came up, I happened to watch the city council meeting last night, and there were some comments made as well, but I think it's really important to know that regardless to who comes to your meeting, who speaks, they speak for themselves. Because I've made the mention, one of the things that I saw at the city council meeting is they assumed that just because Supervisor File was there, that this was a foregone conclusion. Or they had, you know, this was a board decision, and it's not. And I think Norm as well made a comment about the township board. Now, whether you like what we have to say when we're by ourselves, or you don't like it, we represent just us. And I know Supervisor File made that apparent at the meeting, that look, this is my opinion, that this isn't the board's opinion. And so I just wanted to point that out. So none of this is a foregone conclusion. Secondly, too, and I spoke with Lisa regarding what happens if we don't open this beach, right? I mean, fortunately, I don't live on a lake. I don't have a boat either, but I don't live on a lake. I've never lived on a lake, but I know that there are kids coming back from college that look forward to a job for the summer, being lifeguards. There are people that look forward to swimming lessons because they have, maybe their last child needs to go through swimming lessons, and they don't have that. There's a lot of things that I looked at before, and I understand that, and I have spoke to Supervisor File, and sometimes I do look at the situation and say, you're right, we don't own that property, but I want to be a good neighbor. I mean, nobody goes down there and checks my ID when I take my kids to Depot Park, well, I have in the past, or people take their kids down and have their picture taken at that gazebo, you know? My wedding pictures were taken at that gazebo. Nobody checked where do I live? Do I live in the township? Do I live in the city? And, you know, they give us a lease for $1, right? And this isn't just something that the people of the village or the city, however you want to refer to them as, this isn't like something they're just getting exclusive. We're paying for it for just them. This is something that is for the entire township. And I think that at least at this point, we need to move forward, at least to give a 1-year extension and not just cut everything off until we have an opportunity to talk about what a long-term plan can be. So you just talked about, we have $12 million sitting there. How much does it cost to improve the beach? I don't know what we spent last time. But even $100,000 is not a lot of money compared to $12 million. So do we pay for that? Do we get a long-term lease? I don't know. There's all kinds of things we can discuss going forward. But I think at this point, we need to extend this contract for the 1 year, to let people have their swimming lessons, let the Parks and Rec not have to call anybody up and say, well, guess what? The beach is not going to open this year. And then tell the rest of the residents there's no place to go swimming or to, you know, launch your boat. So those are my feelings on that. And I think for the 1 year, we could just go ahead and pass this and look at long-term after that.
Okay, thank you. Trustee Morocco?
So I was out at Bay Court today, and I looked at that beach. That's our only other beach out there, way out on Andersonville Road. A lot of people don't even, you know, if you're a Frisbee golfer or want to take your kids to the nicest playground in town, then you know where it is. But a lot of people don't even know that's our parkway out there, because we've held a lot of events at Brady Lodge and stuff, and people are like, I didn't even know we had a park out there. I went back and I looked through all the minutes that I could find going back to 2009 and 19, and there's always been this discussion. It's come up on many boards. The cost of the asset. How much are we going to spend to give this feature to the residents? And the cost is really attributed to the lifeguard service. That's the biggest cost of the park, of why it's so expensive. And if you read through the minutes of all the trustees talking and the board members, you know, it came down to 3 ways of doing it. We could do like the county does, or do like we do at Bay Court, and it's self-serve. Swim at your own risk. There you go, problem solved, you know. Or, emergency phone, partial lifeguard, or emergency phone, no lifeguard. I think we have emergency phone out there now. That was part of the minutes long ago, that we needed a pre-cell phone. If you weren't going to have it manned 100%, there had to be some way of calling for help. So that was put in. Option 3, full service. And in each of these minutes I read, people trying to be fiscally responsible, people trying to not spend as much money, all came back to the value and the service of full service. And that's why it's ran the way that it is today, and it's always been ran that way. But board after board invested in Deer Lake Beach, not in Baycourt Beach. They invested, because Baycourt Beach certainly is not as sunny of a beach, and the ground's not as sandy, and it's got a lot of other issues, and it's very remote. So other boards have determined the values of why Deer Lake Beach. Deer Lake Beach doesn't cost us anything. It does bother me when people say it's the village's beach. It's anything but the village's beach, in my opinion. They don't have anything to do with it. They hardly have any residents to use it. It just happens to be their piece of land, and they're generously letting us operate that asset on theirs. I would agree that, I think it was in 2019, because I just saw the DEQ permit expired in 2023, so it was like a 4-year permit to do restoration on there. The board agreed to spend $118,000 or $120,000 on it back then to slow down the erosion, and to re-divert the washout going under the road. And that investment was made. And I would make the argument that I wouldn't want to invest in a beach that we didn't have equity in, or that our lease wasn't long enough to sustain. So you get an SAD to repave the roads in your community that's only good for 10 years. That's how long they'll give you the loan, because that's how good the road's going to be expected to be good for. So if we were going to invest money into the beach, I would expect that the lease would reflect the longevity of the investment. So say we're going to spend $100,000 resanding the beach, and we figure it's going to all wash back out in 10 years. Well, then we would want a 10-year lease to get our value for investing in someone else's property. But the ownership of the property is really irrelevant. It was owned by the township, then it was given to the village, or whoever owned the cemetery back in the day. Then it was given to the village. Then the village lets us use it. I don't really care whose name's on the title, as long as we have an agreement for use, and that we're not wasting money on assets. But Baycourt Park's, half of Deer Lake Beach's size, so we would have to go out there, clear out all the weeds, expand the beach, fix it, do serious goose control so it's a usable beach. Ideally cut down a bunch of the trees around it so that the beach would then be in the sun. That is one of the beauties of Deer Lake Beach in Michigan when the weather isn't warm all the time, is you need to be in the sun when you're on the beach. So that is an asset that we don't have on all lakefront, And to my opinion, it's just it's a win-win. If we don't want to spend $80,000 on the beach, then have it be a self-serve beach. There's many ways, but to just not give that benefit to the residents. I have a swimming pool. I'm very fortunate. These guys live on lakes. We have a ton of people who don't have that, and we can give it to them for almost nothing. And we're arguing over whether we want to spend pennies. I'm going to throw it out there just because it pissed me off so much last time, of the money that we kept of the villages that they overpaid us. That's enough to cover the beach, okay? So all the people that know what I'm talking about, you know what I'm talking about. The people that don't, doesn't matter. But that's the point. I think that I don't want to spend any more money on Baycourt Beach, because it doesn't warrant it while we have a better beach to work from. And I just think that there hasn't been I don't know what else to say about it. It just doesn't, it's free, and it's there, and it's ready to open, and it's a service, and it's been advertised. I don't think it's a loss for us. Now, after December 31st, we requested that this go till the end of the year like a normal contract. Maybe the village won't want to give us the beach. Maybe they want to use it as for themselves. I don't know. But what I do know is it can't just not have a beach. That, I think, is irresponsible of the board to shut that off without notice or an equal replacement for our residents who expect it, they earn it, they pay for it, they deserve it. That's all.
Okay. Trustee now, Matthew?
I guess the only thing, the problem I have with this is you guys who presented it are always about, where's all the details? I get it. You talk about, there's no financials in here whatsoever. So really, what is it costing us? How much does the village put in compared to what we do? I'm not talking about the number of people that live on each or who uses it, because to tell you the truth, I could go to all the parks in Lake Orion too, and they don't check if I'm a resident there. So where somebody comes from to use the beach really doesn't matter to me, but I get what you're saying. Just because it's been habitual or something that's happened every year, I think the MAIF is lacking a couple details, which there are new people who move here all the time. So if you're throwing something out that just has been, that's missing. So I just like the breakdown for the benefit of everybody listening. What this costs us, what does the village put in, and just expand the details a little bit.
As Sam stated, and maybe Lisa could shed some light on approximate costs of
I
lifeguards.
have all that. I was gonna go through it.
Yeah. So again, and Chuck's mentioned this a couple times, both at last night's council meeting, which I also watched, and just in general, that the number's about 80,000. But allow me to oversimplify this perhaps. I think most of us, some of us at least, have leased or currently lease a vehicle. When you turn that vehicle in, and because you're the one that used it, you have to replace the worn out tires, you have to, under contract, maintain the oil changes, you have to do things and return it in working condition. And by the way, if there are dents, you fix them. We are leasing, I'm like Sam, I'm not hung up on who owns this beach, because the cost we are incurring is for, as I said, 97% of Clarkston area residents. And yeah, you might get some Springfield people sprinkled in and this and that, but the point is we are 97.5% of the population from this general area. And so again, I think the spirit here is that we're looking to continue the trend, which should be in and around $80,000 to maintain lifeguards. If it's the will of the board to abandon the lifeguards, which I'm reluctant to think of doing, then we can have that conversation too. But Supervisor File, sounds like you have some numbers as well.
So I went through these with the council yesterday, and this was a combination of the sheets that were put together from the Parks and Recs, as well as BS&A, our accounting system. From a revenue standpoint, it seems like, again, weather determining, right, who's going to buy the day pass, all that. It looks like it's doing about 31,000 a year in revenue. That is coming from 3,400 users a year. Okay, so we can talk about that. We don't track anymore from whether it's Independence Township or the village. We don't know. We know that's how much, and I don't even think, if I'm not mistaken, we don't even track if they're outside of the township, right? So we just know that's the total population of passes that we sold. Okay, the rest, so that comes out to be around $18,000. The boat stuff, the drop in the boat stickers, boat launch keys, that again is probably another $6,000, $7,000. There's some season passes there, a 10 punch pass. There's only 33, I'm not 100% sure what that is. And then next door, Little People's have a little something else I said. So that's roughly how you get the 31,000 in revenue that's being generated from there. If we look over the last 5 years, we spend on average $84,701.94. So, it is an expensive, relatively expensive asset. You use the car analogy. I would say that, if I'm leasing a car, that's true. I do need to be responsible and do the maintenance, all that. But I'm not going to go and buy a new stereo system and put in there. I'm not going to go get bigger tires to put on there. I'm not going to go get a better paint job. That beach is in need of all this stuff. So the analogy of the car is perfect, because I was actually going to use it. So thank you. That this is a lease. That's not ours. It's not our asset. I also want to make sure that it's very, very clear that I've been having conversations with Jonathan and Jerry going back to probably September of last year, that we had issues with this and about the beach and all that. And I told them,
You, not we.
Dan and I, we go that way. Okay, not the board. So
Well,
let me clarify.
Dan's not a voting board member, respectfully.
I'm telling you who we had conversations with, so I'm defining we. Okay? We would be Jonathan and their city attorney, our township attorney, and myself. We had the communication, and I said to them, come December, we're not gonna renew this. So they've known for the last 3 months, 4 months, that we are not renewing it, and they've known for a longer period of time it was on the table. So the whole notion of that this suddenly came down out of the blue is wrong. That there's bad on that. I didn't interrupt you, so let me finish, please.
Nah, I didn't say a
Okay.
word.
The other thing is that, it is their asset, as Joanne Coons pointed out, and it said that, it was given to them back in 1921. It is theirs. If they choose not to open it, that's their business. As it stands right now, Jonathan said last night in the meeting that there was not I don't want to put words in his mouth, so please let me know. He said that if you look at it from the boat launch side and the access there, that's something that they can easily handle because they would get the boat pass, keys, and everything else from the township hall. Manning the beach side of it, I went through and when I was talking to the council, I said, somebody, I think it was Matt or somebody asked me, what does it take? Where's the most of the cost? I did say, like you clearly denoted, the bulk of the cost is in the lifeguards. It's in the labor side. We could go back, because in 2020, we had no lifeguards there. We didn't staff lifeguards there in 2020. Okay, so it has been done before where there isn't there. But if we're not staffing the lifeguards, I can appreciate it, but the beach was open. Okay, so the beach was open. Okay.
was under a lockdown.
Okay, first of all, there's no talking from the audience at this point in time. If you cannot control yourself, then I'm going to ask you politely to leave, okay? So there has been a time where it was not staffed by lifeguards when it was open. If we go to that model, then the cost to the village to maintain their asset, to open up their beach, would be significantly less. Okay, so one of the things we've also talked about is that from the lifeguard standpoints, we have not gone out and hired the lifeguards yet. I actually talked to Lisa this morning and said, hey, you know what, we have a pool that we know about. She's starting to contact them. We haven't advertised for lifeguards. In the event that the village wants to take the beach, and it's theirs, because if that's the will of the board, then we would be more than happy to provide those listed pool of lifeguards so they have an easy contact. I mean, the bottom line is, this has been known for a while from Jonathan and Jerry. I don't know about how he's communicating with his council, but I can say for a fact that is absolutely the case. And the idea of spending $84,000 a year on an asset that's not ours, when we have assets that need updating, to me, that is not being a good steward of our taxpayers' money. And so from that standpoint, those are the kind of the numbers, and that's one of the things I want to point out. But I must say that just because we are not managing it does not mean the village can't still open it and operate it. So the idea of the beach not being open, that would be a choice of the village. And as far as our residents go, they come to Independence Township Parks, Clintonwood, and everything else. We don't charge them. They don't contribute to it, to the best of my knowledge. At the same token, I don't believe they're contributing anything to the beach, Deer Lake Beach currently. So they're not paying for any of that, and their residents are using all of our stuff too. So, I mean, from that standpoint, I would rather direct our money to fix our stuff. As Trustee Morocco has pointed out, there's a lot of other parks in our area that need to be fixed. And I think that money could go a long ways to go and help that and get it done. But we're not excluding, unless the village decides not to, public comments closed, decide not to open it up to our residents, which I guess is a choice of theirs. But I don't think they would do that, but it's their option. Trustee Morocco.
Can we get through all the board members? I haven't spoken.
I'm sorry, I didn't see you.
Absolutely. Just go ahead.
Go ahead. Sorry.
I do want to get some clarification, that it was indicated that we've already advertised, and so, I'm sorry, I'm directing this to our director, so, thank you. Has this been advertised for
So
activities at
we
Deer Lake?
had our Winter Spring magazine is mailed in December,
Yep.
and content is gathered and put together in 3 or 4 months prior to that. So yes, in the Winter Spring 2026 magazine, we do have a solicitation for lifeguards with our hiring for the entire season, and without having a book in front of me, we have probably our description of Deer Lake Beach is still in there. We listed in our park section of the magazine, and we may have done some save the dates or alluding to some special events that come through the summer. We have our summer book coming out, and whatever's decided, we will pivot from there to change Soggy Doggy, to change dive-in movie locations.
Okay, so that's, I'm thinking about that, and that this advertising has happened.
But we have a new book coming out. We have a new book coming out real quick that can
Okay.
be updated.
I don't like the idea that we're saying it's gonna be closed down because we don't do it. The village, and I guess I would have to believe that the village is essentially saying they don't have the resources to open it. I would certainly understand that. As to whether or not we should do an extension, again, to me, having advertised, and I didn't know that, it kind of sways me a little bit. I do like, the fact is, you've pointed out, Trustee Morocco, that the beach over at Brady, at Baycourt Park needs help, right? Well, why aren't we getting that fixed up, and why aren't there lifeguards there too, right? Because that would be a good thing, and should probably be looked at. But and I've swam at Deer Lake from the early '70s, and boy, it was a lot bigger back then. So I guess I'm still listening to what folks say. If the board were to make a decision to do an extension, I would have a couple of questions. Number one, why, if we have the beach, do we stop doing anything with it after September? Or this is for our director. Do we still have activities there after September or after we close it?
Memorial Day to Labor Day.
And so I would question why we would need a contract to be for the whole year or to December. Because again, if we're not operating it, yet we would continue to take on liabilities that maybe we shouldn't, because now we're no longer operating it. People could get in there. So if the board moved in that direction, I would suggest that any motion would include this contract being reviewed by our attorney, which I don't believe we've gotten a legal opinion on it yet. Is that correct?
Yep.
So we have,
I've read it.
he's read it, and he has not offered the board any opinion. He has not offered an opinion to the board, because I don't have his attorney analysis of it. So I would think that we shouldn't recommend to sign a contract that our attorney has not provided us feedback on whether he believes there are any changes that should be made, if we move forward with it. So, and I don't think that's unfair to suggest. I would think a board member who would accept directing the signing of a contract that the attorney has not yet communicated with the board his opinion of the contract would not be appropriate. And so,
Well, that's.
yeah, so,
Go ahead.
because you've said things like that as well in the past too.
Yeah,
So-
no, and
That's it, that's all I got to say.
And we could certainly make this because of
Same contract.
Subject, same contract in the past, subject to Attorney Kelly's review and recommendation that we would vote in this contract. And also, I take issue with the fact that it means nothing to me that you personally told Jonathan and Jerry we're not opening the beach. You speak for
I
yourself.
didn't say that. I never once said that.
You
I said
just did.
I'm not renewing the contract.
Okay, same
The
thing.
beach is always open, it's up to the village. So if you're gonna repeat what I say, make sure you do it
Okay.
accurately, please.
Okay, but you asserted that like you had the
I
board's
never,
vote, and
ever said
perhaps
that.
you do.
If you
but,
look at the
know.
council meeting yesterday, I said it's my opinion. I was very clear on that, saying this is my opinion. Will not speak for the board. I was very clear on that point. I'm sorry, let's go down here first. Clerk Newbeck.
First of all, for transparency, I want to share that I do have access to the lake. I do not live on the lake, but I do have access. I do not feel that it is a financial benefit. If the board would wish that I recuse, I am open to that, but I will put that back at you. So I'd rather we clear that up first before I make any further comments.
I don't think it's necessary to recuse yourself on this.
Okay.
I mean, that would be mine.
Yeah.
Does anybody have a different opinion?
No.
I'm fine with it.
Okay. Trustee Hayward.
So-
No,
I'm sorry.
not
Oh,
done.
you-
Oh, I'm sorry, I thought you were.
I wanted to get that cleared up before I discussed. Reviewing the contract, the prior contract and the current proposed contract. I don't believe this contract has been looked at by township legal. I don't know about the village's legal in I don't know how many years. I think this has been an automatic renewal for many, many years. Looking through it, I had some questions. I've got some things that if should we do move forward on a liability aspect that I would like the township attorney to look into. I can go through those now, or I can share that with him later, but like review on how the liability is currently allocated between the township and the city, as it's not entirely clear if we're assuming more risk than intended as the operator. The indemnification language seems very limited, old contracts compared to newer contracts. I think it's one sentence. I think that needs to be looked at, whether it adequately protects the township and clearly outlines any defense obligations. Since we staff the beach with lifeguards during open hours, should we go forward? I'd like guidance on whether that elevates our duty of care and if the agreement should better define that responsibility, such as limitations to posted operating hours only. There's no clear direction on the liability outside of the operating hours. I'd like input on how the exposure's handled when individuals access the beach after hours or maybe bypass the fence. The requirement for the township to maintain the cyclone fence is a concern. I'd like better understanding because I wasn't around when this very antiquated lease, I think, agreement was drafted. Does it create an obligation to prevent access and increases our liability if it's breached? Should the responsibility be limited or shifted given ownership remains with the city? The insurance language is fairly general. Can we confirm that coverage is structured appropriately, including limits, and that it responds as primary? There's no reference to pre-existing or unknown site conditions. Should the city retain responsibility for those? And lastly, the agreement implies operational control but doesn't clearly define it. I'd like to confirm that our responsibility is limited to operations and not ownership-related risks. So I guess in summary, I'd like the Kelly firm to do an overall review with focus on liability exposure, particularly around lifeguard coverage, after-hour access, and the fence requirement, and ensure that the township is adequately protected. So that's where I'm at. I cannot vote on the contract as it is written and provided to us this evening.
Is it possible we could table this until the next meeting? We'd still be within the timing to open it, and certainly boat launching could already be handled. The village has keys that could be sent out. Because I share the same concerns about the contract, which I've obviously mentioned. So certainly I don't like the idea of making a motion to agree to this contract without it being reviewed. And would it be an issue if we, tabled it until the next meeting and get this opinion from our attorney to make sure we do it right and have it done?
Before you go there, I think Trustee Tedder had his hand
Yeah,
up
thank
first.
you.
I
I
don't
think
know.
it's a pretty simple fix here that, and and I'm not making a motion, but to basically provide conceptual approval of a contract with the city of the Village of Clarkston, to lease the Deer Lake Beach, et cetera, right? Not gonna read the whole thing. Subject to and directing the township attorney and the city of the village attorney to come together to formulate an agreement that is mutually beneficial and that addresses all concerns of the board. So I think the question tonight for me is there conceptual support for opening up the beach as we've done for 105 years? If so, regardless of however many years, it's been decades. If so, then we direct our township attorney and the city's attorney to come together and, because I'm not a lawyer, Sam's not a lawyer. This was conceptual. We needed to present something. I'm not an attorney, he's not an attorney. So I agree with the spirit of what's been stated, and I want to make sure we're protected as well. I want to also make sure that, again, our 38,000 residents continue to have enjoyment of this wonderful amenity. So that's my proposal.
Trustee Morocco.
When you first said that the beach cost us 80,000, but then we made like 31,000, so are we talking about the difference, or did we spend 120,000?
Yes.
Okay, because we didn't get to that total
Yeah.
number.
So
You
with
said
the 30
revenue and
offset it.
cost.
Yeah.
Okay, so
Sorry.
I want to
Yeah.
clarify that. I mean, to me, it's a decision of whether or not we think that our residents deserve access to Deer Lake Beach. The talk about putting our resources over at Bay Court is irrelevant, because we're not talking about putting resources into Deer Lake Beach. I'm not talking about putting sand into Deer Lake Beach. I'm not talking about fixing the beach at Deer Lake Beach. I'm talking about opening the beach at Deer Lake Beach. So there's no money to spend at Bay Court by not opening Deer Lake Beach unless we're not going to have lifeguards at Bay Court, and we're not going to provide a beach to our residents with lifeguard, which is where the 80 grand comes from. So Deer Lake Beach, no lifeguards, zero cost. Bay Court, no lifeguards, zero cost. There's no money to invest. We're not investing in Bay Court. We're investing in lifeguards because we feel the residents deserve that level of safety at the beach. So it'd be a different conversation to me if we were talking about assets that we were going to spend here instead of there. But I don't see that's not even a number, because we're going to spend the same assets. I'm going to be in favor of spending the same assets at Bay Court Beach to protect our residents from drowning as I'm going to say at Deer Lake Beach if we only have one beach. And now we're driving all of our residents to one beach, and we're going to have swimming lessons at one beach. And everything we do at Deer Lake now is going to Bay Court. Why would we not provide lifeguard assistance there? So there's a net loss, net gain, however you want to say it. That's a push. There's investing in Bay Court is something that I think we need to do because I think the asset requires it. But that's a different conversation, in my opinion. That's a conversation that we should have about fixing up the beach, and then talk about relocating our beach programs and access to that beach once those investments are made and that beach is at the same quality that Deer Lake Beach is. Other than Deer Lake's depth, the quality of the beach well exceeds Bay Court's beach as far as access, cleanliness, the sun, the ground, the marshy, the soils, everything. It's not apples to apples. We don't have just as nice of a beach somewhere else that we could send our residents to. If that was the case, we wouldn't be leasing Deer Lake Beach. That's been determined by past boards. The contract thing's just whatever. We're going to protect ourselves. I don't care whether it comes back or not. But I put this on the agenda with Jim to determine whether or not our residents deserve to have Deer Lake Beach access or not, and that's all this is about right here. Either they deserve it or they don't. You want to talk about lifeguards and all that? That's a different discussion. This discussion is to agree to extend the lease, which we've been doing every 5 years with the same lease. Dan has a copy of the most current one that was signed in 2020, that just expired. And I do agree with Carrie, it's been a very archaic contract, it's very minimalized, it doesn't say a whole lot. So I agree with you, there's definitely some work to be done to make sure that everyone's protected to provide that asset. But that's not what I'm asking this board. I'm asking this board to vote to allow our residents to have that asset as part of Parks and Rec, which is not a moneymaker. It's in deficit all the time. And if I don't like the fact that, and I don't know what authority, no offense, Chuck, that you can say, we're not gonna sign the contract, and maybe you run programming for the parks. I don't know the tier structure of who does what. But that seems to be something that I think what should have been at board level, which is why Jim and I brought it forward, to get a consensus for it. And if we don't believe that the residents deserve that as a part of the programming for the parks, then that's what we're gonna find out, hopefully in the next 5 minutes.
I mean, you need to check your premise, because again, unless you know specifically that the village has told you that they're not gonna allow Independence Township residents to use that beach going forward, then your whole argument falls apart. Because of the fact that if they are saying that, then yes, then that would be substantially true. And I have not heard them say that. I don't know if you have.
I've heard them say they can't open the beach this year. They don't have the resources, the time, or the staffing, or the scheduling to do it. They have told me that.
So they don't have the money. That's really what it comes down to, because we're not even to the point where we're hiring the people yet. So, I mean, you know, that's not a timing issue. And we're willing to share the pool of candidates that we've had in the past that they can go through and do it with. So the only thing that really stops the village is money. Okay,
Yeah.
so let's just call it what it is. They don't have the money to do it.
They don't have the programming. They don't have a parks department. They don't have any
They're
of
not
it.
looking at, we're looking at moving all the parks program stuff over to our beach.
But
If
that's
they
not
wanna
a
put
good,
it
you don't
on-
have a nice beach, though.
Yeah,
that
you know,
wanna
we're
move
never
them
gonna have a
to.
nice beach if we don't start investing in it and start putting more things there.
Geographically and geology, the soil, everything is different about that beach. But that, you guys do what you want to do. We got it out
Yeah.
there.
All right.
So I have one more.
Yes, Treasurer Brown.
So it's not unheard of that in reviewing contracts in my 13 years on the board, that we have felt there was some tweak that needed to happen, and we voted to approve it with this fix or that fix. But they're not unknown fixes. We're suggesting that the township attorney and the village's attorney get together and fix by the way, the clerk is responsible for understanding how all of our insurance works, and you could tell she's quite capable in that, because she certainly had a long list of things that appear to be could be problems with the contract. I don't think it's appropriate for the board to suggest that two attorneys get together and just finalize whatever it is and we're moving forward. I just think there's too many things missing for us to do that. And again, in 2 weeks, we'll be back before the board with the contract accurate or a lot closer to what it needs to be for the board to make a decision that we can then not have problems later. I'm sorry, this is, the floor's not open to the public. I sit
No,
here.
a point of order.
You know,
Please.
I'm not passed as a board member, having been, not always professional. But I've sat here tonight and not interrupted a single person who has come up to speak at the mic. And I try not to interrupt my other board members either. And I think that's a fair thing to do. And barking at me when I'm trying to share my thoughts, because I want you to understand what I think, I don't think that's right, because you're not giving me the chance to share my information while I listen to all the concerns of others. And I would appreciate it if we could all treat each other a little better than that, okay? I think it's probably pretty clear that I'm sort of swayed towards the idea, given some specific things like already having programming set, and, I maybe even a little bit from Trustee Morocco's vision that the other park's not nearly as good, and, well, we probably should fix that. But to suggest that I should just vote yes when this contract clearly needs not a little help, it needs a ton of help. And 2 weeks doesn't change anything. We have keys for the gate to get people's boats launched, and the lakes, the beach side won't be open in 2 weeks anyways. So I'm not very comfortable given a list of things that the clerk brought up, a lot more than I had thought about, just saying, okay, go, the attorney should go do it. I don't even think that's appropriate to suggest the attorneys go finalize that many things. So.
And I would just, can I make one comment? Sure. I think what some of the members are out there are gonna articulate back is that no matter what happens with that contract, it would have to go back to their council, and their council would have to go through and vote on it and approve it too. So, I mean, it's not a 2-week turnaround thing, it's probably a 4-week turnaround thing, just to make sure we have the timelines directionally correct.
Okay, that's fair.
Okay. Trustee.
So I think what we need to do is make a motion, because I don't want to waste anybody's time or money having writing up a contract that they're going to bring back here and you guys are just going to vote down. I mean, that's, and I know Chuck likes to be very, as well, Supervisor Files like to be, to not waste our time. So we need to decide now whether, if it's even worth giving to a lawyer to rewrite a contract and to have it go back to the village and have them write another contract or agree to it and then come back here and we vote it down. It's a complete, utter waste of time.
Yeah.
So I don't know.
Are you gonna bring something new, or
No,
can we get to a
just-
motion?
That's, I was alluding to the conceptual approval. Because no disrespect to our clerk, she's not an attorney, I'm not an attorney, but Mr. Kelly's paid good money to be our attorney, the city's of village attorney likewise. I believe they're competent enough to come up with a contract reminiscent of old, but closing any loopholes, any legal risks, all those things. So, if I may, I'd like to.
Can I make one suggestion to add to that? as you're doing
Sure.
it? Would you agree that have him get sign off from the 3 full-times, that we don't have any concerns?
I think it has to come back to the board no matter what for a vote.
Yeah,
Yeah,
why would
I
the
would-
full-times have any
yeah,
more
what-
say than anybody else?
What we're seeking
I know
to
you-
do here is,
Well,
this liberates the Parks and Rec Department to know that conceptually, we're supportive of opening the beach.
Okay, I'm with you.
But subject to the fact that there are legal hurdles to be overcome. And we as a board would ultimately agree to the terms of that contract. But again, and let's just say there's still tweaks to be made, at least Lisa and her team know that we're getting to yes, is the ultimate goal here. It's getting to yes. And I think, again, with highly competent attorneys on both sides, that we're gonna get there.
I would say that it would be fiscally irresponsible on our part to go through and dedicate resources from the Parks and Rec for something that may not come. There's always a possibility things can't get worked out. They have their board, they have to go through the constraints that, may come of it, maybe something where they're like, that's not feasible, that's not practical, or they may come back and ask for something that we don't want. I mean, I think until we actually see the contract, I don't think that would be we wouldn't be good fiduciaries. But we can put it to a vote. I mean, I think right now, if hearing everything that's being said, that, I think we can start with this motion, and I think that directionally gets to Trustees Hayward thing, is like, do we have an interest to do it? If it goes no, then we know that's it, it ends. The next step then would probably be, if it gets voted to pass, then would be to come up with a game plan going forward. So I think if we start with this motion here, it'll answer Trustees Hayward's question right off the bat, which determines whether or not we need to spend more time here or not
I have
on
one
this.
quick question. Does it close at Labor Day? What's the official close?
Labor Day, we're open to that Monday.
Okay.
The beach,
The beach operations
the
through Parks.
boats keep going. The boat launch is open later than that.
But the beach doesn't actually open up either until Memorial Day, correct?
Correct.
Yeah, okay.
But technically, we're only responsible for the beach as far as staffing. That's what I'm looking for. So then I make.
We're still responsible for currently, let me rephrase it, currently, we're not responsible for anything.
I get it.
The prior contract, we would still, at this time of the year, would be still responsible for the boat passes and keys, and that would continue all the way up until, when is the, Lisa?
I'm sorry.
When do we stop giving out passes for the boat launch?
We sell them through the summer, and people can use it for the remainder of the year. We do not change the lock until the following April. So it's at will
Yeah,
at that
so
point.
consider-
So
do we,
we don't sell any really past August, September, early September.
So just out of curiosity, I've seen, and it's been a while, but I think they have ice fishing out there, right?
Correct, so we
Do-
will get residents who come in and they just purchase the key
Yeah.
for the gate to ice fish.
Okay, so that we still,
There are still
all
things,
right,
yes.
which is not probably much, but,
Correct.
yeah. Okay.
So as of right now, we don't have any access to the lake or the beach,
Or the
boat launch.
So, when you say we, what do you mean?
That our residents right now don't have access to the gate, to the beach, to the boat launch, to anything. It's the village's property, and they can padlock it shut, and that's the end of it. And that boat launch is closed until they feel like opening it.
I mean, technically, that would be very true.
Okay, and that's what I would recommend you do for liability purposes. Go slap a padlock on it.
Yeah.
Okay,
yeah.
can I get back to my
Sorry.
question? The reason I was asking that, because I do want this to go through the attorney, but I understand what you guys are saying, because you want to know how this is going to go. I would make a motion to approve the contract with the Village of Clarkston and the lease on Deer Lake Beach through, and I was looking for maybe September 30th for the recreational use. Because I think this needs to be talked about more over the winter. I don't want it to, so I think after this season, after the new contract, which gets reviewed, this needs to be discussed further going forward. And I think at the end of the season, the pros and cons is the time to do it. Staffing, maybe it's they take on paying for one lifeguard if we're paying for 3. I don't know, but there's more discussion that needs to be had. So I'd be fine doing it. I don't want to go through December because of some of the issues we talked about. Our liability, you know, people are out there when our lifeguards are no longer there. Who's in trouble if someone falls off their boat and drowns? I want to save ourselves, and if you guys don't want to wait the 2 weeks for the attorneys to deal with it, I'll make the motion, but I'm going to cut it earlier in the summer when supposedly our lifeguards are done. That's my question. So whatever date you think that would be is,
Well,
Hold on.
if I may, as
Yeah.
a boat owner, given the right weather, I mean, it might be, and Paul can speak to this could be into November before boats. And understand, again, 95% of that boat traffic are township residents, 90+% of Deer Lake residents are township residents. So there's a very small percentage of village residents who live on Deer Lake. I think that's an important point. So I think for
there any-
boaters, to include the boaters, I would just offer maybe, November 30. I do understand, and that was our point too, is this gives us a year, and we'll have additional time to look into the future as to, what this arrangement looks like.
Yeah, well, we can discuss it anytime, correct? I mean,
Yeah,
we can
there's
discuss this
nothing stopping
contract
us.
whenever we want.
Yeah.
We can start.
We can start talking about it
meeting
in
if we want.
September.
Right.
Yeah,
Or
whenever.
next month if we
the
want
board
to.
wants to.
Well, we would, sorry.
I would
Go
do
ahead,
it
Paul.
sooner than that, because again, I think the clerk's raised some questions. I mean, can we pass this contract for 60 days and with the intention of having a contract that more fully handles the liability issues that we want to make sure are covered to be looked at by the board, and then that could just be put in place.
that's a better idea. And then you get what you want to find out if this is going to pass in the first place.
Well, does that give, we've already, if Lisa's gonna be running programs, do we wanna have in 60 days, it's right when they're gonna be starting, and then is there a risk that's not gonna move forward with that? And my other thing is, just
I
real
think
quick,
so.
I just wanna make a point, because if the marketing goes out for the winter-fall catalog, we'd wanna have all of our, deliberations and figure it all out before.
It's going out probably this week.
No,
correct,
that's
Lisa?
spring. Carrie,
Oh,
I'm
the
talking about the
winter
one
fall.
that's in now, saying, the winter, spring one, we'd want to, because they're looking for lifeguards and all that. we'd probably want to have our deadline, have our deliberations and come up with a consensus prior to whatever your fall deadline. Did you say 1st of December you go to the winter, spring print on the programming?
Correct. So in December, the winter spring catalog mails. In April, the summer book mails. And in August, the fall.
Okay, so we would want to have a contract renewal or a break or a definitive plan
before the
by
next.
the 1st of around November sometime. So you would
Yeah.
know what's going on before that goes to print.
For a point of clarification, the spring one, is it the spring one or is it the winter one that defines the programs that start after Memorial Day?
So it's a winter-spring publication, so winter and spring are together. It covers January through April, May, and then our summer one comes out in April, covering May to
So
September.
when the beach actually
they're-
opens up, it is actually coming out in this one that hasn't been released yet.
The summer one has the majority and the bulk lift of the summer programming. We may allude to some teasers or save the dates and things in the winter,
Okay,
spring.
but the real schedule isn't coming out until you mail out
Correct.
this new one. Okay, so it
Correct.
hasn't been released yet.
Yes, we do have open job, like you can apply to be a lifeguard because we're
No
still
matter what we
collecting
talked
and,
about,
yeah.
yeah.
So that is very true, that yes, people can go online and apply. We have not hired anyone at this point.
Ultimately, at the end of the thing here is that, look, if the board wants to move forward, that's fine. What I look at is that I don't like spending the money, but that's just me, or it could be just me. The other thing is this liability exposure, and that one's a big one. Yeah, I'm having a hard time with it. This contract, I'm a little hesitant, because one of the things I wanted to get the legal opinion about will be, there was some conversations in years past, based on the current contract, that exposes us to a lot of potential capital costs. And, without having that clearly identified and understood, that's a big thing that, again, we sit there and talk about things that it could go into the hundreds of thousands of dollars. And so, there's some issues there.
What he's referring to?
There was a conversation between our old township attorney in a review of some of the contracts, the old language, that said that we could potentially be on the hook for any capital improvements that are needed. The village could very easily come back, not saying that they would, but they could come back and say, hey, that beach is eroding too much because of all the swim activities. You guys need to reinforce it and go back out and spend $200,000, not making up a number, $200,000, and we very well could be on the hook for it. So that's another open exposure thing that needs to get addressed. The new contract has to be gone through, and I mean, it's just, I don't know why any of us would be sitting back saying, let's sign something that there's a lot of holes in. And I just don't know that, and I'm not actually trying to sit there and say, let's not move forward with some sort of plan. I'm just trying to figure out, I'm not exactly sure what that plan would be.
We could state that, under this lease, that we would not be responsible this year for significant capital improvements beyond, I don't know, $10,000. Or we could add that right into the contract.
Yeah.
And instruct the attorney to work with their attorney to address the concerns raised by the clerk to the best of their ability.
And any other gaps and holes.
Yes, to me, even if we said we're gonna go ahead and move forward and approve that based on that, that's better to me than signing this and waiting 2 months or 6 months. Because then we're not even addressing that stuff. And I'd be more comfortable doing that, right? And now, we're not worried about the potential capital risk of the village saying, now you gotta fix all this, because they'll agree that they would have to agree. They're not gonna come at us and say, we want $200,000 to improve this, and then here's the reason why we can do it. If we protect that, and then have these other issues addressed by the attorneys, maybe we move forward then, and we can readdress this in the winter.
I don't know where does it say anything that they get to say we gotta make capital improvements? Where's this coming from?
An agreement that's in the file?
Okay, but it's not in our contract.
No.
But it doesn't hurt us to put the clause in there.
No, I get it. I just
Well,
don't
let's
want
start.
it to seem like we're lawyering up to kill the deal, and that's what it seems like. We're
I'm
going
law-
through
I'm
all
law-
this
I'm
rigmarole of lawyering up on
lawyering up to-
everything.
I'm lawyering up to vote yes.
Well, I get that, but I'm saying, I appreciate that. I'm just saying that over the last, 40 years, every contract was like on a napkin, you know, and I'm not saying that's a good thing, and I understand the liability issues, but I don't think it has to be, I don't think it's gonna be that big of a deal for Dan to figure out how to protect us, because whatever, you know, I just don't.
How about if they go through and say that we agree that we can move forward with the contract if, based on the fact that the village will indemnify us against any liability and capital improvements for the next 60 days? And that should give time for
I mean, does that,
the attorney.
does that hurt either side by saying that?
Well,
say something like that without consulting with our attorney.
we're not asking you to,
No.
we're talking about us.
Right. Well, again, I don't want it, it's something and it's agreement we've had for generations. I just don't want us to lawyer it up to the point where they got a lot of hands popping up over there, John.
We're discussing a contract we don't need to discuss. Can we just make a
Correct.
motion, please, somebody?
Correct. And Sam,
Thank you.
I'm just, sorry, trustee Morocco, I'm just gonna say, it only takes one person, one time, to ruin that whole relationship. So, both sides wanna be protected.
Yeah.
We're doing this to get this to a yes, do you understand?
Yeah.
So, it's not gonna waste anyone's time. I'd feel better saying yes to something that's gonna protect us, that's all. And so
Let
let's
me give it a shot.
Give it a shot.
I'd like to move to approve a one-year contract.
1 year from what?
I'm sorry, let me do it again. I'd move to approve the contract with the City of the Village of Clarkston, subject to inclusion of a clause limiting limiting exposure to capital improvements in 2026 to not more than $20,000 if needed, and for the attorney of the township and the village to address the issues and concerns raised by the clerk in said contract that both are comfortable with, and approve the contract to then be signed by the supervisor and the clerk, that would expire, what's our date of expiration? Do we go through the December 31st?
So before I second that, do we not have to approve that contract after he writes it? Is that a second thing?
We're saying that we don't have to. We're saying that we're gonna do that.
No, I would never agree.
We've done that before.
I wouldn't
Sure
do
we
it.
have. I'm
We don't know
sorry,
what they're gonna
let's
come
ask
up
the
with.
attorney.
Yeah. So, sorry. So primarily, the concerns raised by the clerk are, any lawyer would have concerns with that contract. They're the indemnification, they're the insurance, and they're the liability. I am very confident, if it's Jerry that I'm dealing with, that we could agree to acceptable language that Jerry uses, I use in all of our contract for those issues, insurance, liability, indemnification, and have this done pretty quickly, okay? And have it back to this board. I do agree with the discussion, maybe this isn't legal advice, that Lisa probably needs some direction now, even 2 weeks in advance of us having back to you the contract. So I guess what I'm saying is, I don't think there'll be a problem with us getting an agreement on these boilerplate issues to be back to the board. There is the problem that the council has to approve and we have to approve, so it might not be 2 weeks. But I would think that the board should make some indication that you're moving forward, subject to those, simple limitations of an attorney approval. Simple.
Okay.
So,
They're pretty simple.
The only thing that I would say is that
Yeah.
they were very dynamic in their motion yesterday. It was a contingent motion type thing, so.
Yeah.
The 2-week window, I don't think would necessarily be a problem. They'd probably just make the same motion based on the fact that, contingent on the fact that the township ratifies it, then Jonathan can ratify it, kind of like what they did last night.
Right.
So I think it can be resolved quickly. The only thing that I'm concerned about is you only talked about one part of the issue, and that is on the liability side.
Right.
Right? There's the capital improvement side of things. There's even things like, as the clerk brought up, why are we responsible for the fence? I mean, we all know that every couple of years that fence gets hit by a car. You know, and so now we're liable. I mean, so there's some other little things that could come up, and that's why I don't want to necessarily narrow it down to just the liability side of things.
Yeah, I mean, I saw the language with regard to the fence. I'm not sure if that was a one-time way back when, or if it's moving forward. But clearly, if the board is telling me that we don't want to agree to be responsible for the fence, then that's what we'll present to the village or the city. You know, and that's what I'm hearing. We want a boilerplate agreement. I don't know if we've been responsible for the fence in the past. Okay, well, then we're gonna have to talk about it. No, you're missing the point.
Pennies.
Would that technically fall under your $20,000?
It would fall
Yeah,
under
it
that
would.
anyway.
Fall
so
under there,
We're
so-
not gonna spend, we wouldn't be, the
Correct.
significant risk won't be there if we say
Yes.
no more than 20.
You already mentioned the 20.
We're done with that, so
Point of
that's not an
order.
issue.
Yeah, all right.
That'd be, yeah. The fence is covered.
Okay?
So wording this motion.
He already worded it.
Can you
So-
redo it? So we
Sure, I can do it again. Move to approve a contract with the city of the Village of Clarkston, subject to updates to the lease that cap capital improvements to be paid by the township to no more than $20,000 in 2026 if needed. And for the township's attorney and the village's attorney to resolve the issues in the lease related to liabilities as pointed out by the township clerk. For the lease to expire December 31st, 2026 for recreational use, and authorize the supervisor and clerk to sign the contract as authorized representatives of the township.
Sport.
How do you handle the fence?
It's less than $20,000. I mean,
That's okay.
we'll do it in the
Yeah,
next
it'll be
contract
fixed
if
in
we
the
need to
20
change it.
grand.
Okay. Second.
We already got a second.
Oh, do we? All right, do we have to do a roll call on this contract or simple majority?
Yes, roll call.
Okay, can I get a roll call, please, Madam Clerk?
Trustee Morocco.
Yes.
Trustee Nalamatu.
Yes.
Trustee Tedder.
Yes.
Supervisor File.
Yes.
Clerk Laybeck, yes. Treasurer Brown.
Yes.
Trustee Hayward.
Yes.
Motion carried.
That's just a yay.
What's next?
All right.
Do we have to take another vote?
You don't want to miss the rest of our meeting, do you?
I thought after 10, it's every hour.
Consider that toward the next 5 years.
Please take your money back. We don't take money here.
Just the lack of professionalism is unbelievable.
Right.
She's a board member for the village, and she walks up here and throws cash at us.
Excuse me, Dan,
Ridiculous, man. It's just-
is there something like after we approve going after 10 PM, is it like every hour you have to vote or something? Isn't there?
Remember that. I know that we have to extend.
I don't think it is.
We did extend at 10. Okay.
Yeah.
We already did that one.
Okay, I thought there's another time frame that we have to do it again.
Oh, well, let's get done before that hits.
All right. Yeah, let's hopefully we can get through the next ones pretty
Did we
quick.
order pizza?
Okay,
We're going to appoint
Oh.
some people.
yeah, so next one is L3 is request to appoint board and committee members to the senior committee, community center advisory committee. For this, we have the director, Lisa Christensen.
Hi again.
Hey.
So this request seeks approval to appoint one new member to a 3-year term to the Senior Community Center Advisory Committee, which is a subcommittee of the Parks, Recreation, and Seniors Advisory Committee. And this term for Donna Miller will expire on March 24th, 2029. And Donna is with us tonight.
Oh,
How wonderful.
hi,
Hi,
Donna.
Donna. Oh, I'm sorry to hear so
Hi,
long.
Donna.
Okay, I'll move to appoint
Oh,
Donna
man, I
Miller
feel
to a new
terrible.
3-year term of the Senior Community Center Advisory Committee with a term expiring on March 4th, 2029.
Support.
Had everybody.
Okay. All right, all in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carried.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you for volunteering.
Yeah, thank you. All right, next one is request to appoint board and committee members for the Sashwell Corridor Improvement Authority. We have talked about it, we're looking to extend the life of it. We have on here 3 different applicants, all of which have been on the board previously, if I'm not mistaken. So the first one is Elmer Straub. He was on the CIA corridor. You have to be a resident within a certain proximity of the CIA corridor or a business owner, so he qualifies under the Pine Knob. So can I get a motion to reappoint Elmer Straub?
I move to reappoint Elmer Straub to the Sashabaw Corridor Improvement Authority, having ownership there in the district for a term scheduled to expire on December 31st, 2029.
Support.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carried. Can I get the next one to reappoint Dale Vurray?
I'll move to reappoint Dale Veray to Sashabaw Quarter Improvement Authority, having ownership interest in the district for a term scheduled to expire on December 31st, 2029.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carried. Can I get one for Dave Smith, please, to be reappointed?
I'll make a motion to reappoint David Smith to the Sashabaw Corridor Improvement Authority, CIA, having ownership interest in the district for a term scheduled to expire on December 31st, 2029.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carried. Next one is regular, oh, you know what? Shoot, guys, we're supposed to be doing public comments on these. Does anybody have any public comments? No? Okay.
I was gonna say, yeah, the public mostly left.
Yeah, so is everybody, who's online, so I just, okay.
John's
The next
still
one is a
there.
request to accept the quote and waive procurement policy for the 2026 road chloride program. This is the same program that has been, I know we did last year when I was here. It's been done years in past, and what we're looking at doing is, instead of going out to bid, we're gonna take the RCOC's bid, and it's for $71,653 to cover the same amount of road mileage as the previous year. I think the previous year was 60,
Yeah, how much it go up?
62. Okay, yeah, so it went up like 10 grand.
Man.
Okay, any questions or comments from the audience? No? Any online? No? Okay, any on the board? Nope, can I get a motion, please?
Move to waive the township's procurement, petty cash, and credit card policy, Section 3. Standards for procurement, 3.2, procurement procedures, P3 purchases and contracts from $35,001 and up, requiring comparative price quotations, and accept the quote received from the Road Commission for Oakland County to provide 2026 road chloride services for township gravel roads, which includes 5 applications and the amount not to exceed $71,653.91.
Support.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carried. The last thing under regular business is a request to adopt the resolution 2026-006, which is an opposition of the House bill regarding local municipal zoning authorities. The resolution that has been presented is one that was drafted, I believe, by SEMCOG and the MTA to be in opposition to Bill 5529-5532, 5581-5585 regarding the local municipality. This is the one we discussed earlier. She left. Earlier about what they're trying to do is take away the local municipality's authority on the zoning to allow for a higher density build. It does say, just for a point of clarification, that if they are on a common water source, which a community well would qualify, then it does fall out of our zoning ordinances, and they get to do what the state zoning gets to come into play. The other thing is that, which is kind of a little unusual, is that they added a HDH, auxiliary ADU,
Auxiliary.
Accessory dwelling unit.
Oh,
It's accessory
dwelling unit, okay. And so what that is saying, that people who have lots can actually build a separate little unit on their property. Right now, the way the bill's kind of written is that it does need to be a blood relative. So if you wanted to go build a 800, 900 square foot place on the back of your piece of property, our zoning laws don't apply. And they could, if this all were to pass as it's stated now, they would go through and they would be able to build it, and our zoning law ordinances would not come into play. So this is just a resolution to be able to send off to SEMCOG and MTA stating that, you know, we as the Township of Independence Board is against this. And so I guess I'm looking for direction, a motion to be able to go
Move
through.
to
and
adopt resolution number 2026-006 in opposition to the passage of Michigan House of Representative Bills 5529 through 5523, 5581 through 5585, regarding local municipal zoning authority, and direct the supervisor's office to distribute a copy of the resolution to all state legislatures representing residents in the Charter Township of Independence, and I'm restating the bills 5523 through 5529 at the beginning.
Support?
Okay.
It's a roll call.
Yep.
Oh, did you support?
I did.
You did.
Okay, sorry.
Okay.
Well,
Not to be,
excuse me,
they're actually 5529 through 5532.
5532.
Yeah, I.
No, it's written wrong.
It's
If you
it's
look
not
on
two.
the-
No, I know it's written wrong, isn't it?
It's not-
5523 through 5529.
No,
Five,
it's
Five.
not.
9 to 3-2.
5529 to 5532.
5. Oh, yeah, so.
It's transposed.
It's transposed to
Oh,
5.
oh, the other part's transposed.
Just the 2, 3.
I assumed the numbers got
Yeah,
switched.
no.
No,
because-
just the
okay.
2, 3
No, the
did.
2,
So
3
yes,
got
I'll
switched.
restate
So
that
it's
as 5529
32.
through 5532.
Yes.
Yeah, right, it's just 23.
Do
You
something
ready for
wrong.
roll call?
Yeah, can I get a roll call, Madam Clerk, please?
Trustee Alamothu.
Yes.
Trustee Tedder.
Yes.
Supervisor File.
Yes.
Clerk Newbeck, yes. Treasurer Brown.
Yes.
Trustee Hayward.
Yes.
Trustee Morocco.
Yes.
Motion carried.
Okay, great. We already did that one because we don't have any closed sessions. We're looking for communication, future agenda, and reports. We have the Planning Commission, January 8th, 2026. Planning Commission, February 26th, 2026. March Board of Review, March 3rd, 9th, 10th of 2026. Residential Open Space Advisory Committee of October 13th, 2025. Residential Open Space Advisory Committee, November 10th, 2025. Open Space Advisory Committee, February 9th, 2026. And, yes, board member Collins? Yes.
We have a police millage expiring. We need to, as a board, move on that next month. We have 2 meetings,
Yes.
so we need to.
Yeah, we'll
move on
have,
that.
Renee, just on that topic, Renee and I have met with the chair board of the Oakland County. We've talked to the undersheriff to get their perspective. We're meeting with Willis, who is also the union representative for patrol officers. So we've kind of gone through. We've also talked to Brian, the CFO for Oakland County, to go through that. We have a meeting with them scheduled. Bottom line is, we interviewed all those people just to get a direction of what we think is going to happen from a millage rate. We have an unusual situation, given the length of the contract, that we normally go for the millage. We have the patrol officers, patrol unions contract is starting to be renegotiated now to be effective at the end of next year. Command's union is in that same boat, so within that window, so we thought it would be prudent to go and talk to them and everything else. So, we've done that. We've got generally, directionally, what we think we have to go from, what we need to be able to have the millage to be to cover the future costs going forward. So we will be putting that spreadsheet and everything else together tomorrow, literally. And so we will be bringing it to the board at the next meeting.
So we can plan for a closed session, and then if we can't take action in open, then we'll plan for the second meeting.
Yes,
Okay,
we have time. Yep.
please. Thank you.
Trustee Nell Matthew.
I just wanted to say, I think this was great having everyone's discussion today, even though it was long. I think, yeah, people got their thoughts out, but in the end, I mean, everybody did what they thought was best for the residents today, and.
Okay,
Yep.
Treasurer Brown?
I along those same lines, I really feel like there were a lot of passionate things at this meeting tonight, and I think the board did a fantastic job in things that could have been a lot less favorable in how we behaved. I think we behaved extremely well, having differing opinions, and really kind of showed that as a board, we can work together to listen to each other, and that's super important, because certainly positions changed as we went through this, from both comments from the public, but also comments from the board member. And so remaining professional and sharing opinions, I think, is super important, and I'm really proud of the board, and I think we did an excellent job, and I thank the board.
Anybody else?
Got a thumbs up from John.
Okay.
Yeah, no,
Trustee Tedder?
I know everyone's, all but one resident is gone, but I appreciate the participation tonight. Really, really speaks volumes to our community. When they're passionate about something, they show up. So with that being said, and also at the beginning of the meeting, I mentioned my coffee and conversation on the 18th of April, and I forgot to mention that's at Leo's Coney. So sorry about that. 8:30 a.m.
Nobody's still listening to this
No
meeting.
one's still
Hopefully it'll get to
listening. That's
that.
okay. The
I
three
heard it.
people that are
You
listening.
did.
Trustee Hayward?
I just wanted to point, I didn't get a chance to explain during the vote why I voted the way I did for the grant application, and I understand trustee Tedder's concern about not it being completely, we didn't see it, but to me, I looked at it as, there's nothing to lose other than the amount of money we could be granted, I suppose, so it seemed to be the best opportunity that cost us nothing. So, that's all. Thank you.
Do you have any? You usually like
I
a
never
little
got
bit.
anything
No?
to say. I don't have anything to
All right, the
say.
only last part thing is that, I mean, clearly, I was against the beach, but I am for trying to move things forward in a positive direction. So, I'm okay sometimes, I would like to not make it a habit of losing, but I'm okay at times if the board's will is such to go through and do the will of the board. So I'm all good with that.
All right,
I don't take any.
Motion to adjourn?
Motion
I
to
already
adjourn?
said it.
Oh, you did?
All
I'll
right,
support
second.
it. I'll
All right.
support it.
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
Aye.
All right, motion carried.
Bye, John.
Thank you.
So.